Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition, stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God, and our religion? Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then, following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So, my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. Before we came to America, we were living in the East. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is black man hell. When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and firewater. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is black man hell. He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins, to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise, on his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.
My dear brother, Zamal Tamaray, we're here. We're ready to jump into it. We played that song, got everybody in the mood. I just want to say how much I respect you for carrying yourself the way that you do, for the teachings that you bring, in contrast to what we have out here, oftentimes, which is not all that legit. You bring facts. You bring references, you take your time and you teach in a unique way that not many people can do. And it's quite refreshing. Trust me, I've been out here for a long time and you are truly one of the elite when it comes to that. Even though I know that you're a humble servant, I have to say from where I sit, you are really, really an exceptional individual on so many fronts. Welcome to the show, brother. You think he might have it on mute.
Sorry, brother.
I know.
I'm glad to be here. I had you on mute. I'm very happy to be here.
No problem, brother. You're ever the professional. You're making sure no other sounds leak through. So, you know.
Oh, no. Well, I appreciate the kind words. I'm not, I never liked pretentious titles. You know, some people lead with titles. They like titles like I'm the prince of this or the king of that.
Yes.
If you know what I mean?
I know.
This is not your famous, you know, because I'm not interested in any type of fame, but This is your infamous substitute teacher checking in.
There you go.
And I'd rather be infamous than you know, in the positive sense. But yes, you guys must be some diehards to be listening and tuning in at this time on a Saturday night. I don't know how many people are tuned in.
Well, so far we have 99, but those numbers can be misleading. Wow. And the thing is that, you know, those 101 now, it's going up, but you have to understand that those of us who are here, we live a certain way. And across the board, this is an exceptional chat room, and those real live people who are here is not just a chat room. Of course, you're going to get a troll or two, but from what I'm seeing here, you know, they ride with us because our notifications really never go out. There's so much going against the channel because of teachings like this that are real and informative and empowering. So, you know, we ride here, and this is what it's all about. And I'm proud to be part of it. And people would say, well, listen, it's your show. Yeah, I might be the plate, which is the platform, but if there's no good food on the plate, nobody's going to come to the restaurant and eat. So I got to be glad that we're all here to vibe with each other. And no matter what time of day and night it is, if sleep and slumber didn't take over, I know my family will be here because we're going to make sure to bring something worthwhile. as opposed to the foolishness.
Oh yeah, yeah. We talked about that earlier about how there's so much infighting between
yes,
you know, brothers and sisters on the so-called conscious platforms in the
Yes.
conscious community.
yes,
I won't name any names, but everybody knows the players.
mm-hmm.
And the sad thing is that these are some brilliant people.
Brilliant.
Many of them brilliant people, but they are, some of them egomaniacs, and some of them
Mm-hmm.
just allow themselves to get caught up in the you know, caught up in the minutia, you know, caught up in the hoopla and the nonsense.
Right.
And that is something that we don't need. So if that is the only reason why I'm exclusive to this channel,
I appreciate
because
it,
that
brother.
type of thing, yeah, I'm exclusive. You get me, you have to come through this channel to get me. So that's
Appreciate
where I
it,
am.
brother. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So,
And I will say
that's
this: if I was to move into decadence, you'll be gone.
gone.
If I
Can't
was
be associated with
exactly.
Yeah, I had to find another avenue, but yeah, that just wouldn't work for me. So, you know, I gotta be clean. I gotta walk the walk and talk the talk.
That's
You
right.
know.
Mhm.
So, but you guys, again, I appreciate you guys listening. It's good and nice that you guys and I like to say gals and guys, because so often we lead with the male. All of us have been indoctrinated to do that,
Yes.
to denigrate the women. But nice of you gals and guys, you know, you higher vibrational beings, to come to this platform to hear my words, and I'm humbled by that. You guys could be listening to, I guess, the wisdom and the savoir-faire of a Carrie Lux. You could be, you know, experiencing the loving essence and the passion of our Ethiopian sister Magdala.
Yes.
I finally got the pronunciation
Yes.
right.
Yes.
Or you could experience the fire of the dynamic duo, Lance and Lily. You know, Lance and Lily SCURV. What should I say? The holy trinity of Lance, Lily, and Kwaku. You know, one's the father. You know who the Holy Mother is, and Kwaku would be the Holy Ghost. Or the Father, whoever, I guess. Whoever,
right.
It depends
Right.
on whoever's older.
I'll call him the
and you can
father,
get a
even though I have a few years on him. I'll call him the father because he comes with that fire, and we have many different dynamics to our relationship. You know, many times I say, listen, I respect your opinion or your facts in this area, and there's other areas where it works both ways. So, you know, that's how we roll.
Yeah, I don't even know Kwaku that well, but listening to his words, I feel I'm very proud of all of you guys, and I'm really grateful for what you're doing and how you guys keep it clean, and how you're just doing your part to raise the vibrational level of our people. But anyway, you know, we go through that Holy Trinity, you will get a real baptism. You know. But I would recommend listening to everybody. You know, as I learned from everyone that comes on the platform. So before I get started, I just want to let you know I saw a sister. I think her name was Sister Shayla Sapphire. She had a nice comment, and I just wanted to acknowledge her.
Yes.
She said that the African continent was not named after a European. And that is very interesting because my research indicates, you know, otherwise. And I don't have a monopoly on truth, although I do have a lot of information that I have amassed over the years. I would say to Sister Shayla Sapphire, I appreciate the information and the comment, but provide me with some information on that, and I will research it myself. Enlighten me. You know, after all, my first teacher and your first teacher and everyone's first teacher was a woman. So, and I'm glad to be taught by a woman. I wish we had more women teachers.
That's right.
Where I can just sit down and listen and learn myself. But they are few and far between. So that was one of the reasons. The other reason I like this station, because everybody gets a chance. But you know, I don't. One thing I don't need to research is you know, the names of different African countries named by Europeans. You know, I do not need to research the locales within African countries, you know, named by Europeans.
Right.
I do not need to research the educational system, or the retrograde educational system in Africa, you know, put in place by Europeans. And I do not need to research, the African legal system, where you openly see Africans openly wearing white folk wigs to mimic Europeans. I don't need to, research the news media, that what's referred to as the African news media, that is not only not wholly owned by Africans, but by European and even Asian outsiders and others, and unduly influenced by such foreign capital.
Mm-hmm. And
when it comes to television, I don't need to research that, because the television programming system that they have in Africa, it champions regressive Western ideals. And it acts as nothing more than a cultural conduit for pernicious Western values like individualism, consumerism, which we don't need. We need to get back to collectivism. What else? I don't need to research the financial system that is thoroughly integrated with the criminal, predatory Western debt-based fractional reserve monetary banking system, which is definitely intact in Africa. I don't even, when it comes to the food, Magdala talked about the, how they're exploiting the Ethiopians, and that's the story in Latin America and also Africa. So I don't need to research the agricultural system designed not for and by Africans, but by self-aggrandizing foreigners who they emphasize things like cash crops over food staples that can be grown grown on indigenous African soil, or they have a situation where they have food imports coming from outside of Africa when Africa is the breadbasket of the world. So I don't say that as a criticism. I say that because it pains me to see that, because my heart is with the continent. And when I look at Africa on the whole, I see a potential and of course, eventual superpower, but one that's now void of any type of true sovereignty and independence, and one that's purposely hamstrung by foreign, malevolence, if I can call them that. Some people call people like that deplorables, but it's hamstrung purposely by foreign malevolence posing as humans. And so that's what I'll say about that. So that's my feeling about that. Nobody is too old to learn, but all my life, that's what I learned about the continent. So if that's correct, bring me the research and the information, and I'll gladly take a look at it. But I appreciate the comment. And then someone else had a comment about mating, because the last two shows I did, it didn't relate to mating, but I think I threw that in there somewhere about how a relationship between a man and a woman should go, or something to that effect. I don't remember, but someone did have a question, so I must have actually said something about that at some point. But just to give them a little information on that, one thing that we learned from Dr. Malachi Zioid, we referred to him as the master teacher based on his teachings, based on the preponderance of his teachings, based on the quality and depth and breadth of his teachings. And based on his ability to take information from many different sources and fuse it into a coherent whole. But when it comes to male and female relationships, just as an example, and I hope this person is listening, he said that when it comes to dating, you should always be, number one, friends first, brothers and sisters second, and lovers last. And of course, in this society, everything is reversed and everything is accelerated. And there's no time for people to get to know each other, What else did he say? He said that in terms of relationships, he mentioned the phenomenon of what he called the genetic kiss, which he actually wrote a book about. And the genetic kiss works like this, and it kind of ties into what you call the soul ties. I've heard Lance talk about soul ties, but it goes all the way back 4 generations, because you are connected to your ancestors by blood, and you're connected to them by what they call a morphogenetic field. So there is a connection. And when you think of yourself, you yourself are a composite. You are part yourself, part your parents, and part both of your parents. So that will be 1/3 you, 1/3 your mom, and 1/3 your dad. And in terms of your ancestors, you would have or be genetically or ancestrally tied to your ancestors on both your mother and your father's side. So that would be 15 on your mother's side, 15 on your father's side, for a total of 30 ancestors. So when they were, and this would go back all the way to 4 generations, and it would include anyone that they were sexually active with. So he explained that in a book. Again, it's called Genetic Kiss. So he also talked about, of course, how you can't just sleep around. For example, there are cases of women having sons and daughters that resemble their ex-lovers, and they found out that the genetics of the prior partner is in that person, or in the female of that person. And even if she's not with that person, she could have a child by another person, and that child can actually look like her prior lover. And he explained to us that it takes 7 to 9 years for someone's genetics to be removed from your body. So, when you leave a relationship, you don't just jump into another relationship. You have to go through a renovation period, if you want to call it that. So those are some of the things he told us. A couple of the things that he told us quite a few things about that. He also told us about, and this is unrelated to the topic, don't try to control your young adult children, because once they get to breeding age, they're going to do what they want to do anyway. But of course, you have to, as a parent, lay the groundwork, and that should have been laid by the time they become young adults, so that they would have that firewall in place to make or that moral compass in place, or that situational, ethical type of compass in place to make the proper decisions that would be most beneficial to them. But once they become of a certain age and they're ready to start having sexual relationships, just like an animal, and your children and humans, we are animals too. If you want to call us higher animals, but we are still animals. And when animals get in heat, no matter what you do, they will attack, and they will turn on their handlers, just like the children would do the same thing. So the best advice is to get out of their way and let them learn for themselves. And then another thing he mentioned was relationship-wise, is that people would not just get together with another person because just on the basis of looks, or on the basis of, this person has this thing and I want to get this. And they got together on the basis of genetics. So the ancestors would mix the blood together. And if the blood was not compatible, they could actually see the blood going to war with the other blood. So those are some of the things that we were taught, in addition to other things. And I just wanted to touch on that and give that person some insight in that respect. So hopefully this is loud and clear.
Yes, it
loud
is.
And clear.
Loud and clear.
Good.
And let's proceed, my brother.
Yeah, and also forgive me, guys, because I drank lots of water today. So I probably will take a break at some point.
Well, that's where the music comes on. That's where the music comes on, and I'll do the same thing too.
Good.
Also, like I said, I'll be over here multitasking. I have a little noise going on over here. I'm doing other things, and I'm right here with you, but I'm going to mute myself so that we don't have any spillover to interrupt with what you're saying. Okay, so if you call me, it may take an extra second to open up the buttons and stuff, but I'm here and everything is loud and clear. I'm monitoring everything as it is. We're watching it and we're recording it. So if the funny business starts tonight, we have a separate recording where we won't miss anything. So just keep an eye out for that, everyone. If there's no sound, hey, say there's no sound. I'm right here to help make it happen. Yes. Okay?
So I'm sure everybody's wondering about this topic. This session is meant to be what I would refer to as an informational blockbuster, and was inspired based on the interest generated by the listening audience in the prior 2 shows that I did on reptilians. I mean, there was a lot of interest on that show, and people wanted it to continue. And there will be more information on that and other things, related topics. But this is a show that will be kind of like a piggyback, and it's meant to resolve, but it will be, of course, completely different from the prior show, but similar in some respects. This show will be a piggyback because it's meant to resolve the issue of why humans don't look the same, and why extreme physical differences exist in the human population, like things like Down syndrome, mental abilities on the level of a savant or savant-like level mental type of abilities, physical differences like super obesity, or what you might want to call morbid obesity. Not the type of obesity that comes from someone that's just a glutton, but the type of obesity that's resulting from that's really independent of plain old gluttony, basically. You know, there are also extreme physical differences like elongated human skulls found in ethnic art, found also, of course, in Hollywood, and also found in archaeological artifacts and also in skeletal remains. There are, you know, living, breathing examples of extreme physical differences in people that have what you call dwarfism, you know, the really, really short people. Or even, to take that to an extreme, primordial dwarfism, which is the extreme version of dwarfism. You know, dwarfism, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that clearly, for people that may not be in America, DWARFISM, dwarfism. And primordial meaning, you know, it just means first, the first emerging type. Usually they use that to refer to an emerging type of life form, like primordial man, for example. So you have dwarfism, primordial dwarfism, the extreme version of that. Then, of course, you have something like albinism that occurs in all races. Then you have things like things that you would not normally see these things every day, and you would think that these things are just not even true. But you have situations like cutaneous horns, spelled C-U-T-A-N-E-O-U-S, cutaneous horns. Those are literal horns, where horns sometimes small, sometimes thick. They literally grow out of people's heads, maybe from the forehead, maybe from the back of the head, maybe on the very top of the head. Then you have these. I mean, this is not an exhaustive list. Just giving you some examples. You have, hydroencephalitis, or what I would call big-headed syndrome, for lack of a better term. You have the condition of hirsutism, Hirsutism. And there is an example that Lance put together on the show, on the thumbnail, of someone with a case of hirsutism, and there are other people that have that condition. And then, of course, you have eczema or scaly skin syndrome, and, you know, many, many other types of, situations. When it comes to super obesity, I think that there's a picture of a guy on the thumbnail. Yeah, he put a picture of the guy in the thumbnail in his artwork that he did. So then, what I'll do is endeavor to tie in these differences, all these physical differences. I'll tie these differences in with diverse groups, like the ancient Olmecs, which some people may be familiar with. A lot of people may not. The ancient Mayans, and all the other American, Central, and South American natives, and take all that information and fuse or marry all that information with the phenomenon of extraterrestrials. So now you see how this is going to be a little similar to what we did last time, but in that it's going to talk about extraterrestrials a great deal. So these images that you see in the thumbnail put together by the master artist, LANCESCURV, I'm looking at here. These images are of real people, and I'm not here to ridicule or make fun of anyone with these people with any of these type of genetic disorders. The point is just to give you guys a different perspective.
If you continue to talk that way.
When you take a tally,
you hear me, brother?
Let
me just interject and just say I'm going to have big head syndrome, like that picture on the right hand side. If you keep giving me those compliments.
Yes. Actually, that poor child with that syndrome. When I grew up as a child, we had a person. He was a baby, but he looked like an old man, like a philosopher, and he looked extremely intelligent. And he had the same syndrome. His head was just growing and growing and growing, and he, a waterhead baby, is what they would call him. And he didn't live that long, but he looked like a grown man when we were children, and he was a child, like almost the same, little, yeah, well, younger than us. He was a child, but he looked very, very philosophical, and it looked like he had a double, you know, two brains inside of his head. So, but again, the point is to give you guys a different perspective. And when you take a tally of some of these abnormal human conditions in the world, like morbid obesity of the genetic, non-self-induced variety, like I mentioned, you know, of the type that can have some folks literally weighing in at 4, 5, 6, I've heard 7, 8, 900 pounds on the high side. When you take into account conditions like primordial dwarfism, or just regular dwarfism, gigantism, which is another one, where you have these people that are giants. Yeah, there's a picture of a person here that's a giant, right? Let me see. I didn't see it. The excessive hair growth, or the hirsutism. You know, you have the cases of hydroencephalus, which we just talked about, had hydroencephalitis, or hydroencephalus, however they want to describe it. The water-headed balloon type, you know, head, oversized head, having a double, or seemingly a double brain hemisphere look. When you look at conditions displayed by cone-headed people, so-called cone-headed people, or of the Egyptian, Mayan, or Mayan, however you want to pronounce it, in other societies that are made light of by Hollywood, when you consider abnormal conditions like the savant-level mental abilities of, say, a Stephen Hawking. You know, everybody I think knows who Stephen Hawking is. He just passed away. He was a world-renowned physicist. And when you consider the condition of things like albinism found in all races, and when you tally all this up, and you add to that that mix all of the Native American tribes in this hemisphere, from the Alaskan Eskimos all the way to the all of the North American native tribes, to the South and Central, or the Mesoamerican tribes of America, like the Mayans I just mentioned, the Toltecs, the Aztecs, and Olmecs. When you add all that together, what do you have? You basically have a cultural gumbo soup. And by the time Lance gets his hands on it, and I get on the show, by the time he anoints it with his holy water, it's like a Jamaican gumbo special. And then you guys will be listening to it like you are right now. So you get this gumbo soup. You got this gumbo soup at your academic institutions with their mainstream archaeologists and their corporate-backed research budgets, and your religious institutions whose 501c3 free money receiving pastors, they dare not touch and refuse to cover this topic. You know, the former, because they have been bought out, of course, by a monopoly capitalist class, you know, one that's hell-bent on monopolizing all the resources, up to and including all of the individual, diverse, multicultural, and powerful manufacturing plants, otherwise referred to as human brains. Brains which they incidentally desire to place under a state of permanent and wholesale arrest. And so that's what the hate speech legislation is all about. All that is to rein in and to tame that unpredictable wild horse that you call independent thinking. And the latter group, your religious institutions, they refuse to cover this because they are they're ill-equipped to provide you with any logical and meaningful explanations in this new and ever unfolding Aquarian age. You know, this is a new age. Bottom line, your money-grubbing ecclesiastics have run out of time. They have run out of spiritual gas in a society that's awash in information. Information that overturns and uproots their same old false religious paradigm. So in this session, I think we'll examine the origin of these physical differences based on the teachings of Dr. Malachi Z. York. And in the end, of course, you are, free to draw your own conclusions. So I guess I'll start with, why is it that humans don't look the same? You know, what is the reason for extreme obesity? You know, what is the reason for Down syndrome? They also call it trisomy, Trisomy, trisomy. trisomy relating to chromosomes, because when you have trisomy or Down's syndrome, you have 47 chromosomes. And for those of you that know about genetics, the standard human, the quote unquote normal human, is supposed to have 46 chromosomes, 24 from your mom, 24 from your dad, for a total of 46 chromosomes. Or actually, I'm confused now. I'm confusing myself. But Down syndrome is a person that has 47 chromosomes. And of course, there are different animals that have more chromosomes than that. But the human is supposed to have 46 chromosomes, I think. Yeah, 46 chromosomes. Now, for a savant like Stephen Hawking, he would have 47 chromosomes also. As opposed to Down syndrome, he would have savant-like abilities. So, you know, Dr. Malachi Ziorg is also a savant. You know, he has a photographic memory. But for those of you who know what a savant is, some people don't know what a savant is, but a savant just means someone with great wisdom. It can mean a lot of things. It can also mean, you know, a sage, someone that has wisdom through reflection and experience, or someone who demonstrates like an extraordinary knowledge in a particular subject or area, like someone with an extraordinary ability to perform a particular task, like complex, say, mathematics or arithmetic, or photographic memory, or super calculating type abilities. Like, there was a black man I read about in history. He was a super calculator. He was a black man, actually a former slave. And if you ask this man, you know, what happened in, say, 1492 on such and such a date, he could calculate backwards and give you the exact date that an event happened on. He was a super calculator, and he was a slave, but he could not read. And then, you know, but this type of individual has, sometimes they have limited capacities in other areas sometimes, but savant skills are usually found in one or more, or maybe 5 different areas, like arithmetic, musical abilities, art, spatial skills, you know, memory. And the most common types of savants are savants that they call human calendars, that I just mentioned, or that I just referred to, that can calculate the day of the week for like any given date with speed and accuracy. So this is not someone that would do this, you know, in 10 minutes. This is someone that does it like almost instantaneously, or someone that can recall personal memories from any given date. Like, you know, what happened to you on September 11th on, well, maybe not that date, but some other odd date. And they know exactly what happened. They may even know exactly what you had, what type of shoes you had on, and maybe the scuff mark that was on your shoe. So, and advanced memory is also a key ability in savant ability. So that's what a savant is. So people may wonder, what is the reason for the double-sized brain that is associated with hydroencephalitis? I know they call it hydroencephaly now. Maybe they changed that, because when I was little, I always knew it as hydroencephalitis. But what about the cause of the ravaging effects of a case of advanced leprosy? Or what's the cause for, say, excessive hair growth associated with hirsutism? Hirsutism is spelled Hirsutism, as in Mary. But what is the cause for the excessive hair growth associated with hirsutism that turns some unfortunate individuals into I guess, a real-time version of a werewolf in appearance only, and not necessarily in behavior? Although we have human werewolves walking around that act like humans, but they're actually werewolves in a different guise. So how do we also account for the effects of, or the height effects of gigantism, as they call it? You know, when you have a person that's a giant, that's extraordinarily tall. And for those of you who are not in America, gigantism is spelled Gigantism, as in Mary. Gigantism, the state of being gigantic, I guess. And then how do you account for people that have puffy fingers, which some people may not think is a big deal, or traits, other traits like a sloped head, or for having scaly skin, like the type associated with eczema, or the type of you know, reason that people have not only 6 fingers, but 6 fingers and 6 toes. even listed in the Bible. Not that the Bible is the authoritative one-stop reference source. The Bible, of course, was plagiarized from other sources, and we'll talk about that at some other point. So how about the reason, or a reason for cone-headed people that are made, you know, you watch the movies, they make light of these things. Like if you watch The Coneheads, that was a movie, The Coneheads. They make light of these things, and they lampoon these types of things in comedy and sci-fi movies. And they have depictions of the same type, or the same and more serious type of artwork. When you look at Mayan artwork that the Mayas put together, their representations, or if you look at the artwork of the Egyptian pharaoh Akhenaten, his head depictions of his extreme head elongation, as they call it, extreme head elongation, along with even his entire family, his son King Tut included. So why are there so many different types of people of so much variation with so many obvious physical differences, yet all animal species, they look the same when you think about it? For the most part, they all look the same. Like you think about a lion pride. How many members of the lion pride look like just completely different? Think about the members of a buffalo herd, they all, or a herd of cows. For the most part, they all look the same. For some reason, not human. That's not the case with human animals. So everybody should know by now about the Olmecs, spelled Olmecs. And if you look at the thumbnail, you'll see a picture of the Olmecs. I just had to put that in there because it's all related to this particular topic. The Olmecs were a group of blacks, and they were, if you can see, I think it's in the upper left-hand corner of that thumbnail that Lance put together. They've been digging up those artifacts all over Mexico and in what they call Mesoamerica. They were a Negroid people, or Negroid race of people, whose artifacts they've been found in many places in the southern Mexican, Central American region of the world. And there's many photos and images of different types of people unearthing these artifacts, digging up these artifacts, you know, the most famous of which are those colossal monuments of their faces and heads. And the one that's on the picture in the thumbnail is actually a small one, you know. So at this point, I want to read a little bit about the Olmecs. This is from a book written by Dr. Malachi Zior called Great Balls of Fire. The question is as follows. Who are the Olmecs and where did they come from? And this would be instructive for a lot of our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean who may not know about this, and a lot of our brothers and sisters in Africa who don't know about this. And of course, our brothers and sisters all over the world and other parts of the world, and of course in South America, because I know they're not teaching them anything over there either. But the question is, who are the Olmecs and where did they come from? Answer. The Olmecs are the original woolly-haired, dark olive-toned people who originally came from Nuba, spelled N-U-W-B-A, of South and Central Africa. They walked over to America before the continental drift. And everybody knows what continental drift is. That's when all of the continents were at one point, as they say, connected. And if you look at a map of the different continents, South America, Africa, America, if you were to put them together or merge them, they would fit like pieces of puzzle in a jigsaw puzzle. And they actually found out, by the way, that a lot of the terrain on the eastern coast of South America and the terrain on the western coast of South America was similar or the same and had the same type of plants. So just as an aside, it says here, the name Olmec was given to them by their children, the Aztecs. Aztecs is spelled A-Z-T-E-C-S. The name Olmec was given to them by their children, the Aztecs. And of course, when you know about the Aztecs, if you study the Aztecs, that was a precursor race to the Mexicans. Before they were Mexicans, they were Aztecs. And after they were became mixed with different races, the latter of which would be European, then that would make them Mexicans. So it says here, that name was given to them by their children, the Aztecs, many years after they migrated to America. The word Olmec means people of the rubber land. People of the rubber land. However, Their original name is Nubians, N-U-W-B-U-N-S, which is from the word noob, spelled N-U-W-B or N-U-B. Most historians say they don't know the origin of the Olmecs, while some historians claim that the Olmecs existed in America during the pre-Columbian era. Question: why were the Nubians called Olmecs? Answer: the Nubians were called Olmecs, or dweller of the rubber land, by the Aztecs because when they migrated to America, they brought along with them the rubber trees. They uprooted these trees and planted them here in America. As mentioned earlier, the Nubians walked over to America from Africa before the continental drift, before the split, and became known as Olmec or rubber people. This is why when the Europeans came over, they saw that the natives were playing games with a bouncing ball made of rubber. The rubber was extracted from trees that the natives called caoutchouc, spelled C-A-U-U-C-H-U, a word meaning weeping wood from the oozing fluid coming out of the trees. This fluid was systematically cultivated in pre-Columbian America before the advent of Columbus, before 1492. Which was when the Olmec civilization existed. The Europeans took pieces of the gummy material back to Europe. They took pieces of the gummy material back to Europe and tried to duplicate the water-resistant product, such as shoes, capes, coats of the native South Americans. However, they were unsuccessful. The rubber samples that were brought back to Europe became merely a museum piece for the next 2 centuries. So that describes a little bit about the Olmecs. And I think I want to read a little bit more about these guys. I will give you more information about them because they don't cover this in their school. So we have to do it now with your newly adopted substitute teacher. The question is, did rubber have any other importance for the indigenous people of Central America? Did it have any other importance? Answer: yes. There was a sacred ball game that was played by the Olmecs, which was later passed on to the Mayans and the Aztecs. The rubber ball that they played with weighed as much as 3.5 pounds. I wonder what connection this has to soccer that they play so much in South and Central America. This sacred ball game had religious significance and an important part of community rituals. The game was first played by the Olmecs, and it spread over the centuries to the inhabitants of Tenochtitlan. That's the ancient name for Mexico City. It spread over the centuries to the inhabitants of Tenochtitlan. Tenochtitlan is spelled Tenochtitlan. That's now modern day Mexico City. So this game spread over the centuries to the inhabitants of Tenochtitlan, Mexico City. The Toltecs then passed on to the Mayans and the Aztecs. In Aztec times, the game was known as Tlachi. I can't pronounce that. Let's see. T-L-A-C-H-T-I. Tlachi. Among the Mayans, the ball game was known as Pok-Ta-Pok. P-O-K-T-A-P-O-K. I hope my sound is good. Testing.
Loud and clear, brother. Loud and clear.
That's good. Now, in the city of Tenochtitlan are eye-shaped courts. The courts were eye-shaped where they played this ball game. Are eye-shaped courts with stone rings where the game was played. 2 teams would face each other over a line drawn across the center of the court between 2 giant side walls. The object of the game was to knock the rubber ball into the opposing team's court. The players bounced the balls off the walls and hit it only with their knees, hips, or elbows. For protection, the players wore padded kneecaps, leather aprons, gloves, and face masks. You could also win if you knocked the ball through either of the two stone rings that bulged out from the middle of each side wall. It goes on to say that the rings were 20 feet or more above the court and just big enough for the ball to fit through. The courts were always laid out east-west or north-south. Each part of the game was symbolic of something. The court represented the heavens. The stone rings represented the path of the sun, moon, or states, depending on the beliefs of the area. Some of the games ended in ritual sacrifice of the losing team, and I'll explain that later. According to Aztec legend, the game was also used for divination, as when Moctezuma was the head of the Aztecs, the king of the Aztecs at the time that Hernando Cortez came and overthrew the Aztec Empire. When Moctezuma played against the lord of the nearby city of Texcoco to test the truth of a prophecy, Moctezuma might also have been. You had the Inca Empire of Peru that was also overthrown by Hernando Pizarro. So it was one or the other. The legend records that Moctezuma won the first few games in the series of matches, but was finally defeated. And it was not long afterwards that Hernando Cortez began his conquest of Mexico. So yeah, I was right the first time. Moctezuma was the king of Mexico at that time that Hernando Cortez came and conquered Mexico. Okay, so that just gives you an idea of how that ball game was played. And they have a picture of some Native Americans, the Taino Native Americans of Puerto Rico were even playing the ball game. And the object was to keep the rubber ball in the air without using their hands or their feet. And so that was a ball game that they played. So you guys understand or overstand that. Now the Olmecs were they used the color purple a lot, and they used the same type of dog as other indigenous peoples. They shared an exact calendar even. They shared a plumed serpent as the later indigenous people in the Americas, because a lot of people don't see the connection between these black people, these Negroid people that they didn't even know that they lived in the Americas. A lot of people don't know that. But I'll give you some more information on them since we're talking about them. And this is also for children, because I know they're not getting this information in school. And then this is for the adults to pass this on to their children, to give them something, opposed to the nonsense that they were not getting in their educational system. This is from a work that another work called "Let's Set the Record Straight," talking more about the Olmecs and a lot of other things. But it says here, what other similarities are there between the Olmecs, the Nubians, and the Egyptians? Answer: there are many similarities between the Olmecs and the Nubians from Egypt, from the similar dress of the priesthood, the great earrings on their ears, their beard as an index, and also the use of the color purple. They call it cochineal. It's spelled CHOCHIN as in Nancy, ILLE. Cochineal. The cochineal, which is said to be the color red, is equivalent to the Mediterranean murex shell purple. There's a murex shell that's purple in the Mediterranean. All the temples are made from the color purple. The stone heads were even purple. Proof of this is seen from a patch of purple found on one of the Olmec stone heads, but erosion caused the color to fade away. The color purple was used by the Egyptians as a color of royalty. The color purple to the Egyptians is an emblem of the power or the powers of their deities. Before the murex shell reaches the color purple, it goes through a series of tints, which were like that of the Nile in the flood. Many people think that water is colorless. However, water goes through many color changes: blue, yellow, red, green, brown, silver, and black. And after thunderstorms, you can find every color of the rainbow on the water. It is because of this that we can make a connection between the color in the murex shell with the color scheme from a yellowish cream to green, then blue like the Nile during the flood. The murex shell, murex is spelled M-U-R-E-X. The murex shell is identical to them, borrowing a tint or two that concluded that the color purple was sacred because the Nile was sacred to the Egyptians. And make note that The Color Purple was a movie by Oprah Winfrey, of course, which dealt with slavery in America. He goes on to say here, the Europeans took the concept of wearing the color purple from the Egyptians. As mentioned before, they came into contact with the Egyptian Nubians for King Taharak, spelled T-A-H-A-R-A-K, for King Taharak was mentioned in their chronicles. The Phoenicians were sea merchants working along the Mediterranean, exchanging the color purple. They called it Tyrian purple. Like Tyrian would be named after that place called Tyre in Phoenicia. They called it Tyrian purple, which became famous in the Mediterranean. Only the high nobles wore the color purple, for the cost of purple was so high. Not to mention that the word Phoenicians means purple from the Middle English Phoenician, from Latin Phoenix, from Greek, meaning literally land of purple. The word phoenix is also related to this word, which comes from Middle English phoenix, from the Old French, from the Latin phoenix, from the Greek meaning purple or crimson. Now, I think I mentioned this part, but I'm going to give a little bit more depth about the similarities between the Olmecs and the Egyptians and some of the indigenous people of this hemisphere. Another similarity between the Olmecs and the Egyptians is the use of the same kind of hunting dog, D-O-G, the same kind of hunting dog called the Basenji, which is odorless and barkless. So this dog is a dog that doesn't have an odor, and this is a dog that does not bark. How many people know of a dog that doesn't bark? That's very, very extraordinary. Most dogs I know, they actually bark. So, and this is showing the connection between the Egyptians and the Olmecs. They were basically the same people. But these Olmecs, of course, were over here in the Americas. We need to say that on the mountaintop. Everybody needs to know that. They were here in the Americas. Now, this is old information. I know some of you are very enlightened and you're very well-researched, and you already know this, but a lot of people still don't know this, even in this day and age. So this Basenji dog, Basenji is spelled B-A-S-E-N-J-I. This dog was found by Columbus when he arrived here in the Caribbean, or the Caribbeans, plural, which he reported in his journals. Among other things, he reported as seeing a barkless dog. He said that he saw a barkless dog. There was a Basenji toy even found in Veracruz. Veracruz is in Mexico, southern Mexico, in Mesoamerica. The only surviving species of this dog, or of this Basenji dog, is found amongst the pygmies of Ituri forest. Ituri is spelled I-T-U-R-I. The pygmies are in Africa, which they used to track down and chase game. And then there's an image of this dog, of the toy dog in Veracruz, the Basenji dog. Then he goes on to say, the double crown of Lower and Upper Egypt, with the bird and the serpent. Because, there was an Upper Egypt and a Lower Egypt. The upper crown of Lower and Upper Egypt, with the bird and the serpent, is also found in Olmec culture, with a double crown representing the two lands, a serpent and a feathered serpent. The king plume serpent motifs of the Egyptians is also the same used by the Olmecs and even the Mexicans today. The relation of the sun and its movement around the planet Earth mathematically and astronomically were related to that used by the Egyptians. All of these things were carried over, brought over here. Check this out. The Mexicans have 4 calendars. The Mexicans have 4 calendars out of 3 calendars. The 4th calendar is identical to an Egyptian calendar, which days equals 365.25 days. The Mexicans have their own counting system and mathematics system. In the heart of the Olmec, there is found a paper made from wood pulp that is only found in Egypt. The Olmec agriculture system was the same as the Egyptian system. But of course, these archaeologists don't know who these people were. They're playing games. The Egyptians worked off of a hydraulic system because of the flooding waters from the Nile. And the Olmec lived in a swampy area where you find the same flooding problem. In the Chan city of Peru, you will see a terrace agriculture system as that of the Egyptians. According to Mysteries of the Ancient Americas by Reader's Digest on page 274, it says that hydraulic engineering developed so rapidly in the area that by almost or that by about 1000 AD, Chimu engineers, spelled Chimu, Chimu engineers were making use of concepts not discovered by Western scientists until a century ago. So from the above statement, it is showing you that the Olmecs and the Egyptians had hydraulic systems way before the Europeans, just as a historical point of reference. So let's see here. These people, Olmecs, were fascinating people. More about them. They had a certain type of boat in Africa. They called it it was a boat made from the papyrus reeds, or the papyrus reeds used by the Egyptians. You know, they found those used in Central and South America, and they were using those even up until today, at least until the time of the writing of this book. Says here, this same reed boat, R-E-E-D, the boat was made of reeds. This same reed boat was used by some of the Nubians who sailed across the Atlantic Ocean. Many didn't think this was possible. However, if you look in the National Geographic, it tells you how in 1969 AD, they built a boat of papyrus or papyrus reeds, and it reached as far as Barbados before it sank, which proves Africans did have seagoing crafts and did explore the oceans and weren't just limited to just lakes and rivers. The boat was built by the Buduma people, B-U-D-U-M-A, in 1969 AD. They set off from Safi in North Africa and crossed the Atlantic Ocean to Barbados, a distance of 1,500 miles. So that gives you some information about who these folks were. And of course, there's a lot more information about them. Let's see here. Let me go to give you some more information here. Of course, I mentioned, what did I mention? I mentioned pre-Columbian. I don't know if I told you guys what pre-Columbian meant. Pre-Columbian just meant, of course, before the time of Columbus. So that would be the time, so Columbus came here, 1492? So any time before that would be pre-Columbian, the pre-Columbian era. Or they could say any time before the 1600s, because it covers the time span between 1500 BC to 1540 AD. And this era is divided into 3 periods. The first would be what they call the pre-classic or the formative period, which was from 1500 BC to like 300 AD. So 1500 BC to 300 AD, according to their records. And then there would be the classic or the fluorescent period, spelled F-L-U-O-R-E-S-C-E-N-T. They call it the classic or the fluorescent period, which will be from 300 AD to roughly 900 AD. And then the third would be the post-classic, which dates from 900 to 1540 AD. So that was pre-Columbian for them, because Columbus came to the Americas in 1492, but he didn't come to, that part of the world. So the question here is, where can the colossal heads of the Olmecs be found? Where can you find these colossal heads? Answer. The information about the discovery of the Olmec heads in 1862 was not used outside of Mexico. So these were discovered in 1862, and how many American or Black children around the world know about these heads? How many children in the 21st century, in 2020, know about the existence of the Olmecs? Not too many. How many parents taught their children about the Olmecs? Well, now that you know, if you have children, now it's your job to teach this to them. So this was not used outside of Mexico. It says because of persuasive facts showing that all heads found were of African types. That's why they didn't use them. There are faces which weigh 25 tons in La Venta. They carved these artifacts, or those stone heads like you see on that thumbnail. They carved heads that weighed that much, which the archaeologists are puzzled as to how it was done when there were no stones in La Venta, and these stone faces dated way back to 200 years BC, before Christ. The Olmec Nubian heads found at La Venta were priests. They were the elite among the Olmecs. One of the stone heads has a flat top where the people worship, a flat top for an altar where the people worship, as they say. At the back of the heads, behind the ear, is a hole through to the mouth where the priest could stand behind the ear and be heard through the mouth to the people. It was set up as an oracle. There are markings that eroded away from the top of the helmet. The stone heads found at La Venta, of course, La Venta is in South America, in Mexico, were African terracotta and African skeleton types that dated to 948 to 680 BC. The stone head stood 8 feet high, like the one at Tres Zapotes. Two of the heads at La Venta had their teeth carved out, which is an African trait, not American. The lines of their cheek and jaw, the fullness of their lips, the broad, fleshy noses, their acutely observed and duplicated facial contours and other similarities were of Nubian descent. Just a show of hands, I wonder how many people in the chat have, I would like to know how many people knew about the Olmecs already. And Lance, you can tell me because you're looking at the chat, if you're around. Just curious. Says one of the Nubian stone heads stood 8 feet high and 6 inches and 22 feet in circumference. Had earplugs in each ear with a cross carved in each earplugs. They wore uncs in their ears. If you get up close, you can see that those earplugs were shaped like Egyptian uncs. And make note, this is not a cross, not the cross of the Christians. This cross was the same as the Tamarayan cross, which is the Egyptian cross, which symbolized fertility, the key of everlasting life, because the Egyptian cross symbolizes everlasting life. The Mexican word for cross, which appears in Teotihuacan, Teotihuacan is a city that's northeast of Tenochtitlan. Teotihuacan, the word for cross in the Mexican word is Tonacaqua-Huiti, which is spelled Tonacaqua-Huiti, which means tree of life. This cross is really an ankh. So they wore the ankhs in their ears, which we use today as the key to everlasting life. This is just another tie-in between the Tamarans and the Olmecs. There was also a statue found at Veracruz of a smiling man, and he also wore an ankh. And I think I mentioned to you guys before about how they have places in North America, in, say, the Grand Canyon, and they have many areas named after ancient Egyptians. But those areas, you cannot go to those areas. They're guarded under heavy guard. And some of them are called, all Egyptian names. The the land of Ra or the land of Isis, and then all these different artifacts and sculptures and whatnot, and you know, and statues and stuff that they just don't let people have access to. Okay, so you guys know that much about the Olmecs, and let me see here, 30. To read you a little bit more about the Olmecs. The Olmecs were perhaps the greatest sculptors of ancient Mesoamerica. Whether carving tiny jade figures or gigantic basalt monuments, the great artistry of their work has led a number of archaeologists to doubt their considerable antiquity. Most striking are the colossal heads, human portraits on a stupendous scale. 7 of these are known for in South San Lorenzo, the largest of which is 9 feet high. The visages, or the faces, are flat-faced with thickened lips and staring eyes. Each has a headgear resembling a football helmet, and it is entirely possible that these quote-unquote helmets were in fact protective coverings in a rubber ball game that is known from Olmec figurines to have been played at San Lorenzo. It says here's an article confirming what Atum Ray, another name for Dr. Malachi Ziyot, this is another article confirming what Atum Ray has been saying about the Olmecs. It was taken and translated from an article written by the Conozca Más Spanish magazine, edition number 6 through 8, entitled Recent Findings and Important Inscriptions Shed a New Light About This Mother Culture, the Olmec Enigma. Written by George E. Stewart, photographs by Kenneth Garrett from the National Geographic Society, page 34 to 35, and I quote, between 1200 and 400 BC, there developed in Mesoamerica the Olmec culture, considered as mother of civilizations. Seeing that their tracks extended from the Mayas, the Aztecs, including the languages and the ceremonies that they continue to practice in the southern tropical part of Mexico and Central America. New discoveries demonstrate that the culture was not limited to the lowlands of the Gulf of Mexico, like it was believed at one moment, but that it also scattered in enigmatic monuments the heights of the Sierra Madre, going as far as Guatemala and El Salvador, and that's further south of Mexico. Okay, so you guys have an idea there. Read you a little bit more. The Olmec world occupies a special place in the cultures of the New World for its early achievements in art, politics, religion, and economics. The Olmec is considered a culture mother of civilizations, among them the Maya and the Aztecs. The men who were digging at Manati, spelled M-A-N-A-T-I, had stumbled with a site as far as that time not known. The archaeologists named Ponciano Ortiz from the University of Veracruz and Carmen Rodriguez from the National Institute of Anthropology and History of Mexico studied the place. When Ponciano announced the discoveries, I was astonished. I knew that the Olmecs had carved enormous monuments of stone, but never had they unveiled objects of wood. I arrived at the camp in the middle of stifling heat. Ponciano showed me one of the busts in a flat-bottomed boat with square ends and clean water. And so that's kind of the extent of what I wanted to cover about them in that particular part, but you'll find this part interesting too.
Sound is loud and clear, brother.
Loud and clear.
Loud and
That's
clear.
Good to know.
All right.
Very good to know. Now you guys will find this very interesting. It says here, these Nubans, the question is asked, why did these Nubans from Nuba travel to America? Answer, these Nubans, or Nubas, walked or traveled westward from their own land in search of other land and resources. They came over to a place that was once called the Land of Frogs, And they called the place in their Cushite language Utla, which is spelled U-T-L-A, Utla, which means to go somewhere for vacation. So Utla later became Atlan, A-T-L-A-N, making it dual, and it signified North America, and beneath that was South America. And Plato, the Greek historian, added the T-I-S, and you get Atlantis. They were the Dogon of Mali. They traveled a long distance. The Cushites, Hamites, Mitzraymites, Shemites, Futites, those are biblical names, are descendants of the Nuban, or the Nubans. Many of these tribes migrated as recently, just after the so-called flood of Noah, called by some the Great Earthquake, and set up their own great empires when it came to America, and some stayed in the East. And let's see here. Okay. 37, 38. I think there's a misprint here. Anyway, okay. Now, again, in the 4th century came some Chinese, descendants of the Taros. I'll tell you who the Taros are in just a moment. They were descendants of the Taros. Keep that name in mind, the Taros, T-E-R-O-S, who were looking for more land. They came over here under Hushin, or you could say Sushin, H-S-U, and then the next word is S-H-E-N. They were under this, the captain, under this voyage named Hushin or Sushin of the Shang dynasty, who were mixed in by now to the shores of America during an exploration in 459 AD. These Taros came into California and bumped into the Olmecs, and they lived and mixed amongst each other and produced what became known as Native Americans. The Olmecians gave them the lower land, South America, which became known as Amexem, A-M-E-X-E-M. So they gave them the lower land. They gave this land to the Chinese that came over here, descendants of the Taros. They gave them, the Olmecs gave them the lower land, which would be South America, and became known as Amexem, spelled A-M-E-X-E-M, which came from the word Hexian, H-E-X-I-A-N. Hexian is another way of saying Sushin or Hushin. It's spelled different ways. You can spell it H-S-U, and then next word S-H-E-N, or you could spell it, I think, S-H-U, S-H-E-N, and then you can also spell it H-X-E, I'm sorry, H-E-X-I-A-N, Hexian. So the word Amexem came from the word Hexian, which was just another name for Sushin, or Hoshin. Hoshin is the other way to spell his name. H-O and then S-H-E-N. So he can spell his name H-S-U, next word S-H-E-N, or H-O dash S-H-E-N, or H-E-X-I-A-N. So the word was Hexian before, and from the Hexian or Hoshin or Sushin, you got the word Amexem. And from that word, another name came about. From the name Mexico came the word Amexem, and the word Texas came from the word Mexico. And all of this can be researched. The northern region of the Olmecs became Atlan. Atlan, that would be in North America. Atlan, A-T-L-A-N. All of their children were allowed to mix in with the Olmecs. This will be interesting here, and I'll talk a little bit more about this. The first offspring was the Hopis, H-O-P-I-S. Everybody's heard of the Hopi Native Americans. The first offspring were the Hopis, who were given a rule to not to mix their seed, much like the one that Abraham had. This is in the Bible. He was told not to mix his seed also in Genesis chapter 28, verse 1 and also verse 6. But the Hopi Native Americans were told not to mix their seed. And in the Bible, Abraham was commanded not to mix his seed with a group of people called the Canaanites. So So they told these people not to mix their seed because the Olmecs knew that the Hopi's genes, the Hopi Native Americans' genes, were regressive. Of course, blacks have dominant genes. Those that don't have dominant genes have what they call regressive or recessive genes. So the Hopi were chosen to create a mystic order that protected the original Dogon customs. I'll say that again. The Hopis were chosen to create a mystic order that protected the original Dogon customs. This is why the Hopi to this day have the same exact rituals and ceremonies of the Dogon. And the Dogons are in Africa. Hopis are in North America. The Nubas, or the Nubans, gave them the secrets of the stars, which are held by the Dogons today about the Sirius star constellation and the alignment every 60 years, which is the Segui. The Dogons know about those things. The Hindus, East Indians, heard about these people, and they came across the Bering Strait. Of course, the Bering Strait is way up there by Alaska, right? The Bering Strait separates Alaska from Russia. So these other people, the Hindus, East Indians, heard about these people, and they came across the Bering Strait, and they mixed in with the Native Americans. That moved north, and they were called Eskimos, who are Mongolians or Mongoloid. And it says here, the word Mongoloid is a compound of the Greek word Mongolan, which means shape or form. So, and then it gives you more of a definition of Mongolian. It says here, the East Indians bred with these Eskimos and bred tribes like the Seminole of today. The Nez Perce, another tribe, N-E-Z, next word P-E-R-C-E. The Nez Perce tribe heard of the secrets of the ancient Ashuric doctrine, and they started wearing the nose ring and were labeled the Nez Perce, meaning nose or piercing, nose piercing. Then various tribes broke away and started producing on their own, creating the Mayans and the Aztecs. The Mayans were descendants of the Hindus and the Chinese. The word Maya or Maya itself is a Hindu word, which comes from the Sanskrit word and means illusion. But according to their history, nobody ever traveled anywhere. They were all stuck in one locale and waiting for them to be discovered, right? According to what they teach. All right, it says here, the Mayans disregarded the Olmec traditions. They disregarded the Olmec traditions because remember, they were descendants of the Taros, and I'm going to have to explain what the Taros are. The Mayans disregarded the Olmec traditions, and they kept, and if you look on Lance's thumbnail, you'll see that the Mayans had they always depicted themselves with these really elongated heads, like cone heads. Like if you go see that movie Cone Heads, they got these people with cone-shaped heads, and they show them in science fiction movies too, or so-called science fiction movies. It says the Mayans disregarded the Olmec traditions and kept on to their Chinese traditions. Their Chinese traditions were virgin blood and children sacrifices to their gods of the Dogons, who were the reptilians of the Dogons, called Dogir, meaning the ugly water beings, which we talked about in the last two sessions. They will call these names by the Sudanese from Nubia today. So the Olmecs told them that they are not having that. They made boats for them, and because people always ask, whatever happened to the Mayans? Where did they go? Do anybody remember reading that or hearing about that, or how people would say that the Mayans just seemed to disappear from the pages of history? Anyway, it says here, what happened to the Mayans is this. They made boats for them and sent them back across the next tide to the area of what is now called Vietnam, Phnom Penh, Guam, Malay, etc. So that's what you have in those lands and around Vietnam and the Phnom Penh. That's the name of a city. Guam, Malay, the Malay Peninsula. When they fought World War II, and they fought the Japanese, they fought in that particular, what they call military theater of war. It says here, when they got there, there were people already there. They mixed in with the Malian, the Chinese, and the East Indian on this side. So the Mayan people that were over here, they mixed in with the Black Malians, they mixed in with the Chinese, and they mixed in with the East Indians on this side. It says here, the Mayans mixed in and settled with these people. They set up vast civilizations. This is when they went to the Vietnam area. They set up vast civilizations, one of which is most commonly known as the Angkor. Angkor. They call it Angkor Wat. You can look that up. Angkor Wat, they spell it Angkor, in the central plain of Cambodia, also called Kampuchea. Kampuchea. They erected giant stones, huge stones called Nagas, divine snakes and protective spirits of the Khmer Empire, which they got from the Hindus. The Nagas, also called Nagini and Naga, were a non-violent race of serpents, reptilians, who are benevolent towards humans. Let me see where I am here. Okay, there's something else I wanted to share with you guys. Lance, are you checking out on us, or are you still there? Are you doing something different?
Oh, I'm multitasking, but I'm right here, brother. More or less,
okay,
I'm right here, but I might step away here and there, but I'm always listening. So I'm enjoying it, man. Thanks a whole lot. And for everybody in the chat room, I'm not ignoring anybody. I'm just over here, you know, I got these octopus arms like Carrie looks likes to say, and I'm getting stuff done. And like I said, we're gonna keep the flow going 24/7. But I thank you, man. I'm really enjoying this. Is a hangout for me, man. Thanks so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. I'm enjoying it too. But since I'm talking about the Olmecs, and since nobody ever talks about them, I have to give them their I have to pay homage to them and give them more. There's more information about them I want to share with you. When these so-called archaeologists find these Olmec heads, they try to pretend that they're not African. They say that they're not. They say that they're, you know, Orientals. They say that that these images of these beings were slaves, or they say that they were not. They say that they were jaguar, actual jaguars. They say that they were the faces of jaguars. That's what they say. They say that the large lips and noses on these sculptures are the result of jagged, faulty tools that the Olmec used when they were carving, or that they are the actual faces of jaguars. Can you believe that? If you guys look at that thumbnail that Lance has on this particular topic of the Olmec head in the upper, I think, upper left-hand corner of that picture, tell me whether that's a jaguar, whether it's an Oriental, whether it's the result of jagged, faulty tools in mis-sculpturing, or if it's somebody that looks like you and me. It says here, to set the record straight, the jaguars were used by the Olmecs because that was the main animal that roamed the swamp areas that they lived in. Just as the bird called the Bennu bird, B-E-N-N-U, is given praise in ancient Egypt, or the phoenix bird is given praise on the money of the United States of America, the Euro-Americans will say anything to keep you in ignorance of your culture and who you really are now as indigenous sovereign peoples with autonomy. We have the right to preserve our own culture, language, freedom, liberty, and justice just for us. These Olmec statues, which I speak of, were carved out of a single boulder of basalt, B-A-S-A-L-T. Some have been recorded weighing in at up to 20 tons and can stand 8 feet tall. I just mentioned one about 9 feet tall and 5 feet wide. This is why we have a carved Olmec head, not just here on our land in Eatonton, Georgia. It's not just a monument, it's a signature. The question of how they were moved 40 miles up the swamp in La Venta and sculpted in such supposedly primitive times remains a mystery to this day. The same mystery remains to this day with the construction of the pyramids. And he says here, American Indians today are a result of the mixing of the Olmec, Nubans, and the Mongoloid, producing the American Indians. And I don't think I can repeat that too many times. When the Shang dynasty came over here under Sushan or Hoshin, or Hexian through California, they mixed in with the Olmecs, producing our children, the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Toltecs, the Mochi, etc., which bred into other American Indian groups, producing two different stocks of American Indians, some having more African features and some having stronger Chinese facial features. Then you have the East Indians, Hindus, which I mentioned, who traveled across the Bering Strait from up north. They traveled from the Bering Strait, producing or mixing in with the Eskimos, producing another stock of American Indians. Hope this is making sense so far. You can see the evidence pointing to the mixture in the culture, languages, arts, and faces of the American Indians of today. American Indians share two physical traits with the Chinese. And listen to this well, guys. There are two physical traits that the American Indians share with the Chinese. They both have what is called hollow hair. Hollow hair. Their hair is hollow. You take a cross-section of their hair, it's circular on the inside, which is cylindrical in shape, so it's like cylinders. Their hollow hair is cylindrical in shape, and they also have what they call shovel-shaped teeth. So they have the hollow hair and the shovel-shaped teeth. That's a Chinese trait, a Chinese genetic trait. With their Nubian or Olmecioid side, they share dark to brown complexions, wide to narrow-shaped noses, dark eyes and hair. However, because of the Europeans tying into the vine, mixing in, many American Indians of today have more aquiline features, light eyes, and lighter skin than their ancestors did back in the 17 and 1800s. And I've seen the pictures of that. The first known recording of a Chinese exploration came from the Chinese monk Hoshin or Sushin of the Shang dynasty, who sailed to the shores of America in a Chinese junk ship in 459 AD. After coming in contact with the Olmec, he and his companions began to live and mix, like I mentioned earlier, and they received that part of the land that I mentioned, the southern part of the land. Okay. And then I see they have pictures here of the shovel-shaped teeth that you can look at for yourself, but of course you can't see this, what I'm looking at. Now, he goes over other similarities between the African and the Asian, and shows the tie-in between the African and the Asian, which is a tie-in that is never discussed in their schools, in their so-called educational system. Says other examples of African and Asian influence in the Americas include things like nose rings. The Mayan people wore nose rings. The Toltec people wore nose rings. The Nez Perce Indians wore nose rings. Or then you have they both built what they call step pyramids, like in Egypt, Asia, and the Americas. They built step pyramids. Like if you go to Tenochtitlan, Mexico, you'll see in Mexico City they still have those pyramids today. You go to South America, they have pyramids there. You go to Mesoamerica, Middle America, they have Central America, they have pyramids there. And they're built in the same way. And so in terms of ancestral worship, they had a tie-in with that too. They also have you know how some Africans wear those lip plates and those ear plates, the plates that make their ears real big, or the lip plates that make their lips it stretches their lips. They wear that too. So they have the ear plates, lip plates to show rank and status in society, and they also have those neck rings around their necks. And then they also use the Chinese and the African, or the Asians, to show the Asian and African influence. They use the Ankh, or the Egyptian symbol of life or eternal life. They use the color purple, which was in ancient times, as I mentioned, a sacred color, both in Africa and the Americas. They found statues, or I would say figurine sculptures of these figures sitting in a certain type of posture called the Guizuo, spelled Guizuo, Guizuo, or they also pronounce it Kizuo, Quizuo. There's a certain type of sitting posture that you would find over in the Americas, and also that you would find in Africa. And then you have, you have the, I mentioned the ankh was worn by the Egyptians, and it's also worn by, say, the South American tribe of, there was a tribe called the Mapuche, Mapuche, wearing the Egyptian ankh, and everybody knows what an ankh is. An ankh is like so you take the letter T, and then you take a teardrop. You take the teardrop and invert the teardrop or turn it upside down, and you put it on top of the T. There you go. That's your ankh. That's an Egyptian symbol, and that's what the Native Americans were using too. Many of the Native Americans. And then, of course, I mentioned the reed boats. There were reed boats found in Lake Titicaca that they used in South America. And of course, they had Lake Titicaca, by the way, is in Peru. And then you can find reed boats in the lake in like Chad, Africa. They use the same type of reed boats. And then, like the Chinese, they use this tripod type of pottery. Same type of pottery you find in the Americas with the American Indians. So the tie-ins are, I mean, they're endless. And if you want to really look at something, you look at the pyramids. Look at the step pyramids of the Orient, the Egypt, and the Americas, and compare them to the pyramids they put in that area in Malaysia. I believe it was Malaysia, but then also, of course, in other parts of the world, in Peru, in South America, North America, Central America. And of course, they had like similar ceremonies. They used drums and tribal dance, marking events, tribal life. They marked their faces with tribal markings. They used jade. The Chinese used jade a lot, and the Olmecs, as I mentioned earlier, they used jade, a lot of jade. And they had tribal chiefs that were either male or female. And then they had this ceremony called the opening of the mouth ceremony. Anybody that knows about the opening of the mouth ceremony, that was used by the ancient Egyptians. Guess who else used that ceremony? The Mayans used or had an opening of the mouth ceremony too. And then you'll have Native Americans wearing the fez. The fez is like a small cap that's flat on the top. That's a circular cap that's flat on the top. The fez was worn by the Moors of Senegal. And of course, you have the Osage Indians. They call them, it's spelled O-S-A-G-E. The Osage Indians would wear the same thing, And look at the drums of the Africa and the drums of the Great Plains Indians of North America, So check this out. Something I wanted to read to you guys. It says, further proof of this link can be found between the pages of the book entitled The Elders, The Life Stories and Wisdom of Great American Indians. The Elders, The Life Stories and Great Wisdom of Great American Indians by Sandy Johnson. Page 226, it states this. Philip Deere, referring to a fellow tribesman, Philip Deere spoke to the elders council after he had just come from Europe and Africa. So he took a visit to Europe and Africa, and he came and had a meeting with the elders council. And he had one of these 3 beaded sacred hoops about 10 inches in diameter with the 4 directions in the middle. And he took this object and laid it down in front of us as we were sitting in a big circle and asked, "Can anyone tell me where this came from?" We passed it around and we looked at it, and somebody said, "It looks like Arapaho to me because of the peyote stitch here." Another person said, "It looks like a Southern Cheyenne because these beads come only from a certain period." Everybody had their own ideas about which particular tribe it had come from. And then it says this. He stunned us all when he said that it came from Africa. It had the 4 colors of mankind on it. Our legends talked about the coming of the white man, the Kalani, as they called him, K-A-L-A-N-I. They talked about the coming of the white man, the Kalani, which means blonde or yellow, and they told of the African people. Our stories say that we came from a darker people, that the Africans were the original people. You can get white from black by dilution, but you can never get black from white. The colors in between were evolutionary phases according to our legends. And this is from the Native Americans in the book that I just mentioned. So it says, this type of similarity shows up again in American Indian symbols. One of these symbols was the star and the inverted crescent. Everybody knows what a crescent is. A crescent is like a moon, like a crescent moon. Take that symbol and you invert it. And then they made a symbol with that. And they called that they just called it the inverted crescent. And then they, some of them would have like little hands on the end of it. And the Native Americans would actually wear these things, you know. The Navajo, for example, they use the inverted crescent as well. They called it a naha symbol, and which is basically a crescent-shaped ornament when it appears at the end of every squash. What they call these necklaces they wear, they call them squash blossom necklaces. The necklaces are shaped like a crescent, like a semicircle. And the squash blossom necklace is a symbol of fertility to the Hopi Indians, the Zuni Indians, Navajo Indians, and like the Pueblo Indians, tribes of like Arizona and New Mexico. And it also takes the form of, I mentioned, an inverted crescent with hands on it, like the hands of Fatima at each end of it. And some of them are like inverted with like a star. Which would be actually this, which is really the seal of the Moors, because the Moors used an inverted crescent, and of course the Moors were blacks. So the Moors used an inverted crescent, and they had a star, a six-pointed star, and they had a sword at the bottom, which is the same thing as the inverted crescent with the star that's worn by the Osage Native American Indians to this day. One of their symbols, just to show you the tie-in. And let's see here. It says here the word Hogon, H-O-G-O-N, for instance, is the word used by the Dogon of Mali to describe their priests. The word Hogon is used again, only this time by the Navajo, to describe their circular mud and log dwellings. There is no such thing as coincidences, just showing you more tie-ins, you know? So let's see what else here I can... Okay, this here deals with the Malians, how they had a lot in common with the Mexicans as well. The Malians, of course, were blacks from Mali, Mandingo. Nobody would really make a connection between the two. Of course, his story would not make the connection, but we're making the connection tonight. But it says here that the medieval Mexican Mandingo Malians have a lot in common. For example, the plumed serpent motif in ancient Mexico and the feathered serpent cult in medieval Mali. That's one tie-in. In Mali, you have the equivalent of Quetzalcoatl, which is the Dasir or the Dasiri of the Bambara, B-A-M-B-A-R-A. This is the tribe of the Mandingo from which a man named Abu Bakari II came from. The Dasari, D-A-S-A-R-I, the Dasari is the protector of the village, the beneficent spirit whose sacred animal was the snake. The feast of the Dasiri takes place at the beginning of the year, just like Quetzalcoatl ceremony takes place in Mexico. The Dasiri of Africa hold a dancing ceremony. I think it's called the Kura or the Kor, K-U-R-A or K-O-R-E. They hold a dancing ceremony in which they wrap themselves in thorns and lacerate their breast and their armpits. And in this ceremony, they beat themselves with the scourges. Or in Mexico, they do the same thing. In Mexico, in the Quetzalcoatl ceremony that they have, which is equivalent to this ceremony, this dancing ceremony of the Africans, they have a ceremony that's the same type of self-chastisement ceremony where they use these thorn pricking type of things. And in both the Mexican and Quetzalcoatl or Quetzalcoatl and the Mandingo, Dashiri type of practices, it's the same thing. The thorn piercing and the whipping was designed to bring blood to, small blood drops, which symbolizes a falling. So that shows you a lot about how they're tied together and connected. How we doing so far, guys? Can't hear you, obviously.
Yeah, everything's good. Everything's good.
Everything good?
Yeah,
Okay.
As Brother Zamal speaks, let's get a little roll call going, so we can know where everybody's calling from. So when Brother Zamal goes back into the chat room and sees it again and surveys it and looks at it, he can see how far his reach is. And I'm here, still multitasking, just popped in for a little snack, but continue on, my brother.
Okay. Very good. I might want to get a glass of water real quick if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me do that. Let me get a glass of water real quick. I'll be right back.
Yes.
How many people in the chat so far?
We have 319 overall on several different platforms: Periscope, Facebook, a couple of pages are there, and a couple of YouTube pages. So we're good.
Okay, great. I'll be
go
right
ahead,
back.
man, and get your thing.
Okay.
While you do, I just want to say this: that Carleen Hansen, the container mom, we have her information. She's finally settled. I'm going to do a video on that. It's a bank account that she went to get, and she has the numbers and everything. But I'm just going to give everybody a heads up. We didn't forget about that. It's just so ironic that in this age of technology that sometimes it can be so tough to be able to forward funds to someone in need. So her situation was that, if you don't know, she lives in a container down in a Spanish town, Jamaica. There was an article done that validated everything, so we wanted to move forward to help her out, to connect with everybody. And so many people wanted to share, but I said hold off on that until we have a direct way. She doesn't have a Cash App. She's barely, like I said, she needs money. The container is on a property where the person who owns the property wants her off, but it doesn't seem like he's doing anything with it. But that's his prerogative. So all she wanted, she didn't say buy me a house, buy me a mansion, or do anything. She just wanted to take a container that has an open side to it. Many of you here have seen it in the show. We did a direct show with her where she got on her phone and she was on the live stream where you could see her talking and everything like that. And she gave a little tour of the container, but she just wants a small piece of land to put her container on. Many others said, well, let's put together some money and get her apartment for a couple of months while the container's put together. I say, let's see if we can get another container, some land, and get some people from down there who know how to weld and put windows in and, kind of hook it up. I mean, it's open. It's not even just like a doorway. It's like a really good, like 10 feet, 8 feet open on one side. Mosquitoes, who knows what can come in there and bother her at night. Men, people with wayward intentions. So, I just said, let's reach out to her. We did that. Now, I don't want to make anybody think that we forgot. But we were going back and forth, like maybe I should collect money orders. Maybe they should do Western Union. But you know how Western Union is. When you're sending too much money to one person, they're going to question you and give you a hard time. So this way, it could be done through bank accounts. And like I said, the bank is JM account. I'll just say it now. But I'm going to do an official thing where maybe we can get her on. I'm going to give her a call and let her say it. But it's JM account, like J and John and M and Michael. Her name is Carleen Hansen. Carlean Hansen, common spelling, HANSON. And the numbers I'll put out there for her account is 209-451-8801. 451-8801. But we'll write all that down. We'll have it out tomorrow. I'll do a little short clip for that, and I'll try to get a live on there. Brothers,
okay, I'm back.
You ready? Okay, cool. I could talk for hours, filling in, waiting for you, brother. My mouth runs.
I know.
Anyway,
you can even out talk me. You got me beat, bro.
I woke up in the middle of the show. I didn't know I was sleeping. Anyway, go ahead and continue, brother. I'm here when you need a break. No problem.
Okay.
All right.
Just wanted to cover another thing about the Olmecs. If you ever look at some of the pictures of the Olmecs, the statues, they never photograph the side. They always photograph it from the front. They never show you. If they do the side, they never do a close up. One, because you'll be likely to see the Egyptian ankh in the ear, because they use those earplugs in their ear. And then also the second thing is because you'll see very close. You'll see representations of the braids, because they wore African braids. And African people are the only ones that can keep braids in their hair for a long time. And you know, Asian people cannot wear braids for a long period of time. You know, when they braid their hair, it falls, you know, it just kind of unloosens itself. And that's important because I did mention something about how they have hollow hair, and hollow hair does not allow you to braid your hair. So the Olmecs, they actually braided their hair, and that's just another way for them to hide. Well, they really can't hide it because you can see, obviously, from the features that that's an African, or that those are African people. But that's just further confirmation to them, and to them it's like rubbing a further way for our ancestors to rub egg in their faces to let the world know that they are in fact African, and they have African hair, and they have African hairstyles and cornrows and whatnot. So that's just another thing. They just play those types of games, you know, with our people, and they even found they found mummies of preserved Native American Inca mummies, and she had her hair braided. It was a 500-year-old, fully preserved. You could see as a black person, thick lips, thick nose, braided hair. And this was found, they talked about it in the New York Times, April 7th, 1999. The article was called "Entirely Preserved Inca Mummies Found." And the person, just to give you a little bit about what it says here, after climbing to the 22,000-foot summit of a volcano in northern Argentina, archaeologists have found 3 frozen Inca mummies, 500-year-old remains. 2 of the mummies were in such excellent condition, physicians said that all of their internal free organs were intact. It was as if death had only been recent. The bodies of 2 girls and a boy were buried beneath 5 feet of rock and dirt amid a cache of statuettes, pottery. Just to touch on that. And you can clearly see the girl has apparent dark skin, broad features, thick lips, thick African braided hair. Features of what you would call an African American, only she was back from another era. And good for her. She didn't have to experience some of the stuff we have to go through now. And there's a picture of it here too. So, and final thing I want to cover on the Olmecs is an article that I ran across that somebody gave to me from let's see here. It's from Sunday, October the 3rd. This was mailed to me Sunday, October the 3rd, 2004. And on the front, and this is from Sunday. So Sunday, and in the arts and entertainment section, they had a picture, and on the front of the main page, they had a picture of the Olmec. It says here, "Visitor from Mexico, 3,000-year-old sculpture comes to town." And then in the arts and entertainment section, they have a big picture, almost a full page of this basalt stone head, multi-ton stone head that they're unveiling. And of course, they took it to the Mexican Art Museum because it's a Mexican treasure. Of course, they don't have to say what they see, but from what you can look at this and you can see, you know, who or what the ancestry of this being was. And it says here, just to give you a little bit, it says here, the Olmec excavations revealed the existence of an advanced civilization from 1200 to 500 BC. The dates vary depending on who you talk to. Thus predating the Mayans, Aztecs, and other Latin American peoples. I'll go on to say that the Olmecs were the fathers of the Aztecs, the Toltecs, the Zapotecs, and, you know, all the other peoples in that land. So Olmeca means those who live in the land of rubber in Nahuatl. Nahuatl is just the language of the Aztecs. Nahuatl is spelled Nahuatl. It's spelled Nahuatl. And I think some people in Mexico, like and maybe in the villages, some of them may even still speak that ancient language. So it says in Nahuatl, the findings indicate that these people, whether unified by culture or religion, or just geography and time, were indigenous Gulf coasters. They lived in the Gulf area, who farmed corn, made ornate jewelry, and played rubber ball games. A lot of people don't realize that they were the mother civilization, Moreno said. For Mesoamerican civilizations, the Olmec are the Mesopotamians, because in the Middle East, the mother civilization would be the Mesopotamians, and over here they're just making that comparison. That's all. And they just talked about how when they unveiled this, they were shocked, and they saw, a smiling face, a fleshy mouth, a bulbous nose, and a mysteriously marked helmet. And the guy goes, he talked about how speechless he was. So these are Mexicans, and I actually went to that to go see it. And it was real interesting to see, because the Mexicans that were looking at it were like, I'm like, that has no, yes, it's racially connected to you because you are our children, but you can't claim that you were the original people that were in Mexico. So not to take anything away from what they call the so-called modern day Mexicans. You know what I mean? So that's what I wanted to tell you about the Olmecs, and we can put that in context with the rest of what we're going to talk about. We talked about, what happened to the Mayan people. We were talking about that. Where did they go? Because if you study history, they always talk about how they just seem to disappear from the pages of history, and nobody knows where they went. But basically, they rebranded themselves. They went elsewhere, and they left their mark in the architecture of the area in the Far East, Malay, Guam, Vietnam, that type of region, because they were practicing human sacrifice, because they got there from some of their ancestors practicing human sacrifice. And the Olmecs, they sent them away from this land, and that's what happened to them. So they didn't disappear. They didn't go to outer space. They didn't go to the inner world, although that could have happened before with other groups. But they actually relocated to another part of the world, and they left their mark in the architecture. I'm going to read a little bit about them right now. It says here, what civilization seems to have influenced Costa Rica? Costa Rica, of course, is in Central America, and Costa Rica just means rich port. It was named that by, I think Columbus named it that, rich port, when he found it. They were looking for gold when they came over here, obviously. So it says here, Costa Rica was influenced by the Mayan civilization, a society that was constructed with step pyramids, and historians are still to this day overwhelmed by their structures, dimensions, and functions. The land was dominated by a jungle and a pre-Columbian culture. They raised an exquisite art. The Mayan territory consisted of Western Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Belize, and the Mexican states of Tabasco and Chiapas to the west, as well as the Yucatan Peninsula. That's where all those pyramids are in that land, which is bordered by and some of them are buried in the forest too. They're still uncovering them, which is bordered by the Gulf and the Caribbean coasts. So you have the Caribbean on one side and the Gulf in that area, and then on the other side, of course, is the Pacific. So Yucatan is the peninsula's chief port and is in the northern part of the peninsula. Most of the people, called Yucatecos, are descendants of the Mayans, who lived in the Yucatan hundreds of years ago. The ancient ruins of the Mayan civilization have been discovered at a place called Chichen Itza in the Yucatan. Chichen Itza is spelled Chichen, next word Itza. And of course, the E in Chichen has an apostrophe or a mark of, I forget what they call that mark. Then you have Itza has that mark on the top of it as well. If you speak Spanish, then you know what that is. Okay. Notice, so I don't think Lance put a picture of the Mayan. The Mayan have the elongated heads or the elongated skulls. I know people actually do that to this day in different tribes. They and the scientists and the archaeologists tried to write this off as saying, well, these people that have these elongated skulls, because they're actually digging up these people with these elongated skulls, and they tried to say that these people actually purposely deformed their skulls, because some tribes engage in a practice of what they call cranial deformation, or they have the ability to elongate their skulls, because when you're like a child, your your body structures are still soft, your bones are still soft, and they're you know, you can more easily shape those bones. But those people said that the reason why they were doing that was because they were emulating you know, their ancestors that they came from. So just as a historical tidbit. Now here, let's see, 38, 39. I mentioned that the Dogons and the Hopis were related. Remember that? And I talked a little bit about how they were related. Now, let me read a little bit more about that. Again, I'm back in the book, Great Balls of Fire. It says here the Tamarayan, and when I say Tamarayan, that's referring to Egyptian. That's another way of saying Egypt, because Tamaray was another ancient name for ancient Egypt. The Tamarayan deity, Har or Horus, was the son of Osiris or Asar, and Aset or Isis, born in the beginning of the spring. As you can see, the connection with the Native Americans ties into the ancient Tamarayan and Horus' fourth son, Happy, H-A-P-I, where you get the phrase happy birthday. So the connection with the Native American ties in to the ancient Tamarayans and Horus' fourth son, Happy, who was their creator. Happy's symbol was the falcon. This is where the Hopi's tradition of using the Kachina doll in their ceremonies comes from. And the totem poles, you know how the Native Americans use totem poles, they are replicas of the needles or the obelisks of ancient Alkem or Kemet. You'll find the same eagle man in the culture of the Aztecs. So when the Native Americans are using these totem poles, they're replicas of the obelisks or the needles of ancient Kemet or Egypt. And everybody knows what an obelisk is. An obelisk is simply a modified pyramid that's very, very thinner than the average pyramid, because the average pyramid is very wide. An obelisk is like a needle. Some of them, one of them is called, sometimes they call it Cleopatra's Needle. There's actually one that is called Cleopatra's Needle. But the Westerners, when they invaded the African lands, they took a lot of those monuments and they put them in their lands, and even put them on some of them. They placed them in their religious on their church grounds. Like the Catholic Church has a lot of Egyptian obelisks, and they look like needles, but they're just made of stone, just like a pyramid. But it's very, very narrow. It's very, very narrow to begin with, but it narrows the more you get to the top. So that's an Egyptian, and I think also the Washington Monument would be an example of an Egyptian obelisk. So they steal these things and they put them in their lands all over the world, you know, where they are. So that, and then let's see here. I mentioned that the Hopis knew about Sirius A and Sirius B. I mentioned that. Yeah, I think I did mention that. Okay. Let me see where I am here. 38, 39. Okay. I think I was talking about the Mayan people. I think I probably did cover the Mayan people, right? Yeah. Okay, Mesoamerica. I think, did we talk about Mesoamerica? Because I mentioned the word. Did I describe what Mesoamerica was? Most people, or a lot of people would know what Mesoamerica is. Mesoamerica just talks about the, that's the modern day parts of Mexico and Central America. So it's part of Mexico and part of Central America. And you could even call it the middle part of North and South America. Like, let's say the middle part of Mexico, the part that connects Mexico to South America, that would be Mesoamerica, you know? And it runs west from a point on the Gulf Coast of Mexico, just above there's a port that's called the port of Tampico. And then it dips south to exclude, it doesn't include much of the central desert, because there's like the highland Mexico. And it meets the Pacific coast opposite to the tip of Lower California. On the southeast, you know, on the southeast, there's a boundary that goes from like the mouth of the, there's a river called the Motagua River, and that's on the Caribbean across to the Pacific shore, just south of Costa Rica's. There's a peninsula called the Nicoya Peninsula. And so basically, that's really Mesoamerica. When you talk about Mesoamerica, you're talking about half of Mexico, all of Guatemala, the British Honduras, El Salvador, parts of Honduras, and Costa Rica. That's included in Mesoamerica. So that's what that is. Let's see here. Whoa. Now, some people would ask, you know, these Mayan people, I know people that are Guatemalan. Guatemala would be right smack in the area of where the Mayan people, the ancient Mayan people were. And some of them are Christians. And one of my friends, he's a Guatemalan, he's Christian. And he says, one of the reasons he was a Christian is because the Mayan people were into animal sacrifice, human sacrifice. And as a matter of fact, if you look at a movie called Conan the Barbarian with Arnold Schwarzenegger, they had a scene in there that dealt with, I believe they were in either South America or Central America, and they were on a pyramid, and they showed the pyramids, and they showed how these people were involved in human sacrifice. And as a matter of fact, you know, they were involved in human sacrifice. So let's talk about that for a minute. So what I want to do is share something with you that you probably never, ever heard before about the Mayan people. And because, you know, when they told the story, they told them what they wanted to tell them about their own ancestors. And instead of you going to your ancestors to get the information, you can't do it because, number one, you don't know the language. So you have to rely on a third party, an interested third party, one that has a vested interest in deceiving you about the actual facts of your people. So you have to go with what they say, and you become a Christian, become Christianized, and become made in their image. So this is what I have to say about that. This is from a book called Bigfoot, written by Ponabab Yanun, aka Dr. Malachi Z. York. And here on page, let's see here, page 83, talks about human sacrifice. I've never heard this before about the Mayan people. This is what it says. This is what it says. It says here, once the European came with the name America, they called those mixed Asian and Africans Native Americans. That's what they called them. They being dark-skinned with nappy hair. The ones with hollow hair, as we mentioned earlier, and lighter skin were falsely called Redskins and American Indians. We, the original people of this land, the first world people, avoided the Europeans. In fact, we refused to deal with them at all. So they had no European name. For us, only large statues of our heads they called Olmec heads. Wrong again. They knew nothing of us other than we deserted our homes up in the hillsides and moved eastward across the land to dwell near lakes, streams, and creeks. So they called us Creeks, Yamasee, Seminole, Shoshone, or Shoshone, Washita, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Oconee, Yuchi, Appalachie, Appalachiola, Chatat, Chiaha, Guali, Gitichi, Cassihata, Okmulgee, Sochi, Sawoki, Shawnee, Tamathli, Timakua, Muskogee, and Cherokee. In time, more and more of these pale-skinned human beasts came, took over, killed, raped, robbed, and spread all kinds of disease. We watched them kill and even eat one another and drink blood. So they were cannibals themselves. They desecrated the land and disrespected natural nature. They never washed their bodies and were savages. Everybody's heard about this before. That's not what I wanted to tell you. What I wanted to tell you is coming. Much later, others came from Europe and settled in South America amongst the Mayas or the Mayas. They killed the priest or shaman and destroyed all of their religious records and other books. Sound familiar? Let's see. They replaced the religious rituals with a new one of worshiping this sky god who looked like them, called Jesus, referring to the Mayans. They were under the influence of that culture, and they replaced their religious rituals with this sky god called Jesus, called the son of the sky god. They called Dios. They forced the Maya to accept this god, Dios, and taught them of blood rituals and flesh eating from their books, the Bible. So they taught the Maya to accept this god, Dios, and taught them of blood rituals of flesh eating from their book, the Bible. Because they have blood rituals in the Bible. We'll talk about that very soon. Matthew 15:19 deals with the Sacred Heart of Christianity, and of course there are other rituals in the Bible that deal with the blood of Christ, talks a lot about blood. And we'll put all that into context at some point. Right here it says, talks about the Sacred Heart ritual. In the Sacred Heart ritual, you can take where Christ takes his heart into your body as a symbol of his love for you and your love for him. So they literally cut out and ate the hearts because they misunderstood. How did they misunderstand? These were some of the Christianity rituals taught to the Maya by force or death. So you see Jesus and his mother with their hearts exposed. You know how you see those images of Christ and they have the hearts in the paintings. So once these Christians took over and killed the Mayan shamans, destroyed their original culture, books, and replaced it with Christianity and left the Maya confused. When the Europeans departed to return back to Europe, saying they will return one day, over time, the Maya started to misinterpret what was left for them. The new confused converts to this new Dios or Patri, now speaking Spanish as the Spaniards did, who came, taught them, and they forgot their own tongues and languages. Okay, let's see. Okay, they took the words to literally mean real blood and real flesh and started to actually replace the chocolate they used to drink for the blood of animals. For they saw also that these Christians used to slaughter animals to Dios, cook and eat them. So blood replaced chocolate. And they took the Christian rituals as real. In time, they started to kill humans, take out their hearts, and even drink their blood to receive what they thought was a promise of everlasting life. First, captives of other tribes were sacrificed, then their own people, as Mary was the Virgin Mother. Thus, they sacrificed virgin girls. The Christian rites and rituals became real to them. This is how it happened in South America amongst the Maya, from misunderstanding the writings of the Bible. Isn't that interesting? Very interesting. Now, I want to get to some other points here. Back to this book, Let's Set the Record Straight. I want to read a little bit about this. We talked about hirsutism, and we talked about variation, genetic variations, physical differences. And now I want to talk a little bit about hirsutism, the excessive hair disorder. It says here, these beings were the Shaggies. Shaggies is another word for Bigfoot. Shaggies who were tall, who came from the Sirius star constellation, and the Dewanis. The Dewanis are another group of life, humanoid life. They're short and they're hairy. They came from the Canis Major star constellation. Both were called Horite. They eventually bred and mixed with the Taros. The Taros were a group of people. I'll explain who they were in just a moment. The Taros, who were also of tall stature who came to the surface and created a branch of the Mongoloid race. This is why there are some tall Orientals and some short Orientals, because the Dewanis, this life form that's from the Canis or from Canis Major, they're really short, and the Shaggies are really tall. Some of them up to 15 feet tall. Says this is why there's some tall Orientals and some short Orientals. The mixture of the Teros and the Shaggies caused a defect of 40 and 7 chromosomes, producing what is commonly called Down syndrome. The Teros are a group of extraterrestrials that have a cone-shaped head. We know that those things exist because they've dug them up all over South America and Central America, and they have them in their museums to this day. Okay? The mixture of the Teros and the Shaggies caused a defect of 40 and 7 chromosomes, producing what is commonly called Down syndrome. The Teros chromosome structure is so much different than that of Earthlings that the mixture caused this disorder. The Eskimos are an off-breed from this mixture of Tero and the Shaggies also. These Teros also mixed in with the Dewanis. The Dewanis are a porcupine-looking type of extraterrestrial creature, very short, and they have that very, very straight, prickly type porcupine hair, but they're humanoid form, highly intelligent. The Eskimos are an off-breed from this mixture of the Tero and the Shaggies also. These Teros also mixed in with the Dewanis, and this caused the disease called hirsutism, where the body is fully covered with hair. Now, if you look on Lance's thumbnail that he created, you'll see an image of one person, but he's one of many that have this disorder where he looks like he has a mop basically on his covering his entire face. That's a real individual with real hair growing all over his body, and medical science cannot explain it. Well, they try to explain it away as being a genetic disease, but that doesn't explain why he is so abnormally different from the rest of humans. And this caused this disease, hirsutism, where the body is fully covered with hair. This is very common among the Mongoloids today. Let's see. Okay, in the teachings of the Hopi Native Americans, they acknowledge the existence of Shaggies. Shaggies are big feet or Bigfoot, whom they call Masaw. So the Shaggies, or the Native American Hopi Native American Indians and other Native American Indians, from my research, they also acknowledge the existence of these beings, but they don't tell people because people think that they're crazy. And they're not the only ones who know about this and have this in their legends and their records. They believe that Masaw is the greatest spirit person who ever walks the surface of this earth, stated that he is the first, the last, and the eternal. They believe that Bigfoot was here first, then we human beings were placed here. The Vietnamese also have the same. They have the same information. They call them Shaggies, Lei, Lei, which refers to the monkey man. Only they say he is not a monkey and he is not a man. He is a god and the most powerful human type manifestation on the surface of the earth. This is their belief. They also call him the monkey god in India, the father. It is believed that in 1992, a Bigfoot started talking to people in Europe and America in intelligible words. Ordinarily, he communicates by thoughts or with visions, dreams, or in body language, sometimes called Indian Sign Language. Now he is coming down from the high mountains and appearing in broad daylight at the edges of villages. The Native Americans say that he is really giving us every opportunity to bear witness to the fact that he's here. And from the Native American viewpoint, it's the beginning of the fulfillment of his prophecies that he would come back to reestablish justice on this land. So that's what they teach about. And different tribes have their own different stories about these creatures. So when you look at that, the particular artwork that's common to the Mayan with the cone-headed, with how they depicted their heads as being cone-head shaped, and I mentioned that I think I mentioned Akhenaten. If you look at the artwork with artifacts of Akhenaten, he had this elongated head, as well as his wife, as well as the rest of his family members. King Tut was one of his family members. His son, King Tutankhamun, had elongated heads, abnormally elongated heads, and that all ties in with the Olmec cone heads with the Oriental features. Because some of the Olmecs had, when they did their mixings, you see a lot of their jade artifacts with the Olmecs with the Oriental features and the slanted eyes and the different look. Now, cover a little bit more about these guys. The Taros. The Taros were related to a group of extraterrestrials called the Riskians or the Shuyuk. Question here is, who are the Riskians? Answer. The Riskians are from the 8th planet Risk in the 19th tri-star galaxy, Ilion. I talked to you guys about a 3-star galaxy called Ilion where they found 3 suns when they ridiculed him and thought that they said that it didn't exist, and now they found out that it does exist, and they found this actual galaxy, a 3-sun galaxy. So the Riskians, their height ranges from 5 to 7 feet. They are dark reddish to olive tone in color, and their skin texture is humanoid. They tend to be very dry and skinny. Their hair is silver, white to black, wavy. Their heads and faces are normal like human, some with facial hair, some without. Their eyes are dark but with pupils slightly slanted and can be slightly larger than humans. Their noses are generally long, and their jaws and mouth, teeth, ears, and genitals are also like humans. Sometimes their ears tend to be smaller than normal. Their bodies are tall, slender, square-shouldered, with normal necks and arms and 5-fingered hands like humans. They tend to be high-waisted with short torsos, long legs, and have normal feet like humans. The overall appearance is that of a human being, but you sense something distant in their eyes. They have the ability to speak any language and can communicate telepathically and in tones. A Riskian's body is always vibrating at a certain tone, which they use to communicate when frustrated, they learn to tune in on a certain tone to bring down the vibration of the body and just focus on one tone. Their nature is kind and loving, yet stern. They claim to be the parents of the Sabaeans, Moors of the planet, Tiamat or Earth, father of the ancient Sumerians and Tamarayans or Egyptians, and of the various cultures in the Americas. They are the builders of the pyramids, prophets of your scriptures, and they owe allegiance to one called Ilion El. Okay. Let me see what else I wanted to cover about them. Okay, it says here, they do not have different species. They don't have genetic makeups. Everyone looks alike when in an incarnated form, unless they manifest to others as they are their form, male or female, unlike here on Earth, where you have all different kinds of animals, which is why you look different. The Riskians don't age as fast, and in fact, they have the cure for death and live up to 1,000 years. On Earth, from the moment you're born, you are dying. The cure for death, along with other cures, was discovered long ago by the Allahun scientists Nergal and Erishkigal. Those are from the Sumerian tablets, if you ever study those. These two were of the Neteru, who became rulers of the Kuthites in the underworld called Agartha, located in the center of the earth, or Tiamat, Ki, and Shambhala, which is the capital city, not far from it. Capital city that the Tibetans actually know about, the Shambhala, and they have stories about that. We've talked all about that before. So, it says here, the Riskians were the elder gods known as the Shuyuk, Shuyukh. They were highly intelligent and knew about the advanced societies or sciences, knowledge of DNA and RNA manipulation. They were able to live to be hundreds of years old, 120 to 1,000 in fact. They also discovered the secret of life and death, for the elders know that death is an illness in humans that can be cured or prolonged. The early humans that existed on Earth, or Tiamat at the time, considered them as gods. These highly intelligent beings built a large computer called Mech, from where they get the word Macintosh. Its original name was Hisabat. And basically they're a group of tall beings that look just like Africans. And I know people may think that's crazy. That's cool. I don't care. But there was a NASA scientist that even admitted that in an interview that there were very, very tall beings that were extraterrestrial, that were black. And the lady that interviewed them said, "You mean they're dark skinned?" And he said, "No, they're black." Okay. That's what he said. So, now everybody's heard the story about how Quetzalcoatl, they said that Quetzalcoatl was, when you study this stuff in school, they talked about how he was a European, right? Everybody's heard that story. But it says here, the people of Mexico, they exalted a man called Zoser. Zoser was a man of a scientist from ancient Egypt. The people of Mexico exalted Zoser because of his indescribable power and intelligence. They had no idea that he was chosen and sent to get them back on the right path. Zoser is one of the 24 elders. That is why they deified him by calling him Heotito. I'm not pronouncing this properly. I'll spell it. Huehteo. Hutioto. Probably Hutioto. That is why they deified him by calling him Hutioto and carving the image of a man of the exterior of Quetzalcoatl in his honor. Quetzalcoatl, which was the god of the Mexicans, has gone down in history for hundreds of years as a Caucasian deity. However, prior to the invasion of the Spaniards, he was portrayed in Aztecan, Olmec, and Toltec records as black, as a Moor. The name Quetzalcoatl in Nahuatl, or the Aztecan language, the language of the Aztecs, breaks down as Quetzal, Quetzal, which means the bird, and symbolized heaven and spiritual energy. And Coatl, the second part of the word, Coatl, means the serpent or the feathered serpent. The serpent, that part of the word denoted earth and material forces. So he is also represented in the creation of the universe in union with heaven and earth and the union of spirit with matter. So now, if you guys, for those of you who are Bible readers, Bible studiers, they do talk about giants, of course, and they talk about people with 6 fingers and 6 toes. And we don't realize that we're living amongst giants today. I mean, some of these people that we see, they're shorter than some of the people that were much taller than them. But the reason why you see people with this really extremely tall posture is not because of some genetic defect, but because basically because they were mixing with extraterrestrial. That's what it all boils down to. This book that I have here called Who Lived Before Adam and Eve. I want to share something with you guys on that. Who lived before Adam and Eve? Bottom paragraph. Let's see here. Bottom paragraph. Hold on just a second.
Take your time, brother. Loud and clear.
This is a lot of information. A lot of information. Okay, 49, 48. That's on page 54. 40. 54. Hold on a minute. Hold on, Nelly.
Take your time, brother.
I think I told you guys who the Aztecs were, right? You guys know I talked about the Aztecs. The Aztecs, they were the precursor race to the modern day Mexicans. You had the Aztecs, the Toltecs, the Zapotecs, and they say that the Olmecs were the fathers of all of those races. And of course, the Aztecs, they produced later the Mexicans, and the Mexicans resulted from they're basically a mixed race of people. They're from well, that place called Mexico City. It was called Tenochtitlan in ancient times, back during that time. But I've just covered that because I don't know if I mentioned that or not. Or I know I mentioned them, but I just wanted to throw that in there. Let me see here. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. I wanted to give you guys some information on the Shaggies and some of these other beings. 49.
Remember when you told me that very soon I'm going to be seeing some very strange beings between the lines? Yes. I'm sitting here listening to you and thinking about what I'm going to see.
You're gonna see some stuff.
I know.
That's all I can say. You have to see it for yourself. It'll be your own personal experience.
Yes.
But I definitely want to hear when you do the seeing. That I want to know.
Oh, you're going to get a good long conversation off of that one. Trust me.
Oh, okay. Here it is here. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to basically cover, okay. We talked about the people called the Teros. There's another group of people called the Deros. We talked about the Riskians or the Shuyuk, and how the Deros or the Teros, the people with the cone-shaped heads, they're related to the Shuyuk or the Riskians. Some of those beings actually moved and they live underground, under the earth. And then we talked about the Dewanis. Some of them are very, very highly intelligent. Just to give you a little bit of background on the Dewanis, I mentioned that they have that porcupine-like hair. And it says here, the Dewanis, they very intelligent. They can recite Shakespeare. They can, they study intensely. They study really the elite of the human race, which they aspire to be like. They study the fine arts. They have no interest whatsoever in coexisting with humans. They feel that humans are nothing but killers without a purpose, which is largely true. They're very aware of everything happening up here on the surface as subsurface beings, because there's just as many races down there as there are up here. It's just as diverse down there, probably even more so than up here on this planet. You can probably even imagine this as the Dewanis. They look a lot like porcupines. They're not porcupines, obviously, but they have hair that sticks straight up like quills. And they have that disorder called hirsutism, where their whole body is covered with hair. And that's why a lot of humans, or some humans, have that disorder. And then there's so many other disorders. Like he explained, you know, there's a picture that you did put on there that that dealt with, was it, it's a big, really, the morbidly obese guy, right? I sent you that image. Okay. That guy, I mentioned the Teros. There's also a group called the Deros. And there's people that have, you know, said that they've seen images of people, and even in the Indians, they depict their gods as having this elephant-like trunk for a nose. That's how they call them Ganesha. I think that's the name of it. And then there's people that said that they've actually seen beings. I didn't see them, so I'm just saying what they said that they saw, but they describe the beings in the same way as beings that have a trunk-like nose. But there's a being that we're taught that lives underground. These beings are called the they're called the Deros, D-E-R-O-S. And the Deros just means, it says they're basically an insane group of cave dwellers that they're common. It's the word. It's a combination of detrimental and robots, and they claim that the planet Earth is theirs, and that it's supposedly going to be theirs at some other point. But they are very, very obese. They actually lay eggs. They're completely different from humans, although they look like they're human. But they're very different from humans. They hatch from very, very large eggs. The eggs can be as large as 6 feet and as small as 4 feet in diameter. So you can imagine how big they are. They are, when they're born, they go 7 feet. They're extremely obese.
Oh, man.
And they are not very peaceful. They lack, for lack of a better word, they have a very strong dislike for human beings. They actually are very human in appearance, but they're far from it. They're really, really huge. So the Darrow have very, very little melanin. They have like a pinkish gray skin color.
Mm.
Their skin color is like the corpse of a pig.
Mm-mm.
They have not been exposed, of course, to the inner or the outer sun. So they live in caves, and they have degenerated a lot, and they do not have much intellect. So a person asked the question, do you know what the Darrow look like? The answer was they have no fingernails, toenails, nipples, navel, or rectum. Their eyes are silver gray, and they glow in the dark. They have no teeth, and their mouths are full of like a gummy, slimy substance.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they are nocturnal, so they're night dwellers, and they can hear very well.
Wow.
They have a nose or trunk that's very long, like an elephant. Their insides are similar to that of a cow. They have 2 stomachs. The cow. The cow has 2 stomachs. They chew food, and then they regurgitate it, and then they digest it further. They have 2 stomachs, and they have a digestive system that's the same. And not to mention that both the cow and the Darrow, they chew the cud, which means when the cow chews its food, it goes through the stages of digestion where it reaches a large sac before the true stomach, and then it regurgitates that through the mouth for further chewing. And they have these creatures, these Darrows, they have blonde eyebrows. They have no hair on their bodies, and they have the disease which is responsible for the disease trichinosis, which trichinosis comes from. You can get that from pigs too. I think they call that disease trichotillomania. And then they also are responsible for the disease trichinosis and trichiniasis. And so the question was asked, the Darrow, they appear to be very large. And the answer is, I think I know where you're going with this. Yes, the Darrow have descendants on the planet Earth. They are your extremely obese people, those weighing 300 pounds or more. It is not normal for any one individual to be that large. Because I make that connection. You look at the animal world, they don't have those types of anomalies. Yes, you might have, say, even an albino insect, an albino cockroach, not teeming numbers of albino roaches, not teeming numbers of albino, tigers or lions every now and then. Right. That means something, but it doesn't have anything to do with that. But for the most, and even humans too, but for the most part, humans have a certain, they have a certain template that they conform to. And being oversized and morbidly obese, like 4, 5, and plus 100 pounds is not normal.
That's true.
And so there has to be some type of explanation, and science doesn't have it. And this is the first explanation we got it. Now, you guys can accept it or reject it. That's cool with me. But give me another explanation, and I'm all ears. But basically, most obese people, it says they attribute their size to a glandular problem, meaning they have an overactive gland, like hypothyroidism, or tumors of the adrenal gland or pancreas, or like the pituitary gland, which causes obesity. He says that's a trait of the Darrows. That is one of their traits. And let's see here. So we talked about the Darrows, and some of these people, like their descendants on planet Earth, they don't even know why they're so big like that. Some of them might know. And then when they have their babies, the babies are already fat before babies are going to have their quote unquote baby fat.
Right. But
these babies that come out, they got baby fat to the, man, they're huge, so they're the size of some of them are the size of a normal child when they have these kids. And some, of course, like I mentioned, some people, they eat themselves to death and they make themselves fat, but people are not normally 400 plus pounds. And some of these people, obviously, like the guy in the photograph you have, it's a small picture in the thumbnail, but he's not even able to walk around like a normal person. So, you can imagine what his life expectancy would be like, And my worst enemy, I wouldn't wish that condition on. So wouldn't want to, not trying to make fun of him or nothing like that, just trying to point out something.
Exactly.
Even if he is of the Caucasian persuasion. Okay.
Caucasian persuasion.
All right. So, let me see here. 50. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of marry all this information because everybody was like, they seem to be so interested in it. So, okay, you guys want to know about this? Here you go. Page 75. Hold on this. I'm going to give you guys the wrong thing. While I'm looking for that,
yeah,
I'll just give you some different classifications of some of these beings, because there's so many different types of them. 75, 81. Okay, we talked about, I don't know if we talked about the Greys. The Greys are a variety of reptilian crossbreed. They're particularly described as being negative and dangerous. They work with the Draco. And, you know, you've heard of the Draco star constellation, right?
Yeah.
The Draco would be their elite leader. They originate from a system that has much more high energy radiation than on Earth. And those beings, they don't eat the same way that humans do. They have a hive like mind, and they synthetically, they have substances that they synthetically produce. When they eat, they feed themselves through absorbing nutrients from the food through their flesh. So they don't eat in the standard fashion that we do.
Right.
People have went to different places. What do they call that? Area 51 underground, and these deep underground bases. Supposedly, they said that these beings were down there, and that's what they were doing. That's how they consume. They get into a pool of blood, and they consume their nutrients that way. It goes right through their flesh.
That doesn't sound too good for us.
Well, it depends on what side you're on. But for the majority of humanity, no. So these beings, they seem to feed off of nuclear power. They give off radiation, and they're basically they're short. They have really big heads. They're basically mercenaries. They interface with humans in secret societies and within military government, the military government complex, and they have an order or a rank. You have the Draco, which are the winged reptilian. There's an elite class of them, the winged ones. Some of the reptilians I remember mentioned, some of them are very muscular, some of them are not. But there's an elite class, the winged group. Then there's the Draco, the non-winged, and then you have the Greys, and then under them you have the humans. It says here, can you describe the Dracos? Answer, yes. Origin, the 6th star constellation of Orion. Height, 6 to 9 feet tall. Color, dark green to dark brown. Skin texture, dark, scaly skin. Hair, no hair on their body. Pulsing glow around their heads. Pear-shaped face. Glowing red eyes. They have a more pronounced nose than the smaller Greys. They have a small slit. No ears observed. They have a hole in the back of their neck from which mucus is excreted. Ugh. They have a scaly body. They have long, thin arms that reach just above the knees. They have 3 webbed fingers and a thumb. And people have been describing these things for generations. They're all on different types of artifacts, and they're on different South American artifacts. Credo Mutwa has the same artifacts. These same artifacts are written on different on the walls of different civilizations. So people want to laugh at that. They exist. Otherwise, all these other cultures and people are just crazy people. So they have 3 webbed fingers and a thumb. They have a chest that protrudes. They have like winged appendages that are supported by long ribs. Their legs are long and skinny. in terms of their genitals, they have what they call some vestigial reproductive capabilities. Some of the hybrid species that have crossbred with the reptilian species have full reproductive capabilities. Their feet are webbed, and their appearance is more human in appearance. There's a reptilian humanoid species, and the males have the ability to fly. Those would be the breeders. And then these beings are aggressive in nature. They will also eat animals, humans, and human blood. They're emotionless. They do not fully comprehend humans or human emotions. They are telepathic. So these entities, as well as the elite of other reptilian species that also have winged, they also have winged appendages, and they were the source of some of the legends relating to gargoyles. Those legends, which are all over the world, legends about the Valkyries, and it's also apparent that some of those qualities ascribed to vampires also have come from these creatures. Like in the Philippines, there's a story of Dracos called Aswang there. You know, it's spelled Aswang. And so they have these stories. And so Aswang fell in love with a girl from the village, and I'll just say, long story short, it didn't turn out too nice. Their skin is like dark green to dark brown. They wear like a pad on their arms, and they use that to wipe excrement from a hole in the back of their neck. Because like I mentioned, they excrete that fluid from their neck, which will be their waste. They function mostly in the fourth and the, I think the fifth densities, because there's different levels of different densities. Just like we have different densities on this planet, you have solid, liquid, gas. You have densities in between. You have densities above and below that. You have, matter, and matter comes in different forms, different vibrational levels. Some harder than others, some softer than others, some less dense, some more dense. You have water that coexists in this dimension along with, liquid and gas, or gas and solid. So he said these beings develop a very pulsing glow around their heads when they get excited. They function according to service to self, and they utilize like an implantation as a manipulative factor, like a type of implant. And there's a covert species that is being, fought between the Draconian linked cultures, and then there's an Orion linked cultures. They have their different conflicts. They have their truces as applied to Earth. And they have, the males are called gargoyles. The others are called the Valkyria, Valkyria. And they bred with a dinosaur known as the Hypsilophodon, which is a plant eater. They bred with a dinosaur. So the question is, what is the connection between the Meldekians and the Draconians? Answer: the so-called Orion group is an empire. Their purpose is conquest, then enslavement of the unelite. These crusaders have set up bases within the planet Meldek, or they had set up bases within the planet Meldek we talked about in our prior series, which obviously that was destroyed on Mars and the Earth. And it says the Draconian group is a confederation. They are the reptilian humanoids with subgroups, the serpent race from Sirius, and then the various crossbreeds. They set up bases inside Venus, inside the Earth, and other locations. And Earth is their trade route, and their contactees have been manipulated by both groups. So let me see here. Tell you about the Shaggies. The Shaggies. Oh yeah, the Shaggies. The Shaggies would be the so-called Bigfoot. The Shaggies are, as I mentioned, they're another species. They're from the Orion star constellation. They descended from the Shaggy and the. So they're called. There's different types. There's some with brown fur, some with red fur, and some with white fur. They have, let's see, some of them, Like, you ever heard of the story of Enkidu? Enkidu was a bull man. He was a shaggy. All this is from those Sumerian records. Bull man was a shaggy, and they called him, and from him came the shaggy. So they are, he describes them as very intelligent creatures. They communicate using telepathy, some of them. Some of them are from the Sirius star that's in the Canis Major constellation. I mentioned that. And they came to Earth when their sun was, their sun, actually, Sirius B, was the twin of Sirius A, and it was drained of its energy. So they were forced to come here. And so the sightings of the shaggies have increased, and now more people are reporting seeing these very large, very hairy, harmless creatures. In other places, they have found up to 300 different tracks measuring at least 13 inches. In terms of what they look like, I mentioned that they can be 7 to 9 feet tall, but they can also be up to 15 feet tall. They originate from the Orion constellation. They have human-like skin, and some of them are pale, completely covered with thick coat of hair. They have like a flank-like ape or dog hair, head like a human's, face like a human's. Their eyes are pale. Some can be gray like a human's. Small noses, some of them. Mouth can be like a human. Ears very large, short, thick neck. The people that have seen them, they have varying descriptions. Some of them said that they were, some of them thin, but most of the ones I hear about, they're very, very, like, extremely muscular, like bodybuilder types. That's what I always hear. I always hear bodybuilder types, even though they have covered all this hair, but they look like bodybuilders. And some of them described as being like up to 1,000 pounds. And of course, they're described all over the planet by people. The Native Americans even have wars with these beings. They have stories about that. They have 5 fingers. They have a long torso, normal human stomach, short legs, sexual organs. There was even a lady in China. This lady claimed that she was raped by a Yeti. I think they call it Yeti in China. She was raped by a Yeti, and she had the proof. Her proof was a very awkward-looking product called a sun. Her son was basically, he looked like a hybrid man monster. And if she needed some proof that she was raped by a Yeti, that's all the proof I needed, because he looked like a monster. His head was like a monster's, and he was not like a normal human being. He was extremely tall. And he was Asian. And eventually he passed away, but she wasn't very proud of having him, so she kept him secluded from the rest of society. But there's a photographic footage of him, and he doesn't look human at all. So they have sexual organs. Their feet are like monkeys. Their appearance ape-like. They have different names: Sasquatch, Bigfoot, Yeti, Seti. Tibetans, they call them Yeti. And then they're very, very, they can be aggressive in nature, and some are less aggressive. And some of them show a fear of humans, but many of them do not. If some of them will step to you. And the superior race of them, they're telepathic, and they are able to dodge humans. They can speak, they can grunt, they can roar, Then there's another group of extraterrestrials called the Zeta Reticuli, the ones from Zeta Reticuli. That's an actual star constellation. The Zetas have, it says here, they have reproduced themselves for thousands of years by using the cloning method. They have developed from asexual reproduction a process so that all the sexual reproduction processes and all the sexual organs, as well as their digestive system and their tracts, have been totally atrophied. So their sexual organs, their reproductive processes have completely wasted away. Like when you're certain parts of your body that you don't use, what you don't use, you lose. It atrophies or wastes away. If you don't work out, for example, your muscles will atrophy and waste away. So because they weren't using their sexual organs and their sexual reproductive organs, they wasted away. So they reproduce by cloning, solely by cloning. They have no stomach. They digest their food by absorption through the skin or under the tongue. The mouth cavity is approximately 2 or 3 inches in depth. I think 3 inches in depth. And says here, these are the entities that were involved. The government is also involved in cattle mutilation. You've heard about cattle being mutilated. The cattle is just, surgically cut with surgical precision. Their eyes are removed, various glands are removed, and it's just left there. Because some of these things, they don't have emotions like humans have emotions. That's why they show or depict Spock in Star Trek as an emotionless character, because many of these beings do not have emotions like we do. They absorb specific substances from the cattle, products that seem to lend them stability during the cloning process. They use them for breeding, genetic purposes. And these substances originate in certain glands and mucous membranes like the lips, nose, genitals, and the rectum. And these entities have been abducting humans for centuries, for many centuries. They view Earth as being a big farm, and they have to take them back to their home planet to raise them, a kind of human like husbandry scenario. Says the Markavians use sex, pain, drugs, and fear as obsessive elements with which to get humans. So these reticulans, or the Markavians, they call them reticulans/Markavians from Zeta Reticuli. They're from Zeta Reticuli. They're 4.5 feet tall. They're gray in color. Skin texture smooth. As in terms of body hair, they have no hair on their body. Their head is like a big pear-shaped, big face, big black eyes with no pupils. Many of these types of creatures have been depicted in many ancient drawings from people before there was even cameras to take pictures of UFOs. Their noses are very small. They have like a slit-like mouth, very small ears. Their neck is really long and it can stretch. Their body is really thin, but never take, weakness, or what appears to be a weakness for, an actual weakness, because they can overpower you. Many of these extraterrestrials. Their arm lengths are like normal arm length. They have 5 fingers, small torso, no stomach. As I mentioned, they absorb their food through their skin. Legs are normal to body length. They do have sexual organs, feet like a monkey's, appearance more human. In the nature-wise, in terms of their nature, they are aggressive in nature, and some are less aggressive. Then they also, some of them, they show fear of humans. In terms of communication, they can actually speak any language, and they can communicate mind to mind. So mind to mind, they can communicate. And then the question was asked: do the Greys have any problem with their genetic breeding process? And does this further explain human and animal abduction? Answer is yes. The problem is that these entities have come to experience, what they have come to experience is that in recloning, the recloning process, each copy is genetically weaker than the last. This has stimulated their interest in the creation of a hybrid through genetic engineering with human genes, attempting to merge and blend the species in order to preserve their race. It is for this reason that the Zetas abduct humans. Other species have similar reasons for abducting humans. Many of the abductions have an outwardly cruel nature to them, insofar as the nature of the examinations and genetic work is quite psychologically disturbing to humans. For example, a caged vacuum tube is often inserted in the human rectum and around into the intestines in order to withdraw samples of fecal material for analysis, and apparently to examine the types of food eaten, as well as the results of the digestive processes relative to extraterrestrial influence on the physical body. So some of the things that they do is like some of the things that a lot of humans do with chickens. They just cut the head off, they process it, don't think twice about it. Who's to say that you're the top of the pyramid type of species in the galaxy or in the cosmos? Top of the food chain type of species. Many people have been abducted for various reasons. Others have seen even an IFO, which is an identified flying object, and to them, they don't exist. I'm not asking you to believe something that you haven't experienced for yourself, and I say the same thing. Don't believe anything. You don't want to believe it? That's cool. Yet, tell me this, what are the chances of people from all over the world who haven't come into contact with each other all describing the same thing? Little men with large eyes and heads, big heads. Unless you think this is some type of a conspiracy, but why would the whole world lie? Many people who are abducted are shown visions for the future. Others are told humans need to get themselves together. Others are impregnated, and the fetus is removed after 3 months. I actually knew a girl, or a person that knew a girl, that was told not to do certain things, and she did certain things anyway. I'll just say she involved herself in certain types of practices, and then she ended up crying, tears coming down her face, saying, she has something to tell somebody, and the person told them, after she had told them, that you were impregnated by some beings from Zeta Reticuli, and the baby, or the being that she was impregnated with, was taken from her one time. She don't know where it went, but they actually, apparently took the child. So says many people who are abducted are shown visions of the future. Others are told humans need to get themselves together. Others are impregnated, and the fetus is removed after 3 months. Others have nosebleeds after having objects implanted into them so that they will be monitored. And then it says, are there any other beings that we should know about? There's a group of beings called the Procyons. There's a star constellation called Procyon, or planet. Procyons. They came originally from the Aldebaran star constellation, or the Aldebaran star. They look like your perfect people. They are from the Canis Minor star constellation, from Procyon. They are 7 to 9 feet in height. Their colors are albino to dark brown. Human-like. They have woolly blonde hair, like a black person's, or red or blonde or red straight hair. Their face and head would be like humans. Their eyes, it would be like, there's 2 races. The elders have black to hazel eyes. And then their noses and their are like humans. Body-wise, they're very muscular. Hands and torsos are like humans. Legs very strong. Genitals, they have very large sex organs. And the females also are extremely well developed, very curvy, very curvaceous, shapely. Feet are like humans. Appearance, very helpful and caring. Appearance, they're very beautiful to look at. They don't eat any kind of meat. They're loving and kind. They say that they are the Earth children. They want to communicate with Earthlings, and they try to overstand human emotions. They are the ones used to lure people for abductions because of their looks. Everything that looked good ain't good. My mom always told me. I never understood that, but I understand it now. And it says here, they bred with primitive human beings. Thus, the Cro-Magnon came about. They have the ability to travel within time frames and density levels, as well as in between. They depend on beam crafts for interstellar travel. The Procyonians astrally travel from location to location. As a natural function, the name of the home planet of the Procyonians is translated roughly as those who travel through time. The word Procyon is a Latin word from the Greek word prokaion, which literally means before the dog, from pro, before, and cyan, dog. It is called this because it raises before Sirius, which is, as you know, the dog star. So the question is, can you describe the echelon beings? The echelon beings are another type of being. Let's see here. They are 3 to 4 feet in height. Color-wise, they're beige to gray. Skin color, yellow to white to jaundice yellow to white. The humanoid type are light green. Some have hair, large heads, large face, large eyes, black with, they don't have pupils. Their noses are small, but you can see it well. Mouth, but they can speak. They have ears that are small, shaped like a human's. Some of them have pointed, sides. Some have normal sized necks, slender bodies, long arms that are to knee level. So long hands and fingers, normal torso, normal legs, both male and female organs, long toes. Appearance, they look like they're malnutrition. They run at very high speeds. They speak and they use telepathy. And many of the echelon, they walk with a limp or shuffle. Their body metabolism is very high, and they eliminate waste through osmosis or through their skin. Funny they talked about a shuffle, because I know China had a report in their Chinese in their news. They're talking about somebody photographed this strange thing that was walking. It looked like had a funny like shuffle, and it looked like it was something from the Night of the Living Dead or something like that. It was just looked like, and it had it was like, they called it an insect lighting, because it looked like a walking insect, which is what it looked like. Okay, now.
Brother Zamal, are you still with us? Yes, he got disconnected. So let's give it a little second for him to come back. I'll let him call. Okay, I'll give him a few seconds, let him call. Let's see. I don't want to call the same time he calls and I block him. Let's just try it. Maybe he didn't realize and he's talking. He could be calling me. Yeah, somebody out there said, we can't have him giving this information out. Okay, this is strange.
Please leave a message.
Okay. Let's leave it open. Possibly he got cut off. Possibly his phone died. We'll see. I'm connected to a charger, among other things, so my power never really dies. So let's see. Let's see. Let's give it a few more moments. I'm going to wait right here and see. Play a little music to open our minds up. It always does. Always does her paralyze. We're going to play some Martian music right now. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. Hold tight. Thank you, Faith C. Thank you, Ali B.E. All right, brother Zamal. Hope you're not passing the planet Mars.
Please leave a message and I'll call you back.
Okay. That's his phone, obviously. We're going to sit here and we're going to wait. Who knows what's up with the charging situation? Maybe that could be it. I know one thing. We must have talked for about 2 hours this afternoon when I was running my errands, and I hope he charged his phone up. But again, you know that if we do have to end it, we will be back tomorrow, or rather later on. So, you know, just when it was getting good. Wow. Let me not go there. I'll keep the jokes out of it tonight. I'll keep it on the up and up. But yeah, I don't want to extend it if he doesn't have his content, because maybe, you know, yeah, who knows? Who knows? Let's just keep the positive thoughts. It could be just something, I just believe it's the phone. Maybe he didn't charge it up. Some phones go out faster than others. Maybe he didn't have a full charge. Wow. I'd hate to end it and then he calls me back and everybody's gone, so I'm going to hang out here for a little while. And I don't even want to take the mood away by talking my own talk away from the show. I want to keep it in the zone that we're in. Our minds are open in a certain way, and yes, Herman, brother, is so deep. Let me try again. Each time I call, it's like, oh, maybe I won't give him. Yeah, but we'll give him a few. Because, once the charge runs out, it takes a little while to get it to come back on once you stick the charger back in. Maybe he's not even hearing this.
Please leave a message. And
I tell you, it's an honor to have so many diverse phone numbers from people who are so deep in different areas of expertise. It's amazing. Yeah, when I look through the phone, I say, wow, you know, they don't have to be famous as far as the world is concerned, but just to have that high vibration and say, wow, I remember this conversation. I remember this one. How was this person? How was that person? It's amazing. Over the years, I mean, just over the years to get to this point and to look back, you know, and to know that right now as we speak, many of those same conversations from days, weeks, months, years ago are playing right now because I get the feedback. You know, conversations from years ago, people call up or text or email with a lot of passion because they heard it for the first time. So those are like masterpieces that are just floating out there of thought. So yeah, let me try to text. Okay, hold on. Let me text. Okay. Let them know we're still here waiting for you. Still here waiting for you. I know the phone. I'm willing to bet it's yeah, he's charging his phone. Let me text now. Waiting for you. Your phone is probably out. Just let him know that we because he's probably like kind of upset, like, man, I was getting into it, you know, and he got cut off. But no, we're not gonna leave him. A long time goes by, we know that there's something, or maybe an issue with the phone. A lot of things are going on a technological level. Well-timed failures of equipment when you really are putting a message out. That's a common thing now. And it's not to walk around paranoid or maybe have an air of self-importance or whatever. No, but they really don't want us talking about a lot of things out there. And this really goes extra deep. You have to be on a really deep level to sit here and understand and absorb this. Because most people are like, what is that? They'll click on it in the future out of curiosity, you know, and not know. You can't come to this class of Zamal Tamaray. Okay, we're in luck. Or really, we're blessed. Brother, we waited for you.
Hey, man, I told you I've been in trouble.
And you're back on live.
You know, this has been happening. This is like the third time this happened. The computer just freezes. Has that happened to you?
Oh man, let me tell you something. A little bit of everything happens to me with the content.
It's too hot.
Yeah,
it's too hot.
Yeah, I mean,
it's too hot.
Well timed. I mean, I was on the phone. The most memorable one for me was when I was on with Sophia Stewart, and I think we were going into
Matrix.
Yes, we were going into the 4th hour plus of the conversation. It was like the wee hours, like 3:30 in the morning, 4 in the morning. And everybody was just like high listening to her. The chat room slowed down to a crawl. They just wanted to hear what she had to say. And she took the whole show to undergird the points that she was going to subsequently make. And she was getting it now. This was like Ali Frazier, the last round before they stopped it. It was like, man, you know, we really want to hear more because we all understood. We were all in one accord. And the chat room froze, not because of some interference, but because we just like, you know, it was intellectual knee burns. We weren't aware of the chat room being closed or shut down or just frozen. We were just listening. So then she kept talking and I was talking back to her. She was talking. She didn't hear me. She kept going. She stopped. She was asking for me. She couldn't hear me trying to answer her back, and zap, everything went out.
Wow.
And I had some more, the equipment that I had at the time was top of the line at the time, which doesn't mean that it was like foolproof from anything happening, but I spent a lot of money on that equipment and I knew it in and out. I had everything set perfectly, you know, and there was no reason for that. And then when I called her back, it was just ringing. I mean, like ringing and just ringing. I mean, like we're sitting here 3-4 minutes is ringing. I mean, ringing. So I was like, listen, same thing I said tonight. We're going to hang out here and we're gonna wait for you to come on back because pretty much we figure it's the phone or something unexpected. But you know, we're gonna wait. So here you go. We tried calling, but I said we're gonna wait because I know it was something minor. But yeah, those things happen on a strange level. Things happen like, okay, things happen, but certain things happen. It's like, something wrong with this one.
Yeah. They're frustrated, but they're not going to frustrate me.
Right.
And I'm not doing what I'm doing. So,
well, I'll tell you one thing, just real quick, and just to warm up and, you know, getting a little break. There was a brother who called me and I forgot his name. We did 2 interviews. He was the guy who was, oh God, he was going around the country talking about how we have to, you know, have firearms, and I forgot his name. Oh man. And he was on CNN, Fox. He was getting out there media wise. And so one day he reached out to me to get on, and we did a wonderful show. And then he came on again about 1.5 years, really as a way of damage control, because it was revealed that, you know, he had some things in his past because he was locked up. He did time, whatever. But people were trying to hint that there was an underage situation going on. I don't know. I can't prove it. But they said that the government helped him to get by that. And so that meant basically that his crusade was backed, you know. So when he called me from a different number that I knew. And I just happened to be there doing nothing. And he said, when can I get on? I said, when are you free? He said, I'm free now. I said, let me chop up some graphics for you and we'll get on. I didn't know the other things that happened to him. So I had someone else come on that knew the law and kind of caught him up in a few lies that he was saying. And it ended up really being like lies. He tried to fight tooth and nail, but this person understood the law really good and boxed him in. All of a sudden, the phone cut off, right? So I said, okay. I said, let me call him back. Now, check it out. This is why I know it was government. Now, his number, his new number, when somebody calls you, right? If you have it logged in, you'll see the name. But if they call from a different number, you may not see a name because it's not logged in. So you will see a number, correct? You'll see the number that this person wasn't blocked or anything. When I went back in my phone, the number that he called from and the number that was stored in was gone.
Really?
Gone. The number that I had before and the number that he just called in, and we did the show. We spoke about 1.5 hours. I was going to call him back. That last number that was in there that I looked at, because when he first called, and it just like was a quick thing, like he hung up or cut himself off. And when he called again, that's when I was like, oh, okay, you got a new number. He's like, yeah. I said, okay, cool. Is the other number still good? He said, yeah, it's still good, but this is a different number. Okay, cool. You want to do a show? So we did the show. But when my buddy there got on and she was like tying him up because she didn't just come on aggressive, but she had to check him on some things because he was putting out false information that sounded good that most people wouldn't research. So all of a sudden, but when he hung up, it was my equipment that cut off. It wasn't that just his phone did, my equipment cut off. Right? And it cut my friend off. So I called him back, or I tried to look for the number to call him back and couldn't find it. I called her back. I'm like, yo, I said it just like I'm in the street, like, yo, the number he just called from has gone out my phone. So I went to look for the other one that was stored in. That was gone too.
Erased him, Trace.
Yeah. So this is why in my little dealings, there's a little guy on YouTube. It's like you see certain things. And when you put this amount of time in, you pick up on certain things. And it's not like I'm this big target or whatever, but little things like, oh, go over there and check this. Yeah. Because I'm going to talk it. I'm going to tell it. And there's a lot more stories I can share like that. But, you know, those things like that go unnoticed by most people. But I'm going to shut up. I'm going to let you continue, my brother. And like I said, you know, when you were going, I said, you're the black Rod Serling, and this is the black version of the Twilight Zone.
Well, I don't even know. Where did I get cut off?
It was so good. Let's get some help from the chat room.
Yeah, if they can help me out.
Yeah, because be
much appreciated.
Yeah, we were speaking about, what was it, abductions? Well, they were talking about that in the chat room, because maybe that's not what you were saying, but Oh man,
I talked about the Zeta Reticuli,
I remember
the
that.
Marcabians, I talked about the Dracos, right?
Yeah.
The Shaggies. But the Reticulans, what about the Procyon?
I don't remember that name being spoken on.
Okay. Okay, I'll get to the Procyon. Those are different. I'll finish with the Marcabians.
Yes.
Reticulans.
And I'll mute myself because I have some keyboard noise and some editing I'm doing while I'm listening to you. So I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just gonna shut this off. But
yeah,
clear, brother.
Yeah, let me know because I was just going on and on. I didn't even know, and I looked up.
I figured that though. It just cut off.
I was just talking. I was still talking, and I'm like, that's what happened. Okay.
Yeah. No, so, go ahead, brother.
We're talking about the Procyonians, and we're talking about. I think I talked about their body type, their genetics, their physical, the phenotype of these reticulan Marcabians or Macabians. Did I talk about the part where a woman I mentioned that she was impregnated? She was involving herself in certain types of practices. Yeah. And she had invited one of. Okay. Yeah. She was. And the master teacher actually told her that she was impregnated by one of those beings.
Right. I remember that part.
He said, I told you not to leave that stuff alone. You were impregnated by one of those. And he told her where it was from. Zeta Reticuli. So some people like to do their own thing and engage in types of practices. They don't know that they're opening up a portal to certain dimensions and different entities can enter. So with regard to the reticulans, I think I mentioned they were 4.5 feet tall. They're gray color, smooth skin texture. They have like a pear-shaped head, really big face. They have eyes with no pupils. They're really small noses. They have like a slit-like mouth. Ears are very small. Their necks are really long and they can stretch. And their bodies are thin. Their arms are like normal length. They have like 5 fingers, small torso, no stomach. They absorb nutrients through their skin. So that's kind of weird. They have feet. They do have sexual organs. Their legs are normal to body length. Their nature-wise, they're like more aggressive in nature, and some are less aggressive. So, and then some of them they also show fear of humans for obvious reasons. There's certain humans you don't want to be around, like the ones of the government variety. I think I mentioned they have a pear-shaped like head, and they can speak in any language and communicate mind to mind. I don't know if I covered that. And so a question was asked, do these grays have any problems with their genetic breeding process? And does this further explain human and animal abduction? And the answer is, the problem is that these entities have come to experience that in the recloning process, because they reclone themselves, each copy is genetically weaker than the last. And this has stimulated their interest in the creation of a hybrid through genetic engineering with human genes, attempting to merge and blend their species in order to preserve their race. And it is for this reason that the Zetas abduct humans. Other species have similar reasons for abducting humans. Many of the abductions have an outwardly cruel nature to them. And insofar as the nature of the examinations and the genetic work is quite psychologically disturbing to humans. For example, a caged vacuum tube is often inserted into the human rectum and around into the intestines in order to withdraw samples of fecal material for analysis and apparently to examine the types of food eaten as well as the results of the digestive processes or process relative to the extraterrestrial influence on the physical body. And so again, they're doing all this because they're trying to breed a hybrid so that they can survive. And that's why they're doing these experiments. Because they reclone themselves now, but that recloning process makes them genetically weaker. Just like you create a audio tape and you create a tape from that tape and a tape from that tape, it just gets weaker and weaker.
Yes.
Or a photograph. You take a photograph of a photograph and you keep taking like a JPEG and you just keep doing that and it just gets, the copy just degrades.
But even a copy machine, like back in the day, like in the 70s, when you get a copy of a copy of a copy, Give me a copy of that, and it's something that you can
Mhm.
barely read now. Now it's like it's just weird looking. Yeah, that's the way it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens. And so that makes sense now about why she was impregnated by them and why they took the child. Because, you know, I mentioned that they did mention that they impregnate and they take the fetus after 3 months, and they took her fetus. You know, really interesting. So it says here, it says many people have been abducted for various reasons. Others haven't seen an IFO, and to them they don't exist. And I'm asking you to believe. I'm not asking you to believe something you haven't experienced for yourself yet. You tell me this: what are the chances of people from all over the world who haven't come into contact with each other all describing the same thing? Little green men with large eyes and big heads. Unless you think it is some type of conspiracy, but why would the whole world lie?
Right.
Mm-hmm. And many people who are abducted, they are shown visions for the future. Others are told that humans need to get themselves together. Others are impregnated, and the fetus is removed after 3 months. Others have nosebleeds after having objects implanted into them so that they will be monitored. And then it's another question: are there any other beings we should know about? Then I talked about the Procyon. The Procyon, they came originally from a place called the Aldebaran star constellation. If you're familiar with the star constellations, you'll know where that is. It's above Orion, the Orion star constellation. So the Procyonians, they are interesting too, because they are from the Canis Minor star constellation, from Procyon. Height-wise, they're like 7 to 9 feet tall, which is very tall. Color-wise, they're like dark brown to albino. They're human-like skin texture. They have hair that's like a black person's, like woolly. It could be woolly blonde or red, and blonde or red and straight. The head and the face like humans, the nose like humans. For their eyes, they have 2 races. The elders have black to hazel eyes. And body-wise, they are very muscular. The women are very curvaceous. The hands are, very human-like, torso human-like. Legs are really strong. The genitals, they have very large sex organs, and the females are very curvaceous, very shapely. Feet are the same as humans. And appearance-wise, they are very helpful, very beautiful to look at. They don't consume any type of meat. They are loving and kind. They say that they are the Earth children. They want to communicate with Earthlings, and they try to understand or overstand human emotions. Mm-hmm. And they are the ones that are used to lure people for abductions.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
they actually bred with primitive human beings, which brought about the Cro-Magnon. I'll get into that in some more detail at another time. They have the ability to travel within time frames and also density levels, as well as in between. Because, there's a space in between. You know how they say that there's a first, there's a second, and then there's a minute? Yeah. Whatever happened to the first? Because there's a space in between the tick and the tock.
That's true.
That's true. That's time too.
Wow.
There's a space in between the tick and the tock. And he said that there's certain beings that rest on that rest. They exist on that realm.
Well, see, let me just interject, or maybe make a statement, but possibly when you catch a glimpse of something in front of you, in the corner of your eye, when you know that you're not tired, when you know that you're not intoxicated, sometimes you can catch a glimpse of this thing moving so fast between the tick and the tock.
Yeah, or they're all around you.
Yeah,
they're all around you. All types.
Yeah, I know that, and that's why these experiences that I may have one day soon will reveal that to me. You know what I mean? It's like I already know there's all kind of stuff. I mean, like tonight, most nights I'm up, I catch a quick glimpse of something. Because when I get in the zone, like when we're talking on a show like this, or even reading, or just really, I'll take a break and go in the backyard. Like the moon is like so bright, the sky is so clear, and it's like, you just in that zone, you catch a glimpse. Oh man, that's another show. Well, keep rolling, man. Keep rolling. I'll rant on that in a little bit.
You're absolutely right. As a matter of fact, when I was a child, and I remember like it was yesterday, and I saw something, and I experienced something, and I don't tell everybody this,
Right.
but not only did I see it, but my brother saw it, and my sister saw it.
Mm-hmm.
My younger brother wasn't born yet,
Mm-hmm.
but we all saw the same things. And we saw this, we were transfixed with fear.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw this thing do the impossible.
Mm-hmm.
I won't really say what it was, but
Right.
we saw something. We had an experience. I don't know if it was human or it didn't look human. But I'll tell you about it sometime. But
Right.
we saw what we saw, and just as a reality check, I checked with them, and we all tell the same exact
Mm-hmm.
story.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't really need that for confirmation. I know what I saw.
Exactly. But see, it's like my friend Carlos and I don't know if I told you about the story where we were up late at night. We went to the chicken spot. This is up in New York when I was eating chicken, and we just finished doing a moving job. Yeah. We were New York fried chicken on
Gonna get you
on Sutphin Boulevard and Liberty Avenue. Yeah. We were so we were out there in the parking lot eating it outside. You know, hardly a few people were out there. Then we took the street toward the back.
Mm-hmm.
It was more like an industrial area where a lot of junkyards at the time. So when we went off the main street, there were warehouses back there where on the intersection of that street behind, they had warehouses that had high up windows, nothing that you can access on every building in that intersection that we drove around to come back around. And, you know, so doors down, so many feet down, 50 feet down, there was a doorway maybe, but no windows, just high up windows to these high warehouses. It's late at night. We're driving down the street. Make a long story short, it was about maybe 6 car lengths in front of us, 5 or 6 car lengths in front of us. And from the right, like a person crossing from the right side of the street to the left side of the street in front of us, 5 or 6 car lengths away, there was something about maybe 8 or 9 feet tall, could have been 7.5, 8 feet, right around in there. And it was
what?
Yes. And it think of wasn't it Johnny Storm, the Human Torch in the Fantastic Four, right? It was like flaming like that. But but the flames were contained. There wasn't flames that you saw the flames outside of the silhouette. The flames were contained inside of the silhouette. So it's like you're looking into or through this thing, the silhouette, into something flaming, but it looked like flames, the color. But you ever see a model in front of a fan and it's blowing the clothes really fast, little wrinkles quick? That's the way it was going. And it was walking forward, but the steps, it was almost like it was sliding. It was also almost like it was moonwalking forward. Like,
wait a minute, this was at night.
Yeah, this was at night. Yeah, 3 o'clock.
And this was on the street. Where was this at?
About 3 o'clock in the morning. Behind the street. I'll look at the map. I forgot the street, but it was behind the intersection of Sutphin Boulevard in Jamaica. Not Jamaica. Sutphin Boulevard and Liberty Avenue in Jamaica, Queens. And we were driving toward this. So my friend Carlos, he's done time, you know, different things he's done time for. He's not really too afraid of anything. He's been in gunfights and everything. He's not a tough guy walking around, but he is a tough guy. He was like, what the F is that? He saw it. I saw it.
Damn. What?
And I put my foot on the gas. I wanted to see because it went across, it went from right to left and it got behind the building in a split second. We got to the corner in a split second, 5 or 6 car lengths ahead of us. So we were already headed in that direction, and it goes to the left, and it got behind, you know, going down the street. So we turned, we looked left, nothing there, no doorway, no window, no nothing.
Wow.
It wasn't like we took long to get there and had time to walk or go anywhere. And he was freaking out. He knew, and I knew that we saw something that was not from this dimension. There wasn't Halloween, wasn't no costume, wasn't some whatever. It was walking, and the way it moved, it was like a projection. It was smooth, but it had like little, like it shook a little bit in its movement. Like I've seen this effect before. When I see it again, I'll probably try to remember it. But it wasn't anything projected. It gave off its own light. But the thing is, in giving off its own light, it didn't light up anything around it. See, I caught the snapshot of the visual. It didn't. There was no reflection off of the cars that were parked. But it had this light. And yeah. We were spooked. We stayed up. We were tired. Look, I didn't even go inside the house. You know, I didn't drop him off. He's like, "Nah, man, I'm not going home." His wife was out of town. He's like, "I'm not sleeping in that apartment by myself." So we hung out a little bit. Then later on, he went. But yeah, and we have no problem talking about it. I mean, like it's a different experience that you and I had, but I've told it before. So you know, people think I'm already crazy anyway. So why not tell it? I've had other experiences, but
I don't care. I know that I'm completely insane and not outsane, because when you're out of your mind.
Right. That's right.
When you're in your right mind. They've taken the English language and they just reversed it. People don't think about that.
Yeah. But go ahead, man. I just wanted to say that part. I'm going to mute myself again and just let you.
Yeah, we saw something and it defied the laws of nature. I'll just put it to you that way. Okay. That's why I'll tell you about it sometime. But you know what? I'll tell you what I saw. I don't have any. We were, you know how rain comes down so hard that you can't see?
Yes.
Torrential rain. The rain was coming down real hard. Lightning, thunder. We lived in a building that was, we were on the second level. We were so high up that you'd have to have a ladder to get to that level.
Right.
Ledge and we were sleeping next to the outside ledge, which was a big window. And we were in our mom's bed, all of us. And we were awakened to the sound of someone beating on the glass on the window. We woke up and we were transfixed by this being. I don't know if it was human or not. I can't say. It didn't look human to me. Green skin, hook nose, looked just like the witch in the movies.
Wow.
Dressed in black, beating on the glass. Her objective was not to kill us, but to scare us to death. Yeah, to kill us, but that's what she wanted to do, to scare us to death. She got a lot of pleasure out of doing that.
Yeah, maybe we were feeding her.
Yeah. Maybe we were feeding her. But she didn't look human. And when she had gotten her fill, she got on her broom and she flew away in the sky. Now, I don't give a damn what nobody says to me. That's what I saw. That's what I saw, and that's what we saw. It was a collective experience.
Yes.
And you can't tell me that I didn't see it.
Right. When it's like that, it's no doubt. It's no doubt.
Now, have I seen extraterrestrials? Maybe that was one.
Right. You never know.
Maybe. Maybe we see them every day because they are amongst us.
That's what I'm saying. Walking next to us, bumping in the daytime.
They are amongst us. Everybody that you think is human is not human.
Exactly.
Maybe some of those cadavers that this person was dissecting, maybe some of those were not human either.
Exactly.
Organs on the wrong side. What's up with that?
Yeah. Like even the other day in the supermarket, we were walking, and this guy comes behind me. I have my cart, and Mr. SCURV is in front of me, and this guy, for some reason, just walks up close to me. I mean, I could hear his feet. I mean, I could hear his heavy set dude breathing, and so I'm thinking, like, why is this guy up on me? So I gave the eye to Mr. SCURV, and she pulled the cart, went a different direction, and I kept walking straight. This guy was up on me. It was like I was going to say something, but I said, you know what? Let me play this game. I didn't think he was somebody who worked there who was tailing me to see if I was stealing or anything like that, because it's obvious that I wasn't. So I kept walking about 4 or 5 aisles down, and then I turned down one of the aisles, and I acted as though I was looking on the shelf, and he didn't know what to do for a second, so he went over to the other side and looked up on what was on the shelf. So I started walking again, and he started walking behind me again. So I stopped, and he's like, "Excuse me, sir." Right? Okay. I got a weird feeling from that dude. It was like, I don't know. I'm just saying it was a weird. People bump into you. You see people, you this, and that. But that dude there, this was the other day, I got the weirdest feeling. I don't know if he was from another world or he was high. It wasn't nothing. It was a spiritual thing, but there was some reason why he got up on me. One of the other things that I can tell that I experienced when I was young, my father was coming in late. He had his van. He was coming out from work. So he got some kind of furniture that this rich person was throwing away. Not throwing away, but it was they bought it months before, and they changed their mind. You know how folks with lots of money, they can do. So he was so glad to get this. Not that he couldn't afford it if he didn't want to, but it was a choice piece. So was like 3 pieces. I forgot what kind of furniture it was. He was very strong, but it was too big for him to carry in because it was awkward. It was just too long. So he came in the house, he opened the doors, and he's like, you know, I was too young to help him with that. So he was dumbfounded. He thought that maybe somebody might be out on the block, whatever have you. Nobody. So we're inside the house. And so out of nowhere, a man came into the house. My father didn't have the furniture out. He just had the van parked. He had the front door open. It was dark. He had some of the lights out. It was late. It was summer. It was really safe around that time. But we turn around and we see this guy coming, and he's smiling. And he says, you need help bringing inside that piece of furniture. Now, I was there. I remember it. I couldn't quote it word for word. The guy looked pleasant. I'll never forget his face. And so my father looked at him. He said, man, but you can't come inside a person's house like that. He said, man, I'm not here for anything like that. I'm just here to help you. He says, I got to go. I can't stay too long. Let me help you with and he looked, and he's here. My father was like, okay. And he knew he can take care of himself. So the guy helped him in. And so he listened, man, let me give you a couple dollars. And the guy said, no, that's not what I'm here for. I just wanted to help you. And he walked out. And my father kind of walked out behind him. He saw him, same thing, walk down the front steps, second set of steps, turn left. There were hedges in front of our house. We can sit on our steps and nobody see us. So when he got down to the sidewalk, just 3 seconds later, there was nobody walking down the street. Same thing. I remember that. And he came inside and he couldn't believe it. And it was like, and then now, you know, way back in the days in the neighborhoods that didn't turn over as much, with so much turnover now, like we don't even know our neighbors anymore. Things were real stable. We never saw that guy's face before. How did he know that we had furniture?
Ain't no telling who he was.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. You never know. You never know. You just never
You know, my brother had an experience like that. My younger brother, he said that this woman came up to him and said, she called his name, and she said, how's baby Jean doing? My mom. They call my mom that. Oh, and and he said, oh, she's doing well. And the only person that called my mom that was my grandmother. And so my brother came home and he described her to the T. And when he described her, my mom got a picture of the grandmother. He said that was her on the picture.
Wow.
And he said that when she told him that, it's like she just wanted to check on him or something. He said she turned around, she was gone.
Yeah, see?
I'm like, what?
See? This is why even in the street at night or day, you know,
they come out at night.
They come out at night a whole bit. I've seen people. I was coming down the Cross Bronx Expressway. Then I was making a turn off of that, or was I going? I think I was going on to the Cross Bronx Expressway. I forgot what the highway was in the Bronx, going north to south to turn onto that. And I was feeling eerie the whole time. Not eerie like, oh, I know I'm going to see something type eerie. I just felt off. And it was about maybe 4 in the morning, 3:30 in the morning. For me, it's always that time. I look at it now, 3:10 in the morning. And I know that energy comes out 3 o'clock and things happen around that time approximately. And I just remember hitting that turn, and it was a ramp to go, you know, back onto the other highway going the other way. And I just felt weird in one part of that turn because, you know, you see tire marks going up the side of those turns that on the ramps that go, and like people that were drunk that went up on the side of the thing and slammed back down. But when I turned and I was going up, I looked on the side mirror and I saw something that I didn't see as I was on that narrow little turn, that ramp. I saw a father, a mother, and 2 children. And they weren't dressed. They were dressed nice, like they were going to a service or something. But in the split second that I looked at them, I knew the clothes were dated. And they were all facing my way. And I kept going because I was going in that direction, but it freaked me out because I didn't see them standing there. So I knew it was either some remaining energy from an accident or something that happened. I kept going, but I wasn't freaking out in the vehicle, but it was like, woo, I knew what that was.
I didn't belong there.
Yeah, exactly. But why me? They were looking at me as I drove away, facing me, and I'm looking at them. It's not like I stopped. Now, another time, I was in a vehicle. I used to love to keep vans and stuff like that. So now, a good friend of mine, hocus pocus, hokey pokey going on in the van. The windows are getting fogged up, whatever have you. She has or had, I haven't been in contact with her a long time, but she has these abilities sometime. I used to think she was playing, but she freaked out. She freaked out. I don't know at what point were we at the festivities, but she looked at the side window and saw a face so old that, and it was pressed up against the glass. And yeah, she freaked. And she sees things like this, but she says she never saw it this evil. So I hurried up and jumped up in the room. I got up on up out of there. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you see things. Now, the last one was, and I'll tell you about this on another show about the loop line and the phone connections and the phone freakers from the 70s into the 80s. I ran into them like on a busy signal, calling somebody. Long story. I can provide documentation so you can look over that type thing. But there was a man there, and these are people who did illegal things over the phone. And I used to talk to them, right?
Yeah.
And he told me, he said, listen, I'm gifted, so and so. Over time, and I was kind of in the family of the phone freakers, but I didn't do the phone freaking. This is not phone sex, y'all. This is phone freaking. PH. Yeah, PRH or PHREAKING, phone freaking. All right. And so these are illegal bandits on the phone that do illegal things way back then. So I got to know these guys and know how this stuff works. I was always in the right place at the right time. Well, this one guy who was there, a very friendly guy, older guy, he was telling me about this woman named Esther. And this woman named Esther was somebody who was very old. She was an old spirit. She's always near me. And I heard something about this before in my life without him telling me. She's an old spirit that really won't do me any harm. But at this point, she hates me. She loves me really deep. Not love like, it's like the kind of I want you to myself kind of love. But she hates me at the same time because she had to watch me and my exploits growing up. And it was like, I got to watch it. She was doomed to always be around me. 6 feet, 8 feet, close by, never touching me, but just always nearby. And this man told me that she was so old in the way she looked that imagine a person lived to 1,000 years old with the natural aging. When people get to 100, depending on who they are, but imagine 200, 300, 400. She's about 1,000 years old in her look. And she was so intense in her eyes. It was love and hate at the same time. And she had these gray braids, these plaits, which it was natural. Our sisters wear plaits and braids.
Yeah.
But on
my grandmother wore.
but on her, it looked evil. You see what I mean? He wasn't trying to say it was evil. It just made the look of her look evil. And she's always there near me. She's always watching me. She's always close by. And I would feel these things pressing down on the bed. I'm laying in the bed, and it's like somebody sits down real soft and then gets up a little bit and moves down and sits down. And I'm sitting here wide awake, like, I know I'm not feeling this. And it's happening. So, keep going, brother. I can keep going with these stories.
That's amazing. Yeah, man. I mean, I got some more stories, but I'll share another time.
Yeah, we'll do it. I don't want to dilute the show. I always end up talking too much. So
no, that's cool. That's cool. That's a nice little digression,
Yeah.
But we were talking about the Procyon, right?
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, they have the ability to travel within time frames and density levels, like in between, as well as in between that. And we talked about the space between the tick and the tock. Yeah, so that's why I probably stopped. So they depend on crafts called beam crafts for interstellar travel, and they astrally travel from location to location, astrally, as a natural function. And the name of the home planet, Procyon, of the Procyonians is translated roughly as those who travel through time. And the word Procyon is a Latin word from the Greek word, Procyon, first of all, is spelled Procyon, and it's a Latin word from a Greek word, and the Greek word is spelled Prokyon, and it literally means before the dog. And because the first prefix is pro, which means before, and scion means dog. So it means before the dog, referring to the dog star of Sirius. And it's called that because actually it rises or raises before Sirius does. And then, you guys, I was talking about, I probably didn't get to the echelon beings. The echelon. Echelon is a word that means level, but that's what they call them, the echelon beings, ECHELON. And they are like 3 to 4 feet tall. Their skin color would be like beige to a gray color. They're like skin color jaundice yellow to white. They have a humanoid type that are light green. Some of them have hair. They have large heads. Their face is very large, big eyes with no pupils, black in color. Noses and their mouth would be small. They can speak. Very small, noses, but you can still see it. Ears, they're shaped like a human. Some of them have pointed sides. Their necks are normal. Body is slender. Arms are really long to their knee level. Their hands and fingers are, they have hands and fingers. Torso and their legs are like normal size. Genitals, they have both male and female organs. Long toes. They look like they're malnutrition, and they run at very high speeds. They speak and they use telepathy. Food-wise, they don't eat like humans. Many of them walk with a limp, like a strange limp or a shuffle. And their body metabolism is very high, and they eliminate waste through their skin or through osmosis. There's a strange way that they eliminate waste, so through their skin or through osmosis. So that's another group of extraterrestrials or type of extraterrestrials. Then, of course, you have the Martians and the Venusians, the ones from Venus and the ones from Mars. The Martians, they are, of course, from Mars. They're vary in height and vary in color, complexion, according to their genetics. They have 3 layers of the skin called the dermis. They have hair, varies according to genetics. In terms of what they look like facially, and in terms of what they look like, in other respects, like their torso, arms, legs, genitals, it's like a normal human. Feet, their ears. Their eyes are like a sphere that lies buried in fat. So that's another thing. Their teeth are like 4 to 8 inches. Well, I'm sorry, their neck is round, like 4 to like 8 inches. And their body type, it really depends on their diet. Appearance-wise, like I mentioned, they're human-like, and there are other species that have inhabited the red planet Mars. In terms of how their disposition or their nature is, they're like humans. Communication-wise, they live, the life form on Mars, they became extinct a long time ago. However, there are races that appear on the surface of the planet, and which is the 4th planet from your sun, which would be, right now. The establishment called the Mars Base 4, and the experiment is to find out if human life can exist outside of Earth. And this same experiment is taking place on the moon, which is called Moon Base 12. And then in terms of the Venusians, very human-like from their feet, genitals, legs, torso, body type, nose, jaw, mouth, very normal. Eyes would be like blue. Normal face, head, hair, straight hair actually. Skin texture, normal human. Color like a beige or a tan complexion, like an East Indian. And of course, they're like, what, height-wise, about 5 to 6 feet in height. Appearance basically is like a normal human, and so is their speaking ability. So let's see here. So those are some things about them. Now, I didn't really tell you about the Teros. I told you about them, but there's some other things I need to tell you about them. Now, I talked about, I don't know if I mentioned the Denakio. There's a group called the Denakio. Their original home planet is the 8th planet Risk, which I mentioned earlier, from the 19th galaxy Ilion. They have an abundance of melanin in their skin. They are related to your fathers, the woolly-haired beings. They bear 9. Those that have the 9 ether, you know, they are descendants of what they call the Shuyuk. The Shuyuk, spelled Shuyuk, also known as the Riskians or the Elders. The ones I mentioned that are really tall, thin, broad-shouldered. Some of their hybrids were left on the planet Earth. They would be what they call the Denakio, spelled Dunaakial. They took up residence in Shambhala, in the center of the planet, the center of the Earth. Inside of that, that's like a special base controlled by the Denakio. And just like the melanin-bearing beings, the Watusi of the planet Earth, the Denakio they're very tall as well. They have very, very large craniums or very large heads. You've heard about Yakub and the big-headed scientist. You've probably seen some of the space flicks where the beings have a very large bulbous heads. And if you look at the thumbnail that Lance has on the as a visual, you'll see that Indian child that has that extremely large head. Well, that's what their heads look like, just like that. Very large craniums. And so the Tero, I mentioned, they're a group of benevolent beings. They lived in an adjacent cavern next to the Denakio. The Denakio will be the melanated beings, and the Teros, spelled Tero, so they both live in the inner world, inner Earth. Tero is actually short for integrative, or the word constructive. So both of them are their subsurface races. They usually keep the Dero in check. The Dero were the ones that I talked about, the very, very obese, with the very, with the double stomach. They regurgitate their food. They chew the cud like a cow does. They have a cow-like stomach because it's a dual stomach. That's where your very, very obese people come from on the planet. Anyway, they are kept in check by the Teros, because they're rivals in that sense. And so in order for the Tero to keep their sanity, they went further into the Earth because, due to crossbreeding, the Tero took on different forms, and some of them look human, some of them can actually come to the surface and not even be noticed. But the Teros will be the ones with the cone-shaped heads. And as I mentioned earlier, people have found in South America, and they have on display in South America in many museums. Do your own research if you don't believe me. They have many of these artifacts, skeletal remains of these beings with these cone-shaped heads, abnormally large, long, cone-shaped heads. That's where the Mayans got theirs from, because as I mentioned at the beginning of this talk, the Mayans, they had those cone-shaped heads. If you look on Lance's thumbnail, you'll get an image of that and see how they always depicted themselves with those long heads, just like Akhenaten in ancient Egypt and his family, Tutankhamun and his wife as well. And that's where that comes from. So the question was asked, from the picture it appears that they have Oriental features. Allow me to explain. Answer. A lot of mixing in took place in the heaven, or what you refer to as the heaven. Actually, the Tero, they come from a planet called Jomon, Jomon, in the star constellation called the Red Giant, or the fourth brightest star, simply called Arcturus, which is the Boots constellation, Bootes. Bootes. The Arcturus star constellation, the Pleiades star constellation, the Sirius star constellation, all of them are mentioned even in the scriptures. The atmosphere on Jomon contributed to their children's breathing defects because their children have breathing defects, as well as congenital heart disease and poor digestive systems, unstable immune systems, and are more likely to get leukemia. That's one of the reasons why they're here. People of the planet Earth normally have 46 chromosomes, and this ties into people that have 47 chromosomes, like people with Down syndrome, or people with that savant high mental ability type syndrome, like that guy Stephen Hawking's. So people of the planet Earth normally have 46 chromosomes. However, because the Ptero's 48 chromosome structure is so different, when mixed with certain humans, it resulted in a defect called Down syndrome, where the original had 47 chromosomes. Down syndrome can be found in any race on the planet Earth, just as the Ptero has many races. The Ptero that have an abundance of melanin in their skin are descendants of the Shuyuk, the Riskians, or the elders. And those that lack melanin are the descendants of the Flugorods, spelled Flugelrods, also called the Halabeans, Halabeans, or the Hulub, Hulub. So question, you say the Ptero who have melanin in their skin are descendants of the Shuyuk, and those that lack melanin are the descendants of the Flugorods, Halabeans, or the Hulub? Do you mean that the two tribes mixed in, or they are a product of one or the other, as in the case of the Adamites? Answer: yes. The chief of the Danakil, called Rabboni Fukur, the Black Sea, married a Sunanan Ptero, a Brown Sea chieftain's daughter named Lucinas, against her will, just to establish peace in the caverns. For the Danakil, the big-headed beings, or the large cranium beings, were being attacked by the Samaim Dero, the recessive gene beings that look like pigs, and they have the dual stomach. So they were being attacked by the Dero, who the Ptero were supposed to keep in check, because they were a violent, destructive. They are a very violent, destructive race of beings. Those Deros, the very fat, very large beings that are responsible for people on Earth having this really, really strong problem with obesity. Not just fat people, but the people that are excessively fat, that got that way through no fault of their own because of their genetics. And when they're born very, very fat and much, much larger than the average type human. Some of them have even been in the Book of World Records, the Guinness Book of World Records, like the size of a piano, those types of people. So in reference to these people with the double-sided head, that's where you get your story of the big-headed scientist with Yaqub, which I'll expand upon in much greater detail at another time. But these stories do not exist in a vacuum. Elijah Muhammad talked about this, and Dr. Malachi Ziyot teaches the same thing. But he's expanded upon those teachings of Elijah Muhammad. Okay, let's see what else here. Funny thing about Elijah Muhammad and Dr. Malachi Ziyot. Elijah Muhammad, he came talking about, he said that his greatest work is with the women, because the women are the ones who are really downtrodden. The women were the ones that had to be overthrown, because the women were the gateway to the family. And when you overthrow the women and take the women out the household and put her in a quote unquote job, then you upset the balance of the family, because the woman is the original nurturer, and her job is to educate and rear the children. But here we have the state, a third party, that's rearing the children, and look at the social fallout that has ensued. So his job, he said that his greatest work was with the woman, not with the man. And Malachi Z. York says the same thing because, you know, he's taught us and he's shown us, and I've shown you guys in great detail how women were the first rulers of the planet and how they actually created us and not vice versa. Women were here before men. So Elijah Muhammad taught basically a similar doctrine minus, Dr. York teaches the same thing minus the religion. He's taken the teachings of Elijah Muhammad and really gone into great depth and actually proven them. You know, Elijah Muhammad, for example, said that the original man has not been perfected. For example, we have physical flaws. You know, one eye is a little smaller than the other eye. Your head is not completely round, for example. One arm is longer than the other. Dr. Malachi Z. York has taught us, similar to this, that these beings, or extraterrestrials, had to make certain corrections to make that needed to be done on the humanoid. I don't remember the exact number. I think he said 112 needed to be performed, 56 had been done, and 56 have been performed. Only 56 have been performed. 112 needed to be done, if that's the correct number. I don't remember the correct number. Even the planet is not even completely round. It's not even, the planet even wobbles, so it's not really perfect. So, funny thing about Elijah Muhammad was arrested on May the 8th of 1943, I believe it was. May the 8th was the date. Malachi Z. York was arrested on May the 8th, 2002, which is not a coincidence. Just a little food for thought. Okay, so now I want to give you guys some information on just some more general information about these extraterrestrials, since you guys are so interested. There's just going to read here. Extraterrestrial beings do not like the effect of intoxicants, sugar, coffee, chocolate, and prefer the pure essence without toxins. So those ETs that eat people really prefer children as opposed to adults. This should make you stop and think, where are all those missing children that appear on the milk cartons? Question, is there any way to fight these beings off? Answer, yes. They say the best way to have a defense against these beings is by wrapping themselves in white light and visualizing the highest frequencies of divinity, the high self. This is what is called psychic self-defense. You must be mentally strong so that you will be able to withstand their telepathic influences. Question, who are the Meldekians? We talked about the Meldekians, how they crashed into this planet and took up residence in the seas, what they look like, the alternate name for them, troglodyte, how they developed into intelligent humanoids by mixing their seed in with humans, how they set up kingdoms called yams under the waters. They lived in the seas of Earth, or Tiamat at the time as it was called, from Eridu, which is in the Middle East, for millions of years. Their home base is under what we call the Bermuda Triangle. This I covered before. They're also known as the Vulcans or the Balkans or the troglodytes. They were also another species of extraterrestrials called greys, which some dinosaurs actually evolved from, like the Hypsilophodon and the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The greys came from the star constellation of Auriga, spelled Auriga, in the place called the Capella Star Formation. And some of them came from Arcturus and Pleiades, other star formations. They were created originally by the Neteru to be scouts and were faithful workers that were freed after their service. The reptilians actually captured them and they ruled them from Rigel and Betelgeuse, Beltrax, Mentaka, Alanam, and Alnitak. All of those are names of the Orion star constellation, by the way. The last three stars mentioned are stars the Riskians took residence on during the depleting of their ozone layer on their planet, while the first three are inhabited by greys, etc. So the Meldekians' planet Vulcan or Valken was originally called Meldek, And Meldeck is the original home of what they call the Luciferians or the Reptilians. It was located after the planet Neptune, and Meldeck was 27,005 miles in diameter. They had a population of billions living under the seas of the sea called Karna, Karna, and the Vadur, Vadur, or Vader, subcities. Meldeck also had 2 moons. This was the planet of Musmukia, or Trojans, or Troglodytes, Dragons, or Dragons, and Voltex. All of these are names for the same beings with just different names from different planets. And so the Meldeckians' average height is like 3.5 to 4.5 feet, extremely large heads, and their heads are, very big. The Troglodytes, or the Meldeckians, aka Trojans, have 2 round eyes with no pupils, no ears, no protruding nose. They just have 2 small holes in the nose area. Their mouths are slit without lips. And the troglodyte is hairless, has no teeth. It has 4 webbed fingers, no thumbs. And in regard to the Greys, it says here, when the Riskians had to abort Risk because of the bomb there was a bomb that caused a hole in their ozone layer on their planet, they went to the planets and star constellations of Arcturus, Pleiades, and Orion, making them temporary homes. So they took up residence temporarily in Pleiades, Orion, and Arcturus, those star constellations. The Riskians needed to build a dome of gold dust to protect the planet Risk from the damaging ultraviolet rays. Gold reflects the sun's rays. Therefore, exploration and explorers became necessary. Thus, they needed to give birth to a group called the Rumardians. Rumardians, Rumardians. They later became known as the Greys. And these EBEs, as they call them, some of them are
Yeah. No, they come. No, we're back. We're back. Let me just get some confirmation from those in the room that you can hear us and everything like that. We just lost maybe like, I'd say maybe like about maybe 20, 30 seconds tops. But we're back. I can see we're back. Let me just get a sound check from everybody in the room. I'm going to type it in. This is weird how this happens. It's all good now. I don't think it's going to be a problem, but we've been on for 4 hours and 17 minutes. So granted, but they're going to try because we're getting down in it real good. We got 334 people between all of the platforms, because it's probably that number's higher than what's on YouTube because we got Periscope and other Facebook pages on. So we're back good. So that's what I'm saying. I'm on it tonight. I'm multitasking. I mute myself sometime, but I'm watching because I'm watching for this. Because they don't want, if we were talking something ignorant, it wouldn't be no problem. But go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right.
Okay.
Well, so they missed a little bit. So
just say a minute. Go back a minute, and you'll catch it.
Okay. So I talked about how their planet was being damaged by damaging ultraviolet rays because of a bomb that created a hole in their ozone layer, and how they had to give birth, and they had to start doing exploration and create a group of explorers. So they had to give birth to a life form called the Greys. And so these Greys, or these also called EBEs, or extraterrestrial biological entities, they were grafted from various extraterrestrial species, like from different, it's like a hodgepodge of other species. They don't have emotions, so they are emotionless. They don't have reproductive capabilities. And their sole purpose is to be explorers and worthy servants. And so what happened was these explorations took them to Mars, called Lahmu at that time, Lahmu. That's how the Sumerians referred to it. And the moon, called Shishki. If you look up the Sumerian words for it in the Sumerian literature, that's what they called it back in those days. And they did have another planet in the solar system that is now missing. The Sumerians did, they had that. And that was the planet Meldek that we're talking about. So they transported gold dust to the moon and then to the planet craft Nibiru, and from there onto the planet Risk. So when their job was completed, they were given their freedom. And so they chose, as a new residence, they chose Pleiades, they chose the Sirius star constellation, and they chose Arcturus as their new homes. Unfortunately, they were intercepted by the Luciferian type of reptilians, the malevolent group of reptilians who chose to conquer them, enslave them, like the ones that want to enslave this planet, perform biological experiments on them, and thereby they created a hybrid of them, or hybrids of them, and they used them as explorers to this planet. And so those that took their freedom resided in the Canis Major star constellation. The Canis Major. Canis Major is near Sirius. It's near the Sirius star constellation. So having 2 major and 6 minor suns, Zeta Reticuli. And so they sought the union with the beings of the planet Earth, having a common enemy, which would be the Lucifer, who controls 70 empires. And so they are the largest group of extraterrestrial beings they have that have been encountered by the surface humans. That would be us. And so how do you know which Greys are the good ones is the question. The answer is the Greys with 5 fingers are the good ones, and they are the remainder of the Greys that existed before the reptilians kidnapped and started breeding with them. This does not mean you should walk up to a Grey and ask them how many fingers they have, because you still don't know the good ones from the bad ones. You don't know what their intentions may be. For 300 years, a conflict has been going on between the Greys, who are basically warlike and aggressive, and the higher factions of the infrastructure, who are the Netaru. And let's see here. Okay, so that's what I wanted to cover with them about the Greys. So you know about the Shaggies, the Bigfoot. You know about the Zeta Reticuli. You know about the Marcabians, the Procyon, the Martians, the Venusians. I'm sure I talked about that, right? Meldekians, the Greys, who the Greys are. So, sound check. How we sounding, Lance?
Everything's loud and clear, my brother.
Good. So, summary, I guess I'll say, why are there so many different types of people? Yet all animal species look the same, but not human animals. No, this is because the planet was colonized by extraterrestrials. I know a lot of people don't want to accept that, but that happens to be the facts. If you don't believe it, do your own research. Don't believe it. Look at the research I've put together and that I've, dug up over a lifetime. Make your own decisions. The reason for things like extreme obesity, for abnormally large humans, piano-sized humans, as I mentioned, if you want to get a mental picture, is because of crossbreeding with the Deros. The reason for Down syndrome, or what they call trisomy, having 47 chromosomes versus the normal 46, is from mixing with Teros, who possess actually 48 chromosomes. The Teros are the cone-headed beings that live in the inner Earth that are here because the genetic problems that they had on their planet. There are people that have a condition called cyclopia that are born with one eye. Did you know that? Cyclopia. People that are born with cutaneous horns. That's the reason. That's one of the reasons for that. The reason for a genius savant with 47 chromosomes like Steve Hawkins or Dr. Malachi Z. York, that's related to extraterrestrial admixture in the gene pool or in that gene pool. You know, it's one of the reasons for the double-sized brain that's associated with hydroencephalitis. You know, Elijah Muhammad's so-called big-headed scientist syndrome. They've actually dug those bones up of those types of people with a double-sized brain. So don't tell me that they don't exist. It's the reason for the ravaging effects of advanced leprosy in humans with big sores on their bodies and limbs that literally fall off. In advanced cases, you have your limbs that actually fall off. Your limbs fall off your face, your fingers. It's crazy. It's the reason for excessive hair growth associated with the condition called hirsutism. Don't believe me? Look up those people and tell me that they're normal. Go to the Bible in Genesis chapter 25 and look at Jacob and Esau and how they were twins, and how when they were born, it says that Esau was born hairy like a rug or a rag. How many people have babies that look like a rug or that are hairy and furry all over, and you just have no further commentary about that, and you assume that it's normal? That's not normal. I'll get into that in much greater detail. This is not the time or the time for me to do that. So it's the reason for the spectacular height effects of gigantism on this planet with individuals, people, humans. It's the reason for abnormally smaller individuals in the case of dwarfism, or its extreme that they call primordial dwarfism. You guys see a picture of that Lance did with that thumbnail, with that extremely small person. You see see a male and female. You see a family. Mm-hmm. Those are two dwarves. Yep. I guess those are quote unquote normal dwarves, but they're still very small. Right. Then you see a picture of the little girl that's, I think she's on the counter.
Oh yeah, I didn't fit that one in, but yeah, she's
in there. You didn't have to put that one in because, yeah, I just wanted a sample of all of them, but you didn't have to put them all in. I just gave you a lot because I wanted you to choose. But there's a picture on there. I can't see the picture, but I think on the picture, there's a picture of a lady with, she had on pink and she's holding a little,
yes,
that's actually a grown little, that girl that she's holding is grown.
Oh,
she's
wow.
39 inches tall. 39, that's primordial dwarfism. Okay.
Amazing.
So yeah, so that's, but these things have never been explained to us. There's never been any type of explanation. So it's the reason for the scaly skin associated with eczema. Eczema really, it just means scaly skin. Ichthyosis, which I explained to you guys in the prior two talks, where we talked about reptilians and the alien reptilian next door, resident alien and reptilian next door. And of course, we talked about these Africans that have these feet, that whole tribes are born with these forked feet, with these basically with feet that are like birds. They call them ostrich feet.
Wow.
You know, and people looked those up. They couldn't believe it. You know, tribe born with three-toed bird-like claws or ostrich-like feet instead of normal human feet. All of this is from some form of mixing or crossbreeding with reptilians or extraterrestrials, as well as the puffy fingers that some people have, not from drinking, because some people get that from drinking alcohol, or sloped heads. That's from mixing with reptilians. Not to mention, you know, the freaky sci-fi like effects that I mentioned about those African tribes with those other types of conditions. So, you know, we talked about all those different conditions. You know, it's the reason for those cone-headed people ridiculed and lampooned in comedy and sci-fi flicks and depictions of real people. Yeah, Saturday Night Live and the Coneheads and depictions of, it's the reason for those real people depicted as found in the Mayan artwork and the depictions of the Egyptian pharaoh Akhenaten, his cranial shape, as well as that of his wife and his children. And it's the reason for some people are born with 6 finger people with 6 toes. mentioned in the book of Numbers, and other places in the Bible, which was actually incidentally plagiarized from other sources, because I never want to leave that as the primary source, because it's not the go-to source. And that will be clearly laid out at another time. So to answer my initial question, why are there so many different types of people or so much variation and diversity, which with so many obvious physical differences, even though other earthlings, and I'm referring to members of the animal kingdom too, because they are earthlings as well. Even though they are all, for the most part, they look the same. Now, this is something that is very interesting that I kind of want to close with. This is from a book he wrote called The Lotus of Life. The Lotus of Life. He talked about this mixture and the behavior of humans. He says here that Down's syndrome is also from extraterrestrials who had more than 46 chromosomes and were crossbred. So you see 47 chromosomes in a savant or Down syndrome and 48 chromosomes with simians, like monkeys have 48 chromosomes. Savants have 47. Normal humans have 46. So myths are much more real than they want you to know. Just as our ancestors grew us into 9 features and characteristics in our race of Negroids, and the Asians into 3 features and characteristics in their race as Orientals, and the Caucasians were made into 6 features and characteristics as Europeans. So also the extraterrestrials are many species, features, and characteristics. Some passed on to humanoids. Some became hybrids and walk among you. Some know what they are, while others don't know what they really are and lose their minds when their genes develop inside them as they grow. The result is and can be insanity, derangement, craziness, lunacy, and many schizophrenics, psychopaths, psychotics, and even serial killers. It is in most cases a chemical imbalancement triggered from their DNA tampering by extraterrestrials who made them. And so that's pretty much what I wanted to cover. Hopefully the sound quality came out nice.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Whatever we
y'all
missed,
think I'm crazy?
Yeah.
I don't give a damn. I don't care.
Tell them.
Who thinks otherwise? But yeah, that's why I know that was a lot. It was a mouthful, but I wanted to, like I said, I was inspired by the people that really enjoyed the prior 2 shows, exactly. And I wanted to give them something else to chew on, and that's quite a lot. I think to chew on it.
No, we flow because look, we don't really get on television or I mean, there's a lot of things on YouTube, so I can't say it's not offered, but the way you do it, brother, it's the way you do it. It's the way, like I always say, I'm not a meat eater, but let's just use an example. You have chicken restaurants that have chicken. They're all cooking chicken. Mexicans, Italians, Czechoslovakians, Jamaicans, Venezuela, whatever. But there's always that culture or that individual chef that cooks up the same. They get it from the same place, and you season it up a certain way, and we like the way the chicken tastes in your restaurant. You know what I mean? So it's the way
I appreciate that.
It's the way you bring it.
That's really, it's funny because I've always, for some reason, I don't know why, I've always wanted to be a storyteller.
Well, you are.
Always wanted to be a storyteller. I don't know why. That has to be my life's mission.
Well, you do it well. You do it well.
Yeah, and I think that's what I was supposed to do. And
it's very satisfying to you. You derive a lot of satisfaction out of it. It's driven by ego. It's just like you're just in your element to share, and that's the beautiful thing. And so as I see people, listen, and the numbers being sustained, on the show, once it gets to a certain level, it stays there, no matter what time of the night it is. And that's to show you that it's real good. Folks get up and go to the bathroom, they come back, whatever, but it's a sustained thing. And we have the pandemic, we understand the plandemic, but look, there's a lot of other things that they could be doing, but they're right here with you, and you're giving them something.
That's true.
Yeah, that's
very true. On a Saturday night, you guys are hanging out with me, with your substitute teacher. You're a substitute teacher. I really appreciate that. Great. I'm glad that you guys listen. I hope that you got something out of it. Don't believe anything. If you don't want to believe it, that's cool. The way that he told us to ascertain whether anything is false or true is to by there's three criteria to determine whether a thing is true or false, and that's by one, evidence or firsthand experience, firsthand knowledge, experience, firsthand experience, and reason. Evidence as in physical evidence, experience as in firsthand evidence, and reason as in logical deduction to determine whether something is true or not. As in the case of extraterrestrials. Do extraterrestrials exist?
Right.
Logically speaking, from a logical standpoint, from the law of correspondence, from that standpoint, opposites exist in nature. You have high, you have low. You have fat, you have skinny. You have male, you have female. You have a law of opposites. So you have terrestrial, you have extraterrestrial. You have issues where different, even life forms come in different forms. It doesn't just have to be humanoid. When life comes to this planet from a meteorite, it comes here all the time. Bacteria come from those meteorites, and they're seeded in this planet all the time. They go into the seas, they go into the ground. What do you think happens to that life form?
Right.
They found life on, and they found water on these meteorites. So what do you think happens with that?
See?
That's not extraterrestrial?
Right. See that? Wow.
So yeah, it comes in different forms. So from the law of correspondence, yes, they would exist. And then from the law, just common sense, human beings, are we the highest representation of life? Are we the highest representation of life on the planet? We who are infallible, we who are error prone, we who make all types of mistakes. How can we be the highest representation of life? We're not.
So right.
So logical deduction and common sense will tell you that you are not the only thing, the only game in town. Okay?
Wow.
You're just not. And that was before I didn't even need to see nothing. That was before I saw anything. I knew that.
Yeah. I mean, it's how could you think not? That's like even on this planet thinking that there's nothing under the ocean. There's got to be some things under there that we'd forget all about outer space and say, wait a second, what is this? It's so much pressure down there. Those things would disintegrate on the way up. And we can't go down, they can't come up.
All types of stuff. I think Carrie Lux said in the comments one time, she said, if you guys heard some of the stories that I heard from sailors and people in the military about what they've seen.
Yeah. Could you imagine?
Talk to those people. And I've read some of those stories about people and sailors, what they have seen.
Wow. I'd love to talk to some of them. Like, reach out.
I want Carrie to get on there and talk about some of those things.
That'd be nice. Maybe have her come on later.
She mentioned that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she mentioned that. But yeah, that's my take on the extraterrestrial phenomenon. Plus, I did see what I saw. My brother and sister saw what we saw. We don't know what it was,
right? But
we know she was not conforming to the laws of nature. And for people that I know, I heard a very well-known podcaster say something like, this is ridiculous. Why would somebody come here from another planet? This and that. Well, consider this. And I think we mentioned this before. Why would you know how in nature, when I mentioned to you how a tree is being eaten, and the tree sends out for security,
yes,
in the form of other insects to come and protect it. Why wouldn't the Earth do the same thing? Why wouldn't the Earth, if it has an indigenous member of its own from its own makeup, why wouldn't it have the ability to call out to some force outside of itself and have and recruit some type of help to save it? Because the planet is being destroyed as we speak. You think that the tree is a greater life form than the planet itself?
See that?
You think the planet doesn't have the ability to call for assistance?
But we're all connected. When you from a child, I would see how the molecular structure is set up with protons and neutrons, electrons. And I'm like, these are like planets. It's just a bigger scale.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's telling you right there. And so we're made up of stuff. There are galaxies within our body, if you think of it that way. You know? You know, this one Earth is circulating around the sun. This whole universe is making something else up.
Yes.
Bigger than us. And it's a system. Yep. And we have circulation. We have the comets, and we have the movements of the planets, and we have the flare out. You know, maybe when the sun dies out, it could be on some alien's foot and he's having diabetes and is dying. You know, you never know. You know what I mean? Yeah. The water that's in our body travel. Could you imagine, like when we talk about money and we see how money circulates? Well, what about the water in our body? It was also in another living being. The water in your body, it could be could have been in somebody who you see in the street who you don't like. It passed through, they urinated out, the sun, you know, evaporates it up, rains down, gets in the water supply, and you drink it. Or it comes out in an apple or some fruit or a tree. You never know, but we're all connected and we don't know it. And we think with the energy that we have in ourselves and the mind that we have, like, well, I'm a separate being, and we're not as separate as we think. We pick up things from different people. We pick up signals. How is it that a man meets a woman and they commit to each other and have children? Where were the children before? The children were probably the force behind them attracting themselves to each other. Like, hey, we want to be born with both of you, whatever. And then they got the bloodline, they got the genetics, the DNA, and their essences attract each other. So how do we know it's not that way? You know?
Yeah, it's really something, man. This is this world we live on is very interesting. Some people will go through an entire lifetime and not even see any of these images.
No, they won't. But see, the thing is,
right.
That's true. That's true. They won't see those images, and they won't see things on another plane because they're on a lower level. You know,
right.
A lot of us on a low vibrational level, but things go right past us and we don't see it. We haven't earned the right to see it.
True. That's very true. Yeah, he said that, he said that every one of us is created or born with the birthright to communicate interdimensionally with different beings. However, they're disagreeable beings that are here trying to block you from advancing. And so now you'll be able to communicate with other beings. And that's one of the reasons for the vaccines. They want to block those children of all races that are elevating, and to block their progress, their spiritual progress, to close their third eye down, to shut them down. They don't want them to access the higher realms.
Wow.
Really a trip. Really a trip. It's really something else. So all these people listening to this stuff about some extraterrestrials on a Saturday night going into Sunday, black folks. Interesting.
I know. And to just know that we're so interconnected, and things we think and things we feel, we're sending out signals to the universe. It answers what some call prayers, but we're just making a request. And if we go along with trying to ascend and get better as people, it'll answer those requests back. And I was thinking about that earlier too. You know, like, okay, you know, Mrs. SCURV has her rituals and practices. That's what I'll say. She's a very powerful woman, and people don't realize it. And she tells me lots of things about who's around me, who's who, whatever have you. Oh yeah. She smiles, and you know, people don't understand the righteous rage behind it. Like, she's Scarface with it, right? So, you know, I'll put this out that much. She was doing her little sage stuff and whatever, a little early or whatever. She was just telling me things that come to her, and things that I didn't know, things that she knew about what I do and who's around me. Okay, you know, that makes sense. But every time she says it, she's never wrong. You see what I mean? A lot of pretenders out here. There's a lot of people who and pretending. And, she'll know. Yeah. So so I roll with that, and that's why I think I've been. I don't want to say the word blessed. That's too Christian-like, but I've been enabled to be out here for as long, because there's a lot of spirits that come our way. Like, you know, they're playing a video and they're thinking about what you're saying, they're looking at you or whatever, and people are giving off these energies, and we feel them. I feel them. You know, they're good and bad. They can boost you and they can pull you down or attempt to pull you down. You know, so even on that level, on a mental level, you're watching a video. You're not in front of a person, but you're listening to them talk. You're looking in their face. You're thinking things, and you're sending energy their way. And if you're receptive, you can pick it up. You can pick it up, you know, who it is and what, you know, she pretty much is like a lightning rod for me. See, you know, this one is this and this one's that, whatever. Cause you gotta move this way, you gotta move that way, whatever. And it's always on point. Cause I'm like the puppy dog sometime. I don't always see. She's like the cat on the roof who looks at everything and is like, yeah, check this out, you know?
Wow, you got a good woman. You get a good woman like that, you hold on to her. You know? Now these somebody was asking about the Tamahu concept. I'll talk all about that. I don't think I mentioned the Tamahu. The Egyptians had different classifications for people. One was the what was the first class? The first classification was the Nasi, Nasi, or the Nasu, spelled Nahsu. That was referring to the black gene, or the black gene. And then they had the other classification, which was the Hamu, or the brown gene. That would have been like the Aztecs, because they were brown people. Their children, basically, as an example. There are other brown people too. And then you have the Namu, which would be the Asian or the yellow seed. And then you have the Tamhu, or the Tamahu, written on the walls of Egypt. Tam means created, and then Hu means man, means created man. So yes, it was a created man, and this wasn't the talk for that. The main reason for this talk was to give people more of what they got in the prior 2 sessions, but to also weave in and fuse together the connections between these hemispheric Native Americans, Olmecs, Toltecs, Zapotecs, Aztecians, and all of the other Native Americans, and make the connection between them, the physical differences between humans, and the extraterrestrial connection between all of them. So that's what I wanted to do with this. Now, in a future one, I will talk about exactly where these people came from. And someone was asking me if I have a book. I'm actually working on a couple of books, and they will be coming out by popular demand. I wasn't going to do it before because I always thought, well, people don't read books. A lot of people don't read books, but people do.
That's a shame.
We are inspired by pictures, and pictures can be the catalyst to get them to read. So a lot of my works will be in picture form. And this information that you're getting here, I'll probably just take it and put it into a printed form for posterity's sake, for future, for people to read if they want to have something to read. But there will be a lot of pictures, and I'll probably just break them up into very small books so that they're not really thick and intimidating, and make them very small, and just release them in a series. And then that way, so yeah, I am in the process of writing some books right now.
That's excellent.
Yeah, they I wasn't going to do that before, but I decided, well, especially with the last one I did, that session that I did, the last 2,
right,
that is worthy of a book. That is worthy of a book. People need to see these things.
That's right. And see, the beauty of it, when you connect with a book, it's not an electronic, blue light connection. It's really organic. You make a connection to it. You absorb it, but you have a relationship with it. It never goes away. Exactly. If the internet shuts down, the book is still there. The book travels. Exactly. The book will travel into hands of people that you don't know where it's going to go. Like the story with the pastor who's my friend, who got a hold of one of my books that I purchased back in the 90s. And we were talking, and he, found out that he got that book from somewhere else, but it wasn't from me because we didn't know each other back then. And he flipped out. He's like, man, you got your signature, not cursive, but the way it's a custom way I write my name, printed in the year and everything. He's like, this was sitting on my shelf for years. And I didn't know you when I got the book, but you had released the book somewhere. Somebody took it. I remember buying this from some place way out of state. And I had my name written in it, and he got a hold of it. And then I was introduced to him, and I got to know him. And it was sitting on the shelf for all these years. He pulls it down, and it says LANCESCURV, 1990 something. This is 2020, man.
Wow.
You never know. Never know.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, that's man. I learned so much just from being on this platform, from you and everybody. This is a great. Even if I was not to even live another day, I would feel so gratified in knowing that I got this information out to people.
Exactly.
I did my job. That's my job.
Right. But look at it's a great work. It's a great thing you're doing. Like I said, right now, this particular time period, not to compare it to hip hop per se, but you know how we look back and they had these programs, you look at the YouTube videos, the golden age of hip hop, and something before the corporate stuff came and took over, which there are still great people out there in it. But that time period where people did it for the love of it, their turntables, their writing, the rhymes, and up in the bigger cities where they had 5 and 6 different stations at night that would play this stuff, and people got into it, and it grew and took over the world. You know, when the enemy saw the influence of it and took it over for himself. But that golden era. So one day in the future, there's going to be some type of documentation, especially on our side of town, as melanated people, like the shows that went down and helped with the revolution, the digital revolution or whatever. You're going to see a lot of the agents who are out there to distract you. You're going to see the grassroots people. And trust me, you're going to be in there. When they think back, it might even be 20 years from now. Maybe the internet will shut down or still go on, but they're going to come back to this time period because remember, not as much has been documented from 2005 when YouTube first came out to now. It's 15 years, right? But what happens when it's 50 years and generations take over and how it's used? There'll be studies and different things where how it has affected society, even with Twitter. You know, short bursts of energy to get news out there. And then people as creators can express themselves and put their lives out there and it affects other people. They will document that. I read a book about political illustrations from the 1700s and how it shaped America.
Really?
Yeah. Just a long time ago, I saw this book, but I didn't get it. But you'd see like black people illustrated in a goofy way with the big lips and stuff. You know, to the side, you know, but it was historic. And they had opposing political views in some of these books that they had in certain newspapers. So what's going on today is no different than when you pick up a physical newspaper or look at an online entity that may be news, but with a Republican slant on it, with a Democratic or liberal or conservative slant on it. So when you read these things, you read an actual event, but who's slanting it to their favor? Right. And you take an illustration, you can't really deny an illustration. When you see it, your mind is open to absorb it more than filtering it through reading that you get angry and say, that's wrong. But when you look at an illustration, if you do it well enough, it goes and bypasses so many of the filters that our mind has. And it gets right there. That's why illustrations and music and different things, it's like what is the word? Not a accelerant, but it's something that it helps it to go in deeper more and past your defenses. You know what I mean? So it's like medicine with a little sugar in it. You accept, you taste the sugar. You're like, oh man, sugar, medicine or poison going into you. You know what I mean? So the mind and how to, like, even through marketing, I love advertising, right? How do you get this person to want something they don't really need? That's brilliant to be able to do that. That's the ultimate hustle. You know, how do you put an ad where somebody says, man, I got to go out there and get that Papa John pizza, or I got to go out there and buy that car, or I got to switch the kind of cigarettes I smoke. It's usually something of a poison or something you don't need. Very seldom. And how they market it and aim it to somebody. So not to change it into a marketing, I just want to say one thing. It's interesting to see when you see a TV show, who are they trying to appeal to? You want to know how? You want to know real quick? Look at the commercials. Look at the commercials. If you see an advertisement for a subcompact that's inexpensive, and you see younger kids and they're going to the beach, well, they're marketing it to a kid.
It's for them.
Children,
it's for them.
yeah. If you see a Lincoln Town car and somebody driving up to an estate, whatever, usually it's like some 60-year-old white man, or over, but look at the commercials and you'll see who it's aimed. Jerry Springer used to kill me. I would never really watch it, but you'd have these people get up off the couch, get up off the couch. You know, you can do better than sit at home. Go to school. You can join. You get here free, or cash for gold, or some dating service or something. It's like people who are sitting at home really doing nothing. It's sad but true. So look at it the reverse, and you'll see who they're aiming toward. You know what I mean? Yeah,
you can always see that. They have a special market for children they call the child marketplace or something like that, something to that effect. But these people are demons, man. All they care about is the bottom line and insinuating themselves into the lives of other people.
But see, this is the thing.
They don't belong.
This is the thing. The tactics are neutral. They're using them well. We can do the same thing in a brilliant, positive way. That's the difference. Lots of times, those of us who watch the enemy use these tactics of, I'm not going to say mind control, but the manipulation you can righteously manipulate. Well, how does a trainer get a boxer to get better? He submits himself to what he says and he executes it. So we got to do the same thing repetitiously as you teach and teach and teach, that people will absorb the good stuff that you're teaching. Hey, I mean, people know this show, they know other shows, but the branding. So they open up and trust a lot more. So this is how we built this. It's beyond YouTube. It's all of us as a community that we built. And so if YouTube shuts down, we're still in communication with each other. It's something longer lasting, just merely to get hits with faceless people. I don't care about all of that. I want to build a community. You know what I mean? Yes.
Right. Well, it's my pleasure to help you do the building and to dismantle this false reality you call the Western world. Because his mandate, he said that his mandate was to destroy the filth of the Western world. When I heard that, I'm like, you know what? I want to be a part of that. To destroy the filth of the Western world, I'm like, he's doing a damn good job. And so all we got to do. So he calls himself the man of the hour, not to arrogate to himself any special titles. Right. Because he's one of the most humblest individuals I know, especially with his mental abilities and his intellect. And I can definitely say he's the smartest person I know. But he says he's the man of the hour because he talked about the first half hour being from 1970 to 2000, and the second half hour from 2000 to 2030.
See that?
And he said, we are the students of the hour.
See, the thing is, there is nothing wrong with, I always say, Muhammad Aliing it, doing the shuffle, predicting the round, proclaiming, because we are men, we are leaders, we're influencers. And a lot of times that has been taken away from us in the Black community because we've worked under a system and being subservient to another person who wants to be the man, projects himself to be the man, projects himself to be the hero walking off into the sunset, but he's not. He's really looking at us. And so that's why they have to use all these mechanisms to make us believe that they're the man and they're this. We're the ones. We're the supermen. We're the superpowers. So it's oftentimes where we follow with an apology. We don't have to. If we're taller, stronger, faster, that's spiritual abilities. Flex, be all who you're supposed to be. You don't see a bee walking on the ground saying, you know what, I got wings. Some of the other insects don't have it. So, I can't fly. I don't want to make them feel bad. No, fly. They're made in their way. The caterpillar's made in their way for now. Eventually he gets his wings. You never see a bumblebee or a hornet walking from a rose or walking on the ground to get to the next plant, walking and climbing up. No, they fly. Because she's supposed to fly. So I'm not gonna apologize to anybody with low self-esteem or an entity that's trying to put low self-esteem that I gotta not be a man. I'm a man.
That's right.
I know I'm bad, but I'm humble, but I know I'm bad. I know I got what it takes.
I'm humble.
Yeah, no, I know you're humble, and I'm humble too. But when pushed, you're gonna have to show what you got.
But when pushed, Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. And too many of us apologize in this system that doesn't allow us that room to be who all we're supposed to be. So we walk around in apologetic fashion or trying to explain. And if a person who doesn't have that mindset doesn't understand, I'm sorry, I don't have the time to explain to everybody what I have inside of me, my drive, me knowing my vision, me connecting with the universe and making it happen right in front of your very eyes. I can't apologize for that because I'm manifesting. I manifest. I call down money. I call down growth. I call down whatever I need, and the universe opens up for me. I don't stress about certain things. I'm like the bird flying who doesn't worry about where the next meal is coming from. I concern myself to a point, but I have a vision and a plan, and I move forward. Like tomorrow or later on today, it's going to be a great productive day. This week is going to be a great productive day, even though there's a hurricane coming our way. That's very slight.
Don't matter. It don't matter.
It don't matter.
Same way.
I'm going to go outside. I'm going to go outside to stand in it. I'm going to take my GoPro and go outside and stand in it and get some footage that way. It's waterproof. I'm going to go out there and stand in it and meditate and put my feet in the ground like I always do. Mr. SCURV is going to do her practices. Quaker going to do his practices. Miss Quaker, we're all going to vibe. There's a lot of things we tell them.
That's what I do. I do it every day. That meditation, I tell these people, that meditation is very important. I do it every day, and it's the inspiration for me to produce these shows.
Exactly.
You got to have quiet time every day. You have to start utilizing your creative abilities. And one of the things that Black people don't do is utilize their creativity. They're sitting on it. And it's atrophying and wasting away. That is one of the most important things we can do.
Well, you know what I decided within the last 5 minutes? I'm starting my day. I'm not going to sleep. I feel good. I'm starting my day. Everybody else, you can go to sleep. I'm going to record some stuff. If Sister Ella's up, I'm probably going to go and say, hey, let's do our morning show. We might go live in a little while. I'm going to get something to eat and go out in the backyard. Boom. Now we're going to start the day. You know what I mean? Watch what happens.
You get the work ethic. I love your work ethic because it reminds me of mine. You know?
Yeah, you got it too, brother. I know the research you do. And me getting it from my father and my mother, but more so seeing my father work so hard on different things, not just work hard and foolish, but smart also. He would always come up with different things. And so I come up with different ways of leveraging, but at the same time, not leveraging to be lazy, leveraging to get more done with the force and the power that I have done. See,
yes, right.
See, at home, it's like a cell phone being on the charger case, being on the charger. I'm just charged up because there's nothing, there's nothing to do bad. There's nothing bad going on here. So even in having Mr. SCURV, right? I'm sitting here, I'm doing my work by the computer. I go outside, I come back, she hands me a plate. Exactly the amount that I need, the exact nutrition. And I'm like, man,
she knows.
There's a responsibility that comes with that because there's folks out here who don't have it that way. So I got to make sure to really get it. I owe something back because there's a lot of dudes, man, I'm going to do YouTube. But they got to go do their laundry. They got to go cook their food. They got to go do this. I'm not saying that I'm chauvinistic. Oh, the woman has to do that. No, I'm not saying it, but she understands the mission. So it's like, yo, this is how I can help you. Boom. So I can go more. But it's a responsibility when you have those amenities. So I got to go more. So, there are people out there, man, I don't know how you do so much. I can't claim it on my own because now.
No, every man needs a good woman. Every man needs a good woman. Okay. He'll be even a better man with a good woman. So. Right. But it's just I'm looking at I saw one of the comments. The brother said he's heard about this before, and there's tens of thousands of manuscripts in the ancient Kemetic priests, black men who created the others races through gene splicing. The proof is all there. Yeah, they did a lot of genetic experiments. There were many experiments, and I would like for this guy to come on and present some of those manuscripts.
Right. If that's possible, hit me up.
That would be great. We need to know that. We need to put all this stuff on the table. This is the time. There's no more secrets. We have a window right now to get all the information out, and we have to get it out now.
Exactly. No more secrets. Ain't that something?
No more secrets. No, the gloves are off, man.
Exactly.
And I got some stuff to tell y'all.
I know you do.
Man, I just been warming y'all up.
I'm fired up.
Over time,
I'm fired up.
But I'm going to ask the audience. Okay, I threw this stuff I threw it together. I know I was kind of like all over the place. I hope it made sense. I hope it was coherent. I'd just like to know from the audience if it was clear, if it made sense.
Yeah, type it in, everybody. But for me, yes. But you want to get the feedback. I understand, and you'll see it even more so. And then you'll see it in the comment section once this goes up in the video. And again, I'm going to say to anybody who's here right now, who's watching this after this is over, because it right now, as of now, we're like 5 hours, 3 minutes, and 20 seconds. When a file goes up like that, when a video like now that's live, when it gets processed in YouTube to go up as a video, it's going to take a little longer to process because it's a bigger file. So if you go in an hour from now or 30 minutes from now and say, let me just play this again, right? It probably is going to start somewhere in a 2 hour and 30 minute mark or 3 hour mark, because it's not fully processed. You know, it's like it has to be digested by YouTube. It's a live thing now. Once it's done, it begins to consume it, but it's not going to digest it right away. It takes a little time for that. So if it was a 5 minute video or 5 minute live stream, boop, boop, it doesn't take any time. But if it's an hour, 2, 3 hours, 4 or 5, but the longer is the longer it's going to take. And sometimes there's certain aspects of it that'll take a whole day. I don't know why, but it can be that way. So expect that, not just with my stuff that goes on long, but with other, you know, so that way you know what's going on. You say, man, what happened to the whole first half of the show? It was good, but I can't get it. Give it some time to digest. Give it some time for them to process it completely. And when it finally processes, it'll be a little fuzzy in the graphics. Let it process it some more. It's going to come through. So the larger files take longer. The shorter files take shorter. That's the way it is on YouTube.
Okay. Well, that's good. Somebody else asked a question. I don't trust the Palladians, Dracos, or the Greys. You shouldn't. I'll leave it at that. You shouldn't trust them. I don't trust them either. They're not for us. Although, like I mentioned, some of those reptilians are benevolent. Some of them are. Just like some humans are benevolent, some humans are malevolent. And you need to stay, some of them in your own family, you need to stay away from.
There you go.
And then this guy mentioned about Stephen Hawkins. I didn't know that Stephen Hawkins had found some stuff that he wasn't supposed to that prevented him from talking, and they gave him a warning, and that's why they messed him up. I didn't know that. They slowly killed him, I guess. Wow. So, he did some early research and discovered some things he wasn't supposed to. What they do to their own people.
Well, that's why you got to lay low, and that's why you have to on certain levels, when we move a certain way, you know, we got to move off the radar, you know, keep the government name under wraps, keep certain things under wraps, and anybody in this type of sharing of information on any level, if you see that the person is really about it, you don't need to inquire anymore, you know, about them. They're doing their job. Appreciate that and let them move between the shadows. You know what I mean? You see, in this day and age.
Dr. Delbert Blair spoke of inner earth beings. I know he spoke of them, but I was a friend of Dr. Delbert Blair, and I would go to his, drive up to his house sometimes, and I have products from Dr. Blair to this day that still work.
Wow.
And I went into his house one day, and I was surprised to find out that he had a copy of the Holy Tablets from Dr. Malachi Z. York. He never told us that, but he was reading the books.
Oh, man.
Never told me.
Wow.
He always called me by my last name. Yep. Ate with him, supped with him, everything.
Amazing.
Yep.
So
small world.
This explains a whole lot, though.
Yep.
It doesn't
I get credit where credit is due. I tell people where I get my information from because I want them to have the same information I have, because we as a group of people are not going to be empowered unless we all have the same access to the same information.
That's right.
I don't need to be the most, erudite scholar on the planet. I don't care about that. I care about, it's just like if I'm rich, I don't give a damn if I got $1 million in the bank. What can I do with it if my people are broke?
Exactly.
It don't mean a damn thing to me.
But it pushes
I'm broke too.
Exactly. You're as strong as the weakest link.
And
if you're stronger than the weakest link, you have a job to strengthen that link.
And our women need to get this information, and they need to teach it. And they need to know if they don't like this, they need to find out how they were the first ones on the planet and how they reproduced on their own. Facts. I those were some of my earlier videos I did.
That's right.
Don't believe it? Don't believe me? Look it up and then tell me otherwise. Somebody asked me about blood type. Blood type is very important. The original people, indigenous people, had A, B, AB, and O, positive. They had A, B, AB, and O, negative.
Wow.
We're not supposed to mix the blood.
Right.
And then a woman that has that's O negative mixes with the O positive, she can kill the future infants that are born as O positive in her womb.
Wow.
They call it, I don't know, what do they call that?
All blood doesn't mix.
No. And even back when the ancestors would mix the blood to see whether you were compatible with somebody, if that one of the blood started attacking the other, then you know that those people are not compatible. It's just a matter of time. You might be physically attracted to that person, but just a matter of time before it's going to blow up. You're not compatible. And then you got kids with this person. You might even have, you produce kids with them already. It's too late.
Exactly.
Now you messed up.
But just think about people who go out here and just,
They're not aware. And your doctor is not necessarily going to tell you about the doctor's not going to tell you everything. Stay away from doctors. Stay away from those people. They are practicing Western medicine, which is witchcraft. And the ones of them that are nice, they don't even know what they're giving you. All they know is that the detail guy comes over there called the pharmaceutical sales rep, and he's selling them product because he has a certain number of products to push. And the doctor cannot study those. How many products does he push? He doesn't study all those products that he's administering to you because he's trying to get patients. He's a businessman. So how in the hell? And if you don't believe me, go in there and ask him about some of the specific ingredients in some of those products. He can't tell you because he don't know. Don't know a damn thing. Walking around like some prima donna, like he's something special, and he don't know anything. Western medicine is a fucking joke.
You're right.
I try not to curse because I don't want this to be for children. I want children to get this information too.
Right. But you're doing very well. And you know, like I said, certain things will go past. And trust me, children who are conscious, after all you've said, the little spice is not going to hurt everything. It's just your passion coming out. It's not like you're coming out just completely profane with nothing at all. You fed everybody so well. You know, I mean, that's minor, man. That's minor.
Reptilians have an Rh negative blood type. Reptilians have Rh negative blood type. And then the women that have that disorder is called it's a hemolytic type of disease, a blood disease that creates that issue where the future children that come along, they can be killed. He actually wrote a book about that called The Harvest. Where he's talking about genetics. All this is about genetics. He's covered every subject under the sun, but this book called The Harvest talks about why they're trying to collect your DNA so that they can, why they're trying to collect your DNA. The Harvest. That's a new book that he has out. And people talking about, and a lot of people are upset with him for many reasons. One, because he moved away from religion to higher information like this, which all the religion's information was initially cloaked anyway. That wasn't the real stuff. And he told these Negroes, he told these niggas that, I came giving you what you wanted so that you could eventually learn to accept what I really have to give. That was his disclaimer. He told them. And then when he moved away, he pivoted away from religion, and he started teaching that women were the first ones on the planet, and that they produced men and not vice versa. A lot of niggas left. Gone. They were gone. I'm like, you know what? We need to go because they're nothing but dead weight because they want to be superior and they want to lord over women.
That's what it is.
And that's the one you should be worshiping. Now, in their present state, they're not deities, but they are deities, dormant deities in a dormant state.
That's right. That's right.
And they don't know it. And I don't even do a class about that Bible and how it shows how women are inferior in the Bible. The Bible.
Yeah, please do that.
The Bible. Inferior. So, yeah.
Wow.
Yep. So, yeah, blood type is very important. But our blood has been mixed and diluted and tainted. either through seduction, persuasion, or rape, coercion. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, this makes you want to study everything.
I know.
You can't be a one-trick pony. You have to know a little bit about a lot of different things.
Right. Exactly.
And this man has done. He's just tied all these seemingly disconnected topics and made it into just something coherent. That's why he's called the reformer. People are like, oh, he got all these titles. Well, these titles fit him. Everything he said, everything that's happened, he told us it was going to happen. He told us that they were going to come after him and put him in jail. He told us before it even happened. He told us that people were going to be slandering him when he pivoted away because they wouldn't like some of the things that some of the moves that he would make. Slandering him because he moved away from Islam. Niggas wanted to be Islamic. They wanted to do their 5 prayers a day. They wanted to have their women when they're on welfare and they don't have the money to support 5 women, but they wanted to have them on welfare just so they can have 5 women.
See,
stupid.
Exactly.
Stupid. If you want to have multiple women, cool, but you better be able to support them.
That's right, and not just in a monetary level.
That's selfish.
But wisdom and everything. It's not
right.
It's not about having all these women for sex. There's a season for certain things.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. They have the Western mentality. It's crazy how they have turned it around into that. The pimp mentality. Yeah, there was one guy early on when I was on Blog Talk and I interviewed him, and he was going to explain the whole poly thing and everything, and he broke it down and he sounded convincing. After a while, all he wanted to do was sit at home while he got women to go out and work, and he sit home and do nothing. And at nighttime, he has sex with them. That's the bottom line. I ended up cursing him out before the show was over. It's like, man, you wasted my time.
Wait a minute, he did what now? What did he do?
As he was explaining his philosophy, like he was talking righteous to me before the show. A couple of days before the show, I chopped it up with him. So I made sure that he was coming with a message that not trying to convince people to live this way, but that you were bringing something of worth that we could get out of it for those who wanted to consider listening to him. Very intelligent guy. His name is going to come to me. Something Honda. Something Honda, something like Honda, the Japanese vehicle, something. You might have heard him somewhere else, but this is like about maybe less than 10 years ago. It was one of my earliest shows back in maybe 2011, early 2012, I think late 2011. Anyway, he was speaking about that, about the lifestyle and this and that, whatever, all the righteous things. And you, just like you said, you got to be able to take care of them. It's not just about sex, it's community building, and self-sufficient and bringing people in who, whatever. So I said, okay, cool. I may not be one who's pushing that, but make us understand where you're coming from, right? So he almost did that. So he started talking some other junk when he got real relaxed. I think somebody else had called in and ticked off his nerves. I got to really dig deep in the archives for that one. I didn't delete it. I just think I still have it, but it was a free for all. And you know what? It ended up with that guy ended up living about 1.5 miles from me, right off of Hiawassee Road. I can put it out there. I could not believe it. He was in Orlando with me. And he had one woman who was out there working 2 jobs. And he's like, for us to make this thing work, we got to bring more in. And I'm asking him questions out toward the end. I'm like, so wait a second. So what are you doing? And he tried to avoid. Well, I'm the one who helps the guide and do this. I'm good with money. I said, no, but are you earning? Are you taking care of them? Is this a collective thing where you all pitch in, or they just work, or you just work since you're not? He's not earning. I mean, it doesn't mean traditionally you have to go out there and I have to punch a clock for it to be good money. If you have something legal that you're doing of your own business, you pay your own taxes, whatever, that's cool. You're making your money, right? But he couldn't tell me anything. And I started getting angry because everything started to unravel. He just wanted to get, and he was just using the show for that, basically. You know what I mean? He was going on different people's shows because I heard him on another show. And that's the little clip I heard. I said, man, that's different. I said, I want to talk about that. And again, not to seduce people into it or induct them into it, but I believe we should have conversations on everything because there's no bad knowledge. It's just what you do with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like a person in the so-called church dancing and a person in the club dancing. The one in the club may have better intentions, and they're dancing just feeling good than the person who's got their panty line in somebody's face and dancing in the name of the Lord, but they're trying to get that man to get attention from.
Right.
So this guy, I think I ended up cussing him out. And then he's like, well, you know, you close to me, man. We can meet up. I said, yeah, and I'm not into that. But I was like, yeah, we can meet up then. So what? You know, he never showed up. I did go out there. But I wasn't going to really do nothing. But it was like he pissed me off because he's using this to use women. Right. And that whole thing is not about that. Using women. It's different. Right. But in times of extreme situations of war and we're being extinct and whatever, and you better be wise and have, and again, like I say, it doesn't have to be that cut and dry, right? Men, give your male energy freely to the sisters that need you. I'm not talking about your sperm or what. I'm talking about give your wisdom. She has kids or not. She's by herself. You're stronger. Go help her out with something physical. Go help her out with some wisdom. Be that bass voice around the children so they can know what a real man is like. You can be that donor of that. Doesn't mean where I'm gonna slide on over there and talk to her kids. You know what I'm saying? But you know she looking pretty good. So you see now righteously, if something happens between the both of you as adults, fine. But that's not the intention. You know, for those of us who have male energy, there's things that I do for people randomly and people that I know, like, okay, I'll come around every Tuesday and help you with this and this and that. Doesn't mean that it's going to be something in the bedroom. I give of myself freely.
Exactly.
I've said that on other shows before, and we all need to do that. Even if it's 15-20%.
Everybody should do that.
Brother Quaco gives of himself freely. He'll go teach young kids about construction and take the time and speak on this and go to schools, go to other radio stations that are broadcasted. If you'd really be surprised if you see how much he gives of himself to the community. But then again, many others who have position in politics and wear the suits and show up at the awards, they don't do that, but they throw off on him and they'll throw off on me. There's things I do that I don't talk about that you'll find out about. There's things I'm doing soon, later. I did already. It's the tip of the iceberg. I'm not going to toot my horn. It's just you're going to see the body of work, not just on a YouTube video. And wherever we can get in, we need to fit in with our male energy because it's much needed. You know, and we focus on the sexual so much. You know what I mean? We are sexual beings. That is one branch on the tree of life force that is there. But that's one branch. Do you go to a tree to eat a mango and pick off just one branch? You pick off all the branches. So we need to offer our total being. And again, I'm not going to say that that's not going to happen between two people that have that gravitational pull, mind, body, and soul and spirit. But that should not be the attention. It's not like, well, you know, I got these 5 women. I'm helping them all out. You're humping them all out, but you're not helping them all out. Especially when you go, you know, and that's the biggest test. I know some drop dead gorgeous women who I'm close with, and it's not that kind of game. It's beyond that. There's a sister I know. She moved to New York recently. Sister Grace. She's much younger than me. And people say, oh, okay, here we go. She's about maybe 30 years or 28, 27. I met her on a bus, and I don't know if I told you the story real quick. She was drawing while the bus was moving, and I saw her artwork, and it was like, oh my God, look at this artwork. And I'm bugging out, you know, because she had a style similar to mine, but different detail though. And she had a steady hand. Of course, you on a bus that's rocking back and forth. So before the time was over, I pulled out one of my cards. I said, listen, you know, check me out. I do artwork too. And she gave me the look a little bit like this old guy's trying to come on to me. The next day I saw her, she ran up on the bus and gave me the biggest hug. She says, oh, I love your work. You're the real thing. Oh, you do the shows and you write. Oh my God, we got to talk. Can I ride with you today? Because she saw that I was about the real thing. I wasn't some old man lying and I did 2 stick figures and threw it up on some site or some social media, whatever. And she's a model. And she's very beautiful physically. She has no flaws, judging by the world's standards. But it wasn't like that. It's like we had some really good conversations. She came to the house. Mrs. SCURV cooked for her. I had some other guys that were working on things, nerdy guys, that we all chopped it up on different levels. And she spent almost the whole night. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning. And I dropped her home by myself. We were sitting out in the car in front of the house talking. And she's like, wow, you're different, man.
Yeah.
Because most men, we're sitting out in the car in the dark in the wee hours. Now you know. And I said, yeah, I know. I'm like a little kid. I'm so happy to be around your creativity. I like it. You know what I love? The ultimate party for me is for me and a bunch of artists. They sit around in a big room and we all have our work that we do. And we're drawing or painting and we're quiet or we're talking, we hear music. I love that. Maybe 2 hours go by, we don't say nothing. And then the next hour we're talking a lot and we're looking at each other's work and getting inspired. I've had times like that in school where they pull us out to class because they wanted a mural drawn or some artwork drawn. And I had maybe 4 or 5 other. Back in 1978, 1977, they pulled us out. We had some work to do. And they asked us, hey, we were on top of our grades so they can do this. And they asked our parents permission to do so. Man, it was beautiful. For 3 months, you know, we kept up. We did our own work. We weren't in the class. We kept up with that. But every day I went to school, we drew and we hung out. I love that. I don't care who it is. I like that. That's me.
Yeah.
You know, so
that's me.
Yeah.
So I know somebody's asking when I'm coming back on. I really don't say because I like to keep these people on their P's and Q's.
Yeah, exactly.
But it won't be long. It's soon. I'll say that.
Because you know what? Because if you do, the people who are there to shut the show down and give it problems will be there too. So that's what we do. Just bang. We just put it out there.
Yeah.
I might know, but you know. But when we hit it, just like, oh damn, they won't know.
Yeah. And somebody was asking about parallel universes. Well, I think there are other parallel universes. Well, of course, according to our correspondence, you know, you have the law of opposites says that. The law of correspondence says that there will be parallel universes and an infinite number or an infinitude of alternate realities.
Yes.
Yeah, this universe is vast, and we don't live in a universe. We have a universe, but there are also triverses, dual verses, multiverses. There's multiverses in this thing you call a universe.
Wow.
Multiverses, and it's expanding and contracting. I talked about that.
Living and breathing and just movement, and that's why.
Just like you expanding, contract, and expire, and respire. It's an organism.
That's right.
Entity, if you want to call it that.
It's a living, breathing thing. We just think, not you or I, but many people just think, oh, it's got to be this way in this form, and no.
Western education.
The earth is living. The earth is
of course,
it brings life. So how can it be something dead?
It's alive.
Trees grow out of it. Water comes out of it. All this stuff. It's living.
Yeah.
And because it's living, this emotional vibe also. We can hurt the earth. All this drilling and digging to build. It's hurting the earth. And it's saying, ouch, get off of me. You can take a few trees. If you take 2 trees, plant 10 more. But don't dig at me like that for no reason because you want to build a big multiplex in this stadium and greed and condos because you're going to make more money in this mall and all of this stuff. Take what you need and leave the rest. The Native Americans here, that's what they did. They honored the earth. Those of us in Africa, we honored the earth. We worked along with the earth. And so the earth talks to us. Like I say, we are the hurricanes and the tsunamis and the tornadoes. We don't have to worry about those things when you're in sync with it. It's not going to hurt you. You know what I mean? I do feel that, these things happen. Bugs and insects have their goal and the things that they do. But I would think that, like, if you really think about the Native Americans here, and I won't say the natives, the ones who are indigenous here, they worked along with the earth. You go up in New York City and see how cold it is. They didn't have heated homes and AC, and they knew the earth so good. They knew what to extract. Like Mrs. SCURV, she's heavy into the herbs and heavy into making things and creating things. We're going to be pushing that a whole lot very soon. It's been long overdue, but when certain moves are made, we're going to bust out with things all the way. Her whole life is going to be that. She's already mastered certain things of, talking too much, but she's going to get into those other things and go deep into it. Just like Brother Kwaku, okay? He went to Egypt one time. He does work with stones and custom waterfalls. He went there.
That's good work too.
By the pyramids, and you saw it. You saw his work, right? Right.
Excellent.
He went all the way out there to talk to the stones.
Really?
He went all the way out there by himself to go out there and just meditate, and talk to the stones. See, people don't realize how deep he is. They take him for granted that with all these videos and stuff like that.
That's what George Washington Carver did.
Yeah.
He talked to the plants.
Right. Brother Quaker went to the Great Wall of China to talk to the stones and whatever. You know, I just, you know, it's just amazing that we would have somebody in our midst who can tell you and who knows nature. Growing up, certain point he just left school, went out in the woods every day.
He was smart.
Yeah, see? So there's things that he downloaded that at a time he didn't understand what it was. At a time he was trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. You know what I mean? And so went to different religions and realized, and then there's things he comes out with that it's like, I gotta go scramble for the camera. He'll start to say stuff. I'm like, yo, hold on. Let me get this. That's my job when I'm around him. You know, like, look, I put one up from before the other day, and later on that day he came and said, let's do something. I said, okay, come on, let's go. Whenever I'm with him, I keep my recording devices on me. I grab my bag, fully charged, waiting. And when he starts popping that stuff, I say it like that, right? I'm not making fun of him. I said, man, and I joke with him all the time. People see how serious he is, but, you know, he has a great sense of humor. I said, when you start popping that stuff, trust me, that microphone's going to be damn near up in your nose. I'm going to catch every syllable.
From what I see, everybody on this team is very necessary. Quaker is very necessary. He reaches a demographic that other people could never reach.
Exactly. But he's humble with it, and he's not looking for fame. That's the thing. You know,
me neither. We
have those out here who are looking for this and looking for that.
Don't want no fame. Don't need it. I'm secure in who I am. So that's for people that don't have any type of personal center of gravity. If you don't have a personal center of gravity, then you can be pulled in any direction. You can go any which way, like the wind.
Like I said, you know, back in the day when I first started, and I think it was around 2013, I had to shut everything down because the crew I had around me, they started ganging up on people and doing little catty things to people. And you see those things so obvious. And it's like, I'm so glad to be free of that. Anything I see over the horizon, I'm gonna deal with it. But like why? Why? This is a means of communication, and we can reach people. And why does it have to be reduced to that?
Right.
What kind of life are these people living to even think like that? I mean, you know, before I transition, I'm trying to reach a certain development from within to make myself better. Because, you know, I was speaking to Quaker the other day, and I was speaking to some other people, and I said, a lot of folks will go in there, they'll say, okay, I'm going to sage my house and I'm going to protect my property and I'm going to do this spiritual practice and that. But it won't work if you're rotten. It won't work if you're envious. It won't work if you're a bully. It won't work if you're into this one-man upmanship, or I don't like this person and I don't like that person. You can't win. You may think you are for a little while, but you're wasting your time. You are what you are is what the earth wants to spit out. The universe will work in your favor. See, I'm not saying it cocky, but as long as I submit to what's right, I worry not about anything, because the universe has in the past, and it does, and it has opened up doors for me. I'm not going to say I shouldn't be here, but by a lower vibrational person's mind and mentality, I shouldn't be where I am, to have come through so much and overcome so much, not because I'm so mighty. It's not because I'm so bad. People in the world that don't see that, oh man, you bad. We went through. No, I'm not taking no credit for that. You understand? It's because I've submitted. And there are times I didn't submit and paid the price and had to face the consequences, right? But when you submit and you do what's right, and I'm not talking no churchified talk. I'm talking about in balance with the universe, the forces of nature, you become that. And you steamroll anything that comes in your path. So you fear not. I ain't got to fear nothing. You fear me if you coming against me undercover, or those who I ordain and love, who's in my circle. You come against them, you're going to deal with me. This petty stuff, these people, I don't deal that way. That's why I stay alone most of the time.
Me too.
You know what I mean?
That's how I roll. That's how I roll.
And that's why I respect you so much, because, you know, I may know a little more about you than the general public on the show, but I don't have to know no more about you. I don't have to know no more because I already know your essence. You see what I mean? I know your role.
What you see is what you get.
There you go. There you go.
What you see is what you get. And I really, really do appreciate this platform. I was just looking at a comment. It says, man was grafted from God, and women grafted from man. Race is grafted from women, hence the mitochondrial Eve gene. So if women were grafted from men, explain that process. And I would like to know that. His name is Free Will, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Man was grafted from God. Where does the word God come from? Women was granted from men. Explain that process physiologically, biologically, from a biochemical standpoint. Explain that to me. And then I would encourage you to listen, not because I'm all special and great, but because of the information that I stand behind, that I thoroughly researched, that irrefutably proves that women were on this planet before you and before me. Until such time I can learn and see a man produce a child, and until such time you can show that to me, then you're going to have a hard way to go. But I'm open. I like to see that, and I want you to explain that to me. Man came from God. Those scriptures were plagiarized, and I will explain that in great detail. Plagiarized from older sources. Mm-hmm. And the brother wanted to come back on with the information, with the receipts. I wish I could tell you when, but let's just say soon. Keep your eye on the channel,
right?
You know, because I just pop up. You know, I don't know when I can.
That's the best way.
I like to be impromptu,
right?
And it's not. I like to see because I want to learn,
right?
That's what I want to see. Not to no debate. I just want to. The more I learn, the better.
That's right.
Teach me something too. I'm not the only one that can teach a class. So I want some women to come on here and teach me some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'd like to know how many people knew all of this stuff about the Olmecs. I know some people probably heard of them, but how many people knew? Just to show up, I just like to know, have an idea. How many people knew this about the Olmecs?
Put yes and no. Put yes and no in the comment. If you knew, put yes. If you didn't, put no. I got to put no.
No? And I just kind of tend to think that everybody already knows this stuff because it's been around, you know? Mm-hmm. Sometimes I don't even talk about certain things because I already assume.
Oh, no.
People.
I learned a whole lot tonight, man.
Edie Gab, much love to you, my sister.
Edie.
Sometimes it says Eddie, sometimes it says Edie. That throws me off. I hope you enjoyed it, Edie.
That's right.
Men became for women. Yeah, I have a whole series on when Sheroes ruled the world.
That's right. And I still got to put it all together as promised. And that's one of the things I have to wrap up this week. I'm wrapping up a lot of things this week, caught up on a lot of things this week. I'm going to go into deeper meditation, coming out with some more serious shows and stuff like that. But this is a milestone for me. And we're in August already, as far as man's time, August 2nd. Isn't that something? But you know what? As much as we grind and do what we do, I would really feel bad. Like the people who, and I know that many people here are doing things, you know what I mean? But it's like the people who just straight up don't do anything. Like, how do they feel? It doesn't have to be you do something on YouTube, but just in life, like you don't sweep your floor, you don't improve something in your house, or you read a book to learn something. Have a drive to make yourself incrementally better than you were before. It's crazy.
Otherwise, you're wasting your time. Otherwise, you're already dead. Might as well just check out because you're wasting your time. You're put on this planet for a reason. If it was just to be entertained, then then life has no purpose. And I also want to know how many people know about animals that have these types of physical abnormalities. How often do you see animals with physical abnormalities? I'm not saying that you don't see animals that are injured, and I'm not saying that you don't see animals that don't have disorders. Usually those disorders are because of intervention from mankind, you know. But in the normal state of affairs, animals don't have these types of issues. So why do humans have those issues? How do you explain that? Just something to think about. Just something to think about. You know. So let's see. Oh, okay. Women have been here for a long time, but herself before man came on the scene. Absolutely. Name Moody. Could women produce? Yes, women can reproduce alone without men. They certainly can. They have a latent ability to do that. If you've ever heard of a condition called arenoblastomata, it's a condition that allows women to reproduce on their own. Sometimes there have been cases and stories of women reproducing masses of flesh, and this happens under the cover of medical operations. They call them tumor removal. They're removing these so-called tumors that are supposedly, harmful. And these tumors contain eyeballs. They contain trachea. They contain lips. They contain eyebrows. They contain skeletal structures, torsos, fingers,
So you know what that
teeth.
is.
And this is happening to women all the time. Not every woman, but all the time it's happening. I explain how women can be fertilized without the agency of sperm. That was discovered over 100 years ago. Not in the school books. That was discovered over 100 years ago. I put all the documentation in that series for a reason. I think that's the most important series I put out because of the DNA explosions I want women to have. But we ain't going no damn where without the woman, period. And that's why these Negroes left, because they wanted to be the man. Those types of people I can't deal with. I'm not saying you're like that, brother, but I'm just saying.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
The brother I'm speaking to, I did the research. I was humbled myself. That Bible story don't make no sense, bro. Sorry. We've been dissecting that every which way, and I haven't even finished. Every which way, and you're gonna have the receipts. I always try to bring you receipts. Not so much in this talk, but in prior talks, yeah. But the Olmecs, yeah, you people need to know about that. Talk about the Native Americans. You're the Native Americans. And those are our children, our mulatto children, if you want to get technical about it. Mulatto children. I showed you all the connections, and now you can do your own research. You see the artifacts they're digging up in Mexico. And I really wanted that art. I'm glad you put that picture in there, Lance.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, most people haven't even seen it.
That's right.
Haven't even seen it. Yeah, it's called arenoblastomata. And sometimes women can reproduce. They just reproduce spontaneously on their own. Those are facts. He told us that women would, at some point, they would start giving birth to eggs. And people are like, this nigga is crazy. Okay. All right, okay. I'm like, he ain't been wrong yet. He told us about 911 that was going to happen. He told us that those twin towers were going to come down, 20 years before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Among other things, he said women are going to start giving birth to eggs. Okay. When have you seen a woman give birth to eggs? Honestly, I have. I did the research. People don't do the research after the fact. I found out that there are women giving birth in hospitals to not a live baby, but to amniotic sacs. Now, you know the amniotic sacs are nothing but another modified word for eggs, because they're the soft shell that the human sea creature lives inside of when he's inside of the mother's womb, and they call it the amniotic sac. It's just an egg, okay, by another name.
Right.
They're a soft shell egg. I'll call it that. And that's what you live in. So a lot of, not every woman, but a lot of women have been giving birth to sacs of babies inside of these eggs, instead of giving birth to a baby that's, screaming and coming out.
Yes.
No, it's the eggs that they're giving birth to. He said that was going to happen. Now, I'm going with the guy with the facts. I don't care what he looked like. I don't care how charismatic he is or not. That doesn't even matter to me. What matters to me is the facts.
That's right.
So many people get caught up in a person's charisma.
Wrong road to go down.
Wrong way to go. There's a lot of charismatic, so-called conscious black people, and you don't see me around none of them because I don't want that association, that stigma.
Right. That's right.
Because then soon I'll be pulled into the mix. Nah, that's not my style. That's a waste of time.
It's like we were speaking about the conscious black community, which is a different subject, but we were speaking about like, don't put me in that. I don't want to be associated with being called that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather walk alone, you know, and do what I do, you know, but not to be labeled as that from the representatives that we see that are going on with different things and back and forth and beefs and all this stuff. No, don't put me with that. Don't even try to draw me into that. I'll banish you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. In the Bible, it's so funny. Man was woman was created from man, but yet when they see the depictions of Adam, he has a damn navel. How did he get a navel if he didn't have an umbilical cord? What's up with that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Then there's a book in the Bible, I think it's Ezekiel chapter 14, verse 1. It says that man that is born of a woman is full of rage. And if you do it in the Hebrew, it says man that is born of woman is full of rage, but it actually says Adam, who was born of a woman. The word is Adam, not man. Adam is born of a woman. They put all this stuff in the Bible, man. When they mistranslated this stuff, they didn't clean up their tracks.
See,
all you got to do is know something about the Hebrew. But people only go as far as what they see. And we have to get beyond that. We have to get back to being scientists like we were before. Like people walking around with these damn masks. If you're going to wear a mask, you better make sure you clean that mask every single day.
Exactly.
Get you some bandanas and have you a whole set. And don't wear the same mask every day. That's why people are coming down with rashes and gingivitis.
Yeah.
But they didn't tell you that you're re-inhaling your own waste, air waste, bacteria. You ain't supposed to be doing that. And then these people, fools, are running around in the car.
I see.
Man, total idiocy. That they don't teach science in this. That's a reason why. That's the reason why they don't teach science in the schools. That's the reason why they don't teach civics. There's a reason why they don't teach the history. History, geography. You're supposed to know about that stuff.
Building blocks.
Very important. And then you can make connections and you can really expand your mind. But they want to dumb down population. And they've even been cases of, I know I'm all over the place, but there have been cases of even children that are born with babies inside of them. Okay?
Wow.
How'd that happen? They're not giving you that. They're not making, and see, if they're not making you privy to that type of scientific information, what else are they hiding from you? We're still in the informational dark ages in that respect.
Exactly. With all of this that we have that can share out information, but
right.
we're not. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Unbelievable. And these Negroes walking around thinking that men are the center of the top of the food chain. Women are the top. And if that's the case, then why does she have things in her body that you don't have? No, actually, vice versa. Yeah, she has things in her body that you don't have, but you have things in your body that are found in a woman. How's that? Nature does not endow you with anything unless it has a functional value for it or purpose for it. Nature deals with efficiency.
That's right.
Nature is not about aesthetics, about how something looks. All it cares about, okay, is it functional? Cool, done. So why do you have breasts? You don't deliver breast milk, do you? Nope. You're not supposed to. Why do you have, why is it that when a baby is developing inside of the womb, there's a point in time when the baby has a neutral gender? All the life starts off with a neutral gender.
Mm-hmm. And
then after that, it depending on the hormones, it develops into a male or female. That's science. They're not teaching you that. That stuff, religious stuff, is nonsense. One of my biggest goals was to destroy this thing called Christianity. To dismantle it. And I'm on my way. I'm doing my part.
That's right.
Yeah, there is truth in the Bible. It's not totally true. It's not totality of truth. There is some truth.
And
there's much you can learn from it. You can learn from it. You can definitely learn from it if you put it in context with history. And Jesus is white. Man, come on. Please. You must be playing with us. That's cool, free will, but I like to see your facts. If you have them, enlighten me. I'm open. I don't think I know that this is that this is true. I don't think that I came here before women. I know that I was here before. I know that women were here before me. Mm. 323 people, man. Yeah, that mask is the mask is it's just a beta test.
Right.
What happens? What really happens depends on the people. That's why I'm like, I don't fear the government. I fear these ignorant ass.
You kind of blacked out, brother. I don't know what happened. I don't know if you hit the mute button, but you blanked out. We still have a connection, but you blanked out. Yeah, that's what happened again. Yes. Oh, wow. I got a message from an old YouTuber who I know from a long time ago. Great to hear from her. Let me read this. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I gotta call my friend here. Okay, I'm gonna wait a little while. We don't know what happened. The connection died. It's like when you're traveling and when you're driving and it blacks out. Then it goes boop, boop, boop. So we'll wait and see. Let me just tell my friend here I'm ready. ASAP. I don't know if she's going to bed or calling early in the morning. Okay. If she can do this story today, it's going to be something that's going to be monumental. Okay. I'm wondering if he's going to come back. I'm going to call. Let me just see if she's up. Are you up? Things just flow. Nothing ahead of its time. Okay. Come on, brother. Let me see. Let me give him a call and see. Maybe he doesn't know that. Okay, which number was he using? Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Okay, here it is. Audio.
You have reached the voicemail box of
Whoopie-doo. Went straight to voicemail. That's not a good sign. It probably did cut out completely. Last time it rung, probably cut out again because, well, he did say that. So how much of a charge could he have gotten in that little time? So I'm starting my day. I'm just in that mood to start my day. There'll be some shows soon. There'll be, I'm going to start out early today. Sleep is not my vocabulary right now. So I'm going to go out and get some air. I'm going to start my day, meditate, download what I need to do today, but I have to make a connection with my dear friend here, and we'll have shows all day long. So we'll make sure for that to happen. I know Lily Fire wanted to come on. Brother Quaco might come on. We just have whoever wants to come on. We're going to have come on. We're going to do some shows today all day, and we're just going to keep the vibration high. Surprises coming up soon, next week, next month, 2 months, rest of the year. Keep the spirits high. The good stuff is waiting for you. They're trying to put bad things in your head so you don't see the good stuff. Don't deal with the negative, toxic entities and energies and spiritual vampires. Run for the hills. Keep a long, stiff jab. Keep them at bay. You know what I mean? It's all good. I'm going to clear my throat. I'm going to get some tea. I don't know if Ella wants to do a morning show. But I think that's it for Brother Zamal, because the way it went straight to the voicemail. And we did put in a good 5 hours, almost 6. We'll play the music a little bit and we'll roll out on that, So let's do our thing. And I want to thank everybody for riding with us. The numbers were sustained all night long into the morning, and that's a beautiful thing. But if it wasn't good, you wouldn't be here. And I hope everybody got something from it. I'm going to thank you for Brother Zamal, because he's truly thankful of being able to connect with everybody. We spoke today for about 2 long hours. It went by so fast. I did some errands and he kept us company. And here he is. I kept on it. So yes, my brother. Yes, my brother.
I'm done when I say I'm done, not when they say.
There you go. I was about to. I called you, went to voicemail. I said, "Oh, this might be the one." So I kept talking, hoping.
No, they tripping up. It seems like every 3 hours this happens. Is it your computer or is it just mine?
My computer's good, but things happen over here too now. Things happen over here too, where everything blinks out for no reason.
Every 3 hours, just goes dead.
Well, you know what? I've had it where the computers I have set up in front of me, my rig, as I'll call it, because I've just increased a little more, just that will go out. And it's not like, okay, it's plugged into one, whatever. It's multiple, but that one will go, everything will go out, and everything in the room that's not connected to it stays on. Tell me how that works. And I have it on multiple breakers, not just one where, it's a breaker that, and it's not a breaker that went out. It's just a hocus pocus, the magic. You know what I mean? It happens. You know what I mean? We have to keep coming back.
What that means is that we need a divorce from their system, period.
Well, yeah, exactly.
That's
exactly.
all. That's all.
That's all I live for. That's all I ever wanted. And that's my goal. And I'm happy just knowing that it's a possibility, and that, I ain't going to talk too much, but, it's happening. There's so much to do in this world, man. And to be trapped here like a fly on fly paper and convinced to like it, and convinced to think that this is normal. This is the way because they told us this is the way because it was handed down to us. And this is the way life is. And there are other people in other parts of the world enjoying splendid realities. And the propaganda over here keeps us thinking that, well, they're primitive, they're this, they're that. I've seen real joy on people's faces that have nothing to do with America, who don't want anything to do with America because they know they're going to lose that joy. America? No. I know you cannot pay me to go there. You know what I mean? And those who come here, under the system, it could be the UK, it could be anywhere else where you're under this wicked system. Who wants to be up under that? I don't. And people say, well, you're talking on the smack. Why don't you go? I say, stay tuned.
Yeah. Well, this brother's saying, make sure to dive into the hidden knowledge of Hindu text. I've studied that. I've studied the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, and there's many other Hindu texts. There's no way you can study all of them, but I have studied some of them.
He said this.
Okay, well, free will, if you've heard all this stuff before, then there's not much really I can tell you then. Maybe you'll get some nuggets from that series that I did. If you're so inclined to listen, that's cool. You don't want to listen, that's cool too. terms of how these women came about, how men came about. That's nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Men producing women, huh? Let's see. Let's see here. Yeah, they just, I don't know if it's my computer or it could be my computer, but I think these people are, you know.
That's how it goes, man.
Mm-hmm.
I've been in this game for a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, Hinduism, all these religions keep us downtrodden, even Hinduism. Yeah, Hinduism is garbage.
Let me just ask Nia L. Bryant, is that question directed to me or to Brother Zamal?
Yeah, I critique all the religions, not just Christianity, my brother, if that was the issue.
If that's directed to me, I
not
say
just
stay tuned.
I just happen. Well, go ahead.
No, I was just saying if that question was directed to me, just stay tuned. That's all. You know.
Mm-hmm.
See, a lot of people ask that question or ask certain things, and when it happens, it's like, you know what I mean?
What's that?
I mean,
what's that?
That's a good question. Why are you not working from Africa yet? Maybe that's for me. I was there last year, and a lot of folks didn't know what we did over there. They don't know what we plan to do, if visit here and there, whatever. But all I say, stay tuned. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Just be happy when things go above and beyond more than what expectations. You know, the YouTube thing is going to continue in my life no matter what I do, but I speak in riddle. And let's just say that we know what's going on in the world right now. So you got to stay tuned. Stay tuned. You know, don't get mad and unsubscribe. But then I'm not saying you, but people, oh, look at him. He thinks he's doing this. He thinks he's. Listen, you know, when we get to the next level, don't be mad now because we're going to do it. You know what I mean? So,
yes, the chosen. Go ahead.
Yeah, we talked a good time. You spoke with Mrs. SCURV in depth while she was driving. And you remember what we spoke about. You know, there's a lot of people, we're not going to get up here and be like, blah, 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 blah.
No.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned. Yeah, esoteric Islam, esoteric Judaism. Yeah, it's all good to know that stuff. It's very good to know. Chosen, you're right about that, Chosen. That's true.
That's right.
It's good to be knowledgeable in many different things. Yep. Yeah, men and women are needed, not just one or the other, but the woman has been downtrodden so much that she's been inferiorized and marginalized so much that she has to be boosted back up to where she's supposed to be. And then we can talk about equality. Just like we've been dogged out so much, he had to boost us up, and then, you know, yeah, we both need each other. Put it like that.
That's right.
But for you to hate a woman, it's basically not that you hate women, but there's brothers that actually hate women. If you hate a woman, or if a woman hates a man, she's basically hating herself.
Right.
Because he was produced from you. It's really tripped out. Yeah, I study from all over the world, brother. I'm not just confined to the Bible. I like to study many different disciplines.
That's right. Gives you a broader perspective, especially when you see parallels.
Exactly. That's how you see parallels. That's how you see parallels. That's how that helps you. Even if you just study nature, man, study nature, you can see so many parallels.
It's a beautiful thing.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed everything. I had a little extra time today. That's why I just kept talking.
Hey, nobody's complaining. Nobody's
so,
complaining.
Yeah, I'm glad we had so many people in here tonight. You know, that's a lot of people.
Yes.
And I enjoyed all the conversation. I enjoyed everybody. Ashe, Free Will, The Chosen, you know.
Beautiful thing.
Real nice conversation, just despite the shutdowns.
I'll put it out there. I got a message from a prominent YouTuber who I think hasn't been around for a little while.
Really?
And she told me, she says, listen, if you want to put this story out there, I'm giving you the first shot. I know she was going through some things that you know, was really threatening. But I'm just so
Yeah.
glad. I'm so glad that she chose me. So I'm gonna have hopefully today we can do it. But it's gonna be phenomenal.
We're taught that negative blood type comes from off planet. It's not indigenous to this planet. I know the reptilians have negative blood type.
See that?
Ella G, you are very welcome. Ella G still up?
Yeah,
don't you get no sleep? Man, for you, I don't know. She's just like in the shadows too. She just popped up. I'm like, what?
Real.
Make me stand up at attention. Yes, all religion was designed to suppress the woman. So I talk about that in my series when the matriarchy was overthrown by different factions pushing patriarchy. Patriarchy is all in that Old Testament.
Wow.
I put it all in. That's why I did a 5-part series. I put all of it in there. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not exhaustive because I don't think anything is exhaustive.
Right.
But it's very, very detailed. Definitely give you something to think about. You'll see how women were even fertilized by the sun. Back in those days, people talked about how different people around the world, how their virgins were fertilized by the sun. Yes, they were fertilized by the sun. I explained that. Because you don't have to have a sperm to fertilize an egg. You can use mechanical means. You can use electrical means or electromagnetic means. And electromagnetic refers to the electromagnetic spectrum. What's in the electromagnetic spectrum? Sunlight. All detailed.
Wow.
I think it's required knowledge that all human needs to have. All humans, especially when they're growing up in their formative years.
Yes.
They need to know that information. Yes, it was designed to suppress the woman. The woman is demonized in religion. And Hinduism is no different. We talked about the people that overthrew the Indus Valley civilizations in that series. And how they set up their patriarchy or their form of, I guess, their form of male heaven on earth. Islam, same thing. Islam is the same thing on steroids. You go past these mosques and you see all these guys going into a mosque. I'm like, first of all, I don't even want to be around all those dudes.
I'm telling you.
Why would you want to go in there 5 times a day?
They bending over and farting.
Out of your mind. 5 times a day? Man, at least you go to a church, you see some women.
I'm telling you.
I'm like, these guys are. And then when I see the black guys going there, I just put my head down. Another Abrahamic deception.
That's right.
That's if you're a male, if you're a male chauvinist, that's a haven for male chauvinism and male rapists. Because women, they walk around in Islam, they're not with another man, they can be raped.
Exactly.
Who the hell want to be involved in some mess like that?
I know. The balance of energy is off.
Yeah, it's purposely designed to suppress the woman, and all of their doctrine comes from different sources, like ancient Egypt. They wear those headgear. The headgear that they wear, they came from the namus that the Egyptians wear. That's where it came from. If you want to know where they got the veil, the face veil from, go to Genesis chapter 19 and read Genesis chapter 19. You'll see where they got it from. A lot of that stuff is grafted from the so-called Hebrews. And they pray separately from the women in the mosque because, yes, she's tainted. The Old Testament ain't no different.
See that?
She's tainted, according to them. And God, if women were created by a God, and God is divine, how is he divine and a God at the same time? How is that? How is he a man, God, and how is he divine? Because divine comes from divinus, which is what you get that word diva. So how is he a woman and a man at the same time? How is that? This is just simple stuff. Yeah, they dog their women in Islam. Women have to walk behind their men, and that's nonsense. That's for men that have a complex that want to lord over women because of their own. They have their own inadequacies, and they don't want a woman to challenge them. That's stupid. Then if you hate women like that, then you hate your own mother.
See?
Ultimately, you hate your own mama. She got to check in and tell you where she's going and who she's going with, and are you with a man? Who the hell are you? Need to go take a bath, a lot of them dudes. That's real. That's real. Get some of them lights out their beards. And the woman's walking behind the man. I'm like, you actually put up with that?
I know, right?
Because the women don't know their divinity.
We have those Israelite ideologies and
same thing.
Yeah. I see, just get these women who are beat down and literally I've known some
of them brothers, they don't want nothing to do with Egypt. I've heard about some of them say, oh, they Israelites. Okay, cool. Israelite, no problem. Great.
My comment section gets bombarded with like these long books and then links and then more words and more links, and then they'll hit like 10, 15 different videos with that. And again, I say they're just wasting your time because I have my settings in my comments set a certain way that when you drop links and even try to mask it in certain words, it's not going to go through. So when I go to the held for review section of my comment sections of those comments that never made it through, I'm like, these guys took all this time to do this and they're not getting through. It's like, damn, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Well,
and I say it, I'm telling them now, it's not going to work. You know what I mean? So it's crazy.
Apparently Jakeem Morgan doesn't like all this veneration of the woman talk. He don't like that. This is sound like simp talk. Well, I'm a simp then. Thanks. Super simp.
Wow.
I just tell it like it is. I call our brothers when they need to be called out, and I call the sisters out too. They're not exempt. The women ain't exempt. I don't like the way they prop up the Christian church at all.
See, tell it.
I don't like that. You're surrendering your divinity to this fool who's stealing your damn money. I had talks with people in my family about that. I said, this Negro ain't doing nothing but taking y'all damn money. And he should be. I say he should take it. he should take it. And so all that money is going right to his gut. That's where it's going. Y'all feeding the beast. And he's a doggone Mason. Little country preacher, man, please. The XX chromosome is twice the size of the male. Yep. Yep, I talked about that. Talked about all that. But I'm not going to start venerating the woman. I don't give a damn what nobody say. If that's simp talk, then I'm a simp. But a lot of people don't want to hear it because they might be chauvinists.
There you go.
And if you know this information, then you need to be spreading it too.
Exactly.
Because you ain't going nowhere, and I'm not going nowhere without her. Now, and that's real. Our women get this information. You think that won't make a change in our community? Huh. That's how I feel about it. Show me the immortal scar on the man's rib. Can't do that because I don't got one. Well, I got a scar. I do have a scar on my rib because I used to skateboard. And I used to pogo stick too.
Yeah, me too. Are you in a cycle still,
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll send you a copy of the video.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It has been a while. I started like about maybe 6 or 7 years old. And I stopped around 11. And I jumped on again at 53, maybe 52. I was rusty, but I jumped on and did it. And I used to do basketball, skip rope, spin around, jump up and down. I'm a lot heavier with the same balance, but my balance is pretty good, and that's helped me in like times when I would
great.
go and do a little boxing or whatever, fighting. My balance is
Rope
real good.
Is great.
Yeah. Let me see if I can.
Rope skipping is great.
Oh yeah,
you can do that. That's great.
I'll do it on the unicycle. That's even better.
Yeah, that is really, really good. Somebody's asking. I thought that. Let me see. They said that the creator is two of one. Wasn't Mother Earth created out from or out of the masculine divine? Well, Mother Earth, the masculine divine. Well, I look at the universe as a giant womb. It's always producing life. And it does have masculine and feminine characteristics if you really study it. You can see both. But it is a big womb, though. All life is generated right there in the universe. That's the factory. Yeah, I didn't know Kwaku studied nature like that. I mean, George Washington Carver, you see what he did for all the products that he created, because he dealt with plants. Like Dr. Savy, he talked to plants. People thought he was crazy. That's where they got the idea of the Ford. I read that that's where they got the idea of the Ford manufacturing plant, because Ford, Henry Ford hired George Washington to do work for him, and they never gave George Washington Carver that credit. Never.
Wow.
Never. Well, I'd like to give a hug to Brother Zamal and transfer all of this knowledge. Please do. Download all the information.
That's right.
And then I know where to go and teach Africa, because Africans need this information bad. Man, male chauvinism is terrible in Africa. The way they be beating their women, I'm like, beating a woman down? Man. Just because they're a man.
Is there something?
Ridiculous. I've seen the African movies. One thing about those African movies, man, the people are the best actors you ever want to see. And they never went to no school for no acting. Never.
It's natural.
Man, if I do watch TV, I haven't watched TV in a long time, but if I do watch an African movie, I'm comfortable watching a movie where they're in the village. That's what I want to see, how they live. I don't care about no city. Exactly. I want to see how they live in the village. I want to see how they're close to nature. That's what I want to see. And even a lot of the Africans, they've been westernized, and they're so divorced from their own soil now. They think that everything, quote unquote, modern means progress. That's so funny to me.
Well, in Ghana last year, I saw that also, especially in the crowd around the malls.
It's just brainwashing. They just have to get reconnected to nature.
Yeah, you see women who they had the weaves and the hair and the this and that, the tight stuff, with the Euro whole bleaching in the skin. They have them over there too. So it's not like it's just everybody who's over there is conscious and everything like that. Nah, it's not. It's not like that.
No, they're not. I know more about their history than they know, because I talk to them. They really don't. And they think that they really made it if they come here. I'm like, dude, you'd be better off getting the hell out of this country as soon as possible. I told them that months ago. I thought I was crazy. That's what they thought. I told people from Ghana that. Why would I want to leave here? Oh, really? You want to stay here? Okay. All right. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Wow.
Yep. Everything that's happening was told to us, that they were going to do this to the economy. Why would they want to crash their own economy? You don't understand the methodology of this devil.
Exactly.
You don't understand that. You don't understand the methodology, the modus operandi of this devil. You need to understand that. You need to study your enemy. Those damn weaves and that hair extension. Oh, man. Stay out of them churches. Yeah. I walked past the church, I put up the sign of the cross. Not the sign of the cross, but you know.
I know.
Stay out of the church. Yeah, stay out of the churches, lady. You are being, and I'm going to show you how you're being marginalized and pimped and inferiorized in the churches. Because first and foremost, even just based on the premise that you were here first, if you were here first and they're teaching otherwise, that's a slight. That's a big slap in the face of all of womanhood.
Ain't lying.
And it's a big boost to these dudes that want to be on top of women, that actually think that they're smarter. I know some really intelligent guys, and I know some really dumb guys. I know some really dumb women too. And I know some very intelligent ones. I really like the ones that are intelligent, but the dumb ones that want to be dumb, okay, you dumb. And then the ones that say that they are, oh, I'm not that smart. Okay, you ain't that smart then. I treat you accordingly. If you don't think you're smart, then you ain't smart. You are what you think you are.
There you go.
I know a person like that. She's very intelligent. And she just eats me up on the inside when she says, well, I'm not the brightest cookie, but she says some of the most profound things that come out of her mouth. Like, why do you sell yourself short? She has a complex.
See, that's what it is, though.
She has a complex. She grew up with it. And she, what do they call that? A self-deprecating attitude. That's what she does to just tears herself down. She just says some intelligent things. She says some things. I'm writing stuff down. She's saying, I'm like, man, what's wrong with you? The way she draws parallels to things, you know, I'm like,
She doesn't realize.
What is this guy talking about? So feminine is feminine. If you're a man and you're feminine, you're effeminate. If you're a woman and you're masculine, you're considered strong. Okay. If you're a woman and you're masculine, you're considered strong. Yeah. Yeah, but we need each other, bottom line.
That's what it's made.
Woman is not superior to man. Man is not superior to woman. That's what pisses me off. With both, only thing that's different is a woman's physically not stronger than a man. That does not mean that it's just like an extraterrestrial. They had all this knowledge, and he's like a little gray. And just because he's little, don't trip on his size.
Right.
Okay. Don't trip on that, because he'll hem you up. You know, don't trip on that. Don't underestimate anybody. But I think that's all I got for tonight. I'm gonna go and get me some sleep, get me some rest. I've talked a lot.
It's good though. I mean, no, it's good. It's all good.
I get off when I'm ready to get off.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. I just wanted to do that, and hopefully, the family enjoyed. We got something out of my rant tonight. And
they got a big doggy bag. They got several. You know, they can eat for weeks, and it's not going to take that long for you to come back. But I mean, they got a good one tonight.
Yeah, I kind of downloaded a lot between this and the last two I did. So let that marinate, you know. But I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Totally.
I enjoyed everybody. Chadwick, Edie Gab, you know, Nay Moody, Free Will. I think it's Free Will. Chosen. Yeah, bring what you got to the table. I like to know some stuff too. You're never too old to learn it. You never know. People kill me that think that they know everything when I went to college and I got a PhD. You know, some of the dumbest people you want to meet. The dumbest people. Dumb. You got a PhD and you stupid? Some of the dumbest people you want to meet. You know who I'm talking to. There's a lot of people like that. Yeah. PhD. You might be smart in your job, but outside of that job, you're done.
When I was driving the bus, I had a lot that would come on there like that, and they saw that I had
nose up in the air.
Yeah, a little bit of something in between my ears, but they figured, well, you're a bus driver, you don't have the experience, you don't know this or that. And they would talk with me, and they're talking with me, and they're getting angry as they talk, but I'm laid back in what I know. And I never would get into the game of playing, well, I don't have a college degree, so I'm going to show you. I don't have that chip on my shoulder. but I'm laid back with it. So when you throw things out there's one woman who knew a lot about nutrition and she's yapping about that and everything. And yes, I know this and I know that you do. This is what you need to do. So and so and so. And bus driver, she's trying to bring me in on it because I wasn't sitting there kneeling and bowing symbolically. And, she said something to me and I said something back, not to try to prove it to her. She was trying to lead me into deep water of something I didn't know, but she didn't realize that I know.
So she can impress herself.
Exactly. So, with me in bodybuilding and studying nutrition intensely, where I could hang with anybody in a conversation about nutrition, that was built in from the late 70s. That's all I did from the mid 70s as a young teenager coming up. And I still keep myself up on nutrition and stuff like that. And it started out in bodybuilding, but it was things like, I was talking about, the glycemic index from the late 70s. I mean, it's nothing new to me, or just different things. So she starts talking about this and that. And, all her stuff was from the books. Mine is from the books and hands-on doing it. And so we got into very deep conversation. And she had the nerve to turn around. You don't have a degree. I said, that makes me even more amazing now, doesn't it?
What?
And I saved the whole, yeah. And I said, I saved a whole lot of money now, didn't I? Well, how do you know their stuff? I said, so you're acknowledging that I do know something, that I do know a little something. I said, we can go deeper in the conversation. I'll be glad to take you there. Yeah, I didn't start it.
She thought she knew something that you didn't know, and she could just impress you.
It was a frustrating thing because it's like,
idiot.
Yeah, then the next couple of days she came on like a flirtatious way, and I didn't bite because I ain't biting. And then she came back at me harder because I didn't bite. See, I'm not you ain't fooling me. Yeah.
A woman scorned.
Yeah, I got this degree now, and you're smarter than me. And I'm not trying to say I'm smarter than her. We're all the sum total of our experiences. But don't underestimate me. Don't do that. You get your feelings hurt.
It divides the man from the woman.
But see, the thing is that there are a few little things I know on different levels from experience. I don't walk up. I've been on this earth a good long time now. I got to know a little something because I've always been involved in something deep, and there's a lot of talents I have, but I'm humble with it because the minute you think you know everything is when you become even dumber.
And I don't know assuming anything.
Yeah,
there's nothing that you can teach her. Nothing.
Yeah,
you don't have a set of experiences that she's never had.
But I see, I wasn't even trying to teach her anything. It was she reached out and brought me into her conversation. Everybody else was impressed with her, but I was kind of ignoring her. I was driving, so I wasn't paying no mind. But she had to drag me in and try to make me look stupid because I'm captive. What am I gonna do? I'm driving the bus. I'm sitting behind the wheel, 11 hours a day, and so she comes on for her time, and she's sitting there and. It's like, okay, bring him in. And so I started to talk back. She just kept raising the bar and I kept smashing the bar down. That's all. You know what I mean?
Wow. Well, people that are on this and the listening audience right now, I don't care what age you are. I don't care what gender you are. I don't care what your sexual orientation is. I guarantee you, if you have something to teach, I'm a willing student. I'm here with pen and paper, willing to learn from you. I'm here.
I don't care
who you are. I don't care if you're homeless. I don't care if you're a bum on the street. You got something to teach me. That's how it is. That's just you're a fool. Anybody that doesn't think that is a fool is otherwise a fool.
That's right. See.
Yep.
So you stay cool with it. It's just like. The times I find myself behind the wheels of very fast cars in my life. And you get these dudes with these cars that they know they can't keep up with you. And I'm not a person to race. My ego is not, the faster the car, the slower I go. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or if it's a luxury car or whatever that I've driven or whatever, you just, first of all, I don't like to go to the red light. And people are looking at you, mean mugging you, or I'm not the kind of guy to throw off. That was when I was younger, you know what I mean? And when I see these guys, I had a dude, I was in a very fast car one time, and it wasn't even mine. It was a friend of mine. He was gone for a week or two, and he said, listen, I don't want to just have my car sitting down because people are going to think that, I'm somewhere and I don't want that to happen. So listen, you know, I need you to take the car and just use it. Trust me, we grew up together. So I said, okay, no problem. So here I'm in this Corvette, brand new Corvette. I'm just driving. Man, I had a Chevy Chevette. Like, I mean, a Chevy Chevette from the 70s, man. It was falling apart. This dude was going to make sure he going to race me and let me know. And I'm just like, I was driving so relaxed and slow. He zooms up to the next 3 lights, but he slows down for to catch up. Hey, man.
Why did they do that?
Ego, man. Insecurity, ego.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know? So
I've never done that. I've never done that. For what?
I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't do that. No. With anything that I do, I don't do that. I'm humble with it. Let me tell you something. There's a guy who drove the bus, not with me. We weren't buddies or anything like that, but he had like a folder and he was telling somebody about his artwork. And I saw that he carried certain folders and he had certain pencils in his. I'm like, oh, he got them pencils. He's drawing. So he was in the break room and he was, yeah, you know, I do this and I do that. And with my art, but he was like kind of bragging over everybody. You could tell the way he was pumped up. I didn't say nothing. I didn't even go over and say I draw either. And one day, no, I don't do that. So one day he was there and another guy said, oh, have you met Lance? He's an artist too. And I was like, oh God, here we go. You know what I mean? So I never saw his work. So he looked at me like, you're not an artist. So he pulled out his stuff. He's showing everybody and he's showing me, and this is what I do with this. This is what I do with that, blah, 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 blah. I never criticize another man's creations, right? I never do that, right? So he said, do you have anything that you can show? So I went over to the computer. I said, I have all my stuff online. I don't have anything with me now. And so I went to the site, pulled everything up, and he was like he was trying to hide it. He was like going, hamada, 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 hamada. Plus what was going on behind it was the whole I'm superior Latino because I look white and I'm hanging around white people. And he had that thing going on. You know, he had that thing going on. Like when they're broken poor in the hood, hey, bro, we got to stick together, bro. They come to Central Florida. And because the little house that they have like maybe 2 feet of property around it, and they have a garage that can't even hold a go-kart, it's much better than the apartments they had in the South Bronx. And they push their nose up at you because they can check off white when the census comes around. Not all, because I know some cool ones, but this was that kind of guy, right? So he was mad. Then I handed him one of my cards. You know, I designed my own cards and stuff like that. I said, yeah, you could check out the rest. And other people were like, man, that work is dope. And somebody, one of his own, turned around, man, he draws better than you. I didn't know. I was like, oh, why did you say that? You know what I mean? After that, I'd see him in the hallway, see him in the break room, say, hey, man, how you doing? He would not speak to me. He stopped speaking to me on that. How are we so caught up in, look, whatever you are, there's somebody that does better and does not worse, but they're not where you are. Whatever knowledge you have, there's somebody who knows less and somebody who knows more. This world is for us to behold and explore and do what we have to do. You know what I mean? And it's a journey. It's a journey. But why are you getting butthurt? My thing is, I like to study. I am so I am so fascinated by the pen, the paper, the pencil. I bought some new types of pens today. I bought some acrylic paint the other day, canvas. I'm stocking up. And I'm going to get into that just as deep, if not more. I started out this way. I'm going to always do YouTube, but these are what the people who are competing on YouTube. I do other things, and I'm into it deeper in the other things. So there's so many tentacles that I have out there. So that's why somebody had told me, do a graphic with you like having 8 arms, one holding the camera, one holding a laptop, one holding this, one holding. I said, you know, that's a good idea. So I'm going to do that soon, you know. And it's just a beautiful thing, you know.
Right.
A beautiful thing, just the growth and to affect people in a way where they grow and in a positive way and make use of every day of your life. That's what it is for me, you know.
Yeah.
The ego thing, like, and I can tell people, nobody says, well, man, that guy died 20 years ago, man, but he had a hell of a car. Shoot.
Exactly. Nobody says that. He was sharp. Really?
Exactly.
When you like 70, 80 years old, you think they're gonna say something like that? He was sharp. They ain't thinking about that. Yeah, if you're 20, yeah, 30. You know, people
I'm
have a
just
different
glad to
mind.
be here. You know,
I'm glad to be here too. I'm glad to share. Glad to learn. Glad to get some things off my chest and speak with the wonderful listening audience. And I learned from you guys. You know, I like that.
it's a beautiful thing.
Yep. I'm giving you a hug, Edie, right now.
Right?
Yep. Yep.
Brother
Yep.
Maury came on. Good morning, Brother Maury.
And he just came on. Wow. People just come on at anything. I guess, you know, everybody has different times to come on. So that's good.
Exactly.
But I'm going to let you guys go. You guys have a good night. I enjoyed dealing with you guys today. And
I'm glad you're enjoying it. You know, you're enjoying it. I'm really glad that you're enjoying it also. It means a lot to me and the platform and everything that a brother like yourself, who's not just going to go anywhere, will stay on so long, not long like, oh, it's long and torturous. This is sweet, man. Intellectual stimulation and learning stuff.
Man, that's like being a kid in a candy store to me.
Exactly.
That's why I always hung around like not old people and adults. I always wanted to know what they were talking about.
I was raised around adults. You know what I mean? There was always something. Sit at the feet of the masters. You know, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. So, but y'all, you guys have a great night.
Yes.
Don't let them shut your computer down. Don't let them do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
That's right.
But you guys have a wonderful night. I appreciate everything.
Much, brother. Thank you so much.
We'll build another time.
Exactly.
Have a good night.
All right. Take care, brother. Thank you so much.
All right, brother.
All right.
Take care now.
Yes.
All right.
Peace. All right.
Bye.
Wow. Brother Zamal for 6.5 hours, 6 hours and 34 minutes and 57 seconds. Isn't that something? We had a little, times we had the line cut. The internet shut down for 10 seconds, 15 seconds, had to get back on. But other than that, it's been a smooth conversation. We absorbed the knowledge and flowed, had a couple of trolls, but then that's when you know you're doing good. We get rid of them. They never come back unless they have to have the arduous task of creating a new page just to come back and be a troll. There are a couple of trolls I'm looking for. As soon as they come, I'm going to get them. We're not about, but yeah, it was beautiful. And this is like, if listen, let me tell you something. If school was like this, more of us would be running to school. Most of us would be, can't we have school on Saturday and Sunday? Because it just makes your head throb. You're absorbing that you have stuff to think about. You're being expanded. You can never go back. You can never undo what you learned, what you saw, what you were made to feel and see. And that's what it's really, when you're fed junk, you reject it. So when you were in school before, you didn't, I want to get out of here. I don't like it here. Something's wrong here. Who the hell cares about the Louisiana Purchase? George Washington never told a lie, but he had slaves. What the heck kind of world is this? Nick Schmidt from Switzerland. Yes, my brother. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I know that elegy, I made that. We can manipulate that. We're going to come out banging today. You know what I mean? So I'm going to place a call in a little while to a dear friend of mine. I don't know if she's still on YouTube, but she was pretty influential. Won't say her name. If she comes on, we'll do it. I'd like to get her on today, but if it's a few days, it's fine. She says she has a story that will blow the socks off of a lot, because I know that when she was on, the powers that be were messing with her in a great way. But I always supported her, always let her know I'm here for her, always let her know that I'm not going to be fearful if she ever wants to share a story, because a couple of things she shared with me, but I want to really see what it's about now. And Sister Miko, thank you for that. And I'm going to work on that. And I got a lot to work on as we start our day. But I'm going to play a little music, stretch my feet. And I just want to let you all know that I care for you. I love you very much. And this was a joy tonight. It really was. So we got K Chandler, Chadwick, MW The Chosen, K Chandler, the G5 Studio, Daniel Cooper. Yes, this was a marathon. Yeah, and it's what we make it, you know. El McKinney and Free Will, of course, Ella, Amari, Daniel Cooper, Chio Vietti, Poppin' Four. And there's always somebody that will ask a question. Poppin' Four, he's on Periscope right now. Notice the Periscope, and they say, look at the face. You know, why don't humans look the same? No, right? Okay, that's one of them kind of questions. So might be a troll, but he can be a troll over there in Periscope. He's not even bothering us over here in the YouTube world, right? But I had to put that up. Oh, you're Ray. How are you? Oh, you're Ra. I'm sorry. Eddie Gibb, let me know when you're ready to come back on. You're brilliant as always. I'm not going to go through every name and whatnot, but you know we do that here. And like I said, you know, thank you so much for the compliments. It's yes, Amos Seshuba from South Africa. Yes, that's the brothers who made the Brother Kwaku song. They're from South Africa, and they blessed us with that, and they have more coming. But yeah, you can use this as a doggy bag and come back later on if you're going to rest or you have other stuff to do. Of course, we have other things to do, but at least we have this. And this is why I try to keep as much, you know, content coming. I'm like the waiter who always comes by your table and keeps the glass full. So when you come back, even though they don't send out notifications and they try to do things to shut the channel down, you at least know that your water glass or your sweet tea is always going to be full. You take a few sips, walk by. That's a nice feeling. Like, man, you know, I can just keep consuming. And that's what I do. Even if you say, I have a complaint, Lance, you're putting too much stuff out. I can't keep up. That's what I want. I want you overwhelmed with good content. I'm not going to just snatch stories out and just repeat things. And no. You got to have good original content. Be on top of every aspect of the game, the graphics, the sound, the audio, the content. It's a beautiful thing. It exemplifies what I experienced as a child with the great conversations that I grew up with at the feet of my parents. Not always at the feet, but, you know, a little kid playing with toys. And you catch as far as your consciousness will allow you. You hear certain words and you're like, okay, I understand that, but I don't understand that. You get older, you understand what it was. You know what I mean? And it's just beautiful. And this is just an extension of it. My dear brother Sean, who transitioned a few weeks ago, you know, we had wonderful conversations that you'll never hear. And he helped to guide me, marketing, and, you know, you sure you want to do this, resize this. I tell him, listen, don't hold back. Just tell me what you see. He was a brilliant marketer and knew the brand. I'm not a brand trying to sound like I'm a brand. I'm Lance. I'm a regular breathing person, but he made me know that presentation means a whole lot. People will share your stuff when they feel proud of it and they see the growth in it and they see the work that you put in your craft and that you're in. I don't have time to be petty and peeping and coming after people. Work your craft, make it better, sacrifice, invest in it. It's on YouTube, but it's something different than YouTube. And there are a lot of people that do this on this platform that are wonderful. But work your craft and go beyond your craft. Get to know these people, get to expand, motivate. You know, and I can do this all day, every day because of the people energy, the family here. That's the beautiful part of it. You know what I mean? And that's what it's all about. So let me whip my whistle. We'll be back soon. And we're going to ride out. You're like, Dad, you don't sleep. You're robots. Yes, I am. You didn't know that? I just have flesh covering the machinery. I'm the terminator of white criminality. I'm here and sent here to destroy it. I'm here to destroy ignorance. I'm here to destroy depression. I'm here to destroy that non-motivated thing that's inside you to motivate you. That's what I'm supposed to do. I'm going to do it. That's my job. I live this. This ain't no gimmick. This ain't no money ploy or let me see how much I can get. And let me see how many women I can get. Nah. I live this. I'm gritty with it. I'm Mike Tyson with it. You know what I mean? You know, so that's how we're gonna do. But we're gonna play some music. Let's get into it now. Herman is calling for the song. I'm gonna play the elegy theme, and we're gonna move on. And trust me, yeah, Mrs. Queen, Love you too. Here we go.
My Lord is I lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. Out of it. My Lord is I lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. Out of it. My Lord is I lost my love. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. My Lord is I lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. Out of it. My Lord is I lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. Out of it. My Lord is I lost my love.
Everybody's in fear, though.
That's what I'm saying. So it's strictly a place of fear that we're operating from. And the fact is that we're not going to get out of that place. And even sometimes when I speak, and some people will look at me and say, man, you gotta be careful of what you say. And I tell people, please do not tell me to be careful in what I have to say. I am not afraid to speak. I am not afraid because, look, I am here to do work. The fact is that when I go to my job, I don't just stand here and look at my job and hoping that it get done in some other way. So the job that I'm here to do, I am doing. I don't want anybody to sit and say, oh man, I'm worried about this. Don't worry about me. I don't want people to go around and worry when is white supremacy going to get him. These are the things that they want you to think. These are the places that they want to put you in.
Paralyzes.
See what I'm saying is, that's why we don't do nothing. We see our sisters being beaten down in the street as strong black men, and we stand here and we look, and all we can do is take up our phone and videotape it. And what happened after that? You see what I'm saying? We see these things, and yet we are paralyzed by them. But the fact is that here's where the danger comes in. The danger comes in because I will look at you, okay? Give you a scenario. Here's a white guy over here. He's got a lot of food, even food that he's just wasting. And you have a gun, but you ain't going over there to rob him. But here is it that me or you who live right next to him, who hardly can find enough to eat and feed the family, that's who he's coming to kill. So what does that say to you now? You see, this is so much self-hate. It is so much self-hate that is within you or me that is going to destroy the other person who look like you or me. And the food, all the food is over there. But you won't cross that line to go and get the food that you need. You're going to cross the line to take away what this other person hardly even have. Because you hate yourself so much that you figure if you destroy yourself, then it's good for the, you know, I don't have to worry about this God that's living over there because the God ain't going to give me no food. And if he don't volunteer to give me no food, I'm not going to go over there to take it. That's what I'm saying. So that's the place that we live. That's the place that we live. And so we have to stop feeding into this narrative where we are living in such fear that when a brother starts to speak truth to power, we're ready to say, oh man, hush, hush, hush. I don't want the prisoner to come in and get you next or to get me. So be quiet, you know, see, just don't say anything. Be careful what you say. And that's where we live. That's a very dangerous place to live. It is. But the fact is that we can't see that because we're so caught up. We're so caught up and we are hoping that we just wake up one day and everything magically change. And that is the thing where all of our people, a great deal of our people is waiting for this magical person to come out of the sky and fix everything for them. That's what I'm saying. It is no magical person that is going to fix it for you. When you have a problem in your house, you must be the one to fix it. You see, what I'm saying is I'm dealing from a place of logic. I'm not dealing from a place of imagination. Because a lot of us, we're dealing from a place of imagination. And that's where the problem comes in.
Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition, stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God, and our religion? Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then, following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So, my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. Before we came to America, we were living in the East. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is black man hell. When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and fire water. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, sell a man as merchandise, on his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.